All right, what's up, you guys? Happy Sunday. Should be should be an interesting space to say the least. I promise you, it will be at least entertaining. I'm going for informative. I would like to us all to be better educated here, and walk away more enlightened and more informed, and maybe a little bit more fattened with popcorn and drinks. If I can keep the reins on it, hopefully I can. I'm going to do my best. This is a spicy topic, but it's one that's incredibly important to today's politics. 100%. If you haven't been watching my feed, I have been debating with people on the timeline about, what is it, you know I don't think, well, let's just say this. When you have APAC bragging about, unseating a sitting US congressman, and it says pro-Israel in their post, but nothing about pro-America, I think it's showing you the priorities there. And that was the debate that I think I won with a Zionist on the timeline. And I don't have anything against Zionists. It's not any different from somebody who is pro-American or a patriot here, right? Being patriotic for their own country, that's fine. If you want to be patriotic for Israel, go ahead. Like, I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is when you come over here and interfere with our politics for pro-Israel, because this is America, right? It needs to be pro-America here, and that's what America first means. So, anyways, welcome to Diligent Spaces on X. We're about to get this party started.
He don't talk unless the proof is in the lines. Receipts in the folder, coded truth in these rhymes. Power play chess, moving pawns through the blind. But a diligent denizen sees designs in the signs. They disguise what they hide, he just shows how it's shaped. Every source double check, never roll with the fakes. In this world full of wolves, he's exposing the snakes. Document every whisper, got the quotes and the dates. He don't chase what they post, he investigates where it stems. Paper trails never lie, follows links to the end. Truth is power, it bends, but yet it always defends. What's verified never shakes, even lost in the trend. So when he speaks, it's a lens, not a rumor or a vibe. He cuts through the noise, pulls the proof from the lies. This is for the people trying to see through the disguise. Diligent denizen where the real can survive.
All right, everybody. Let me know if there's an echo. Am I good, Harmony?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, great. Do me a
I
favor,
just
you
wanted
guys.
to oh, sorry.
Do me a favor, you guys. Bottom right corner, please repost the space. If you are over on YouTube, hit the like button and share that with your friends. It should be an interesting conversation over on YouTube as well. You can see my ugly mug. If you don't know, I am very, very white, like an alabaster. That's what I like to say, alabaster white, with bright blue eyes and dark brown hair. Very, very average American. Um, I guess so I did invite. I have Herschel down there. Herschel, I hope you come up. So I have people on both sides of this. I'm waiting for a few more to show up. I have some Zionists, self-proclaimed Zionists. I have Herschel down there, who is a practicing Orthodox Jew. He's Yiddish, actually, I believe, but he is not for Zionism per se. I don't think. He has a pretty interesting perspective. I met him when I was covering the Jewish protesters against Israel foreign policy in New York, which was interesting, right? So I think that they're against Israel warring and some of the statehood aspects of Israel right now. So I really welcome their perspective. Of course, you guys know Ian Malcolm. And then we have Yehuda. Am I pronouncing that right? Yeah, Yehuda. And I believe, are you a Zionist, Yehuda? Right?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think it's a pretty balanced perspective. I'm waiting for my other co-host to get here. I'm going to try to be fair. Okay. Here's what I'm going to set the rules here,
Oh, wow,
Ian.
this is like a rage-based space almost, Diligent.
So I'm going to set the rules here. We're not going to. It's not going to be an "It's the Jews" space, right? I want to focus on Zionism. And I realize it's hard to draw the distinction there, right? Because it's central to Israel, which is primarily Jewish, right? Ethnically Jewish. As much as we can, right? And I'm not going to try to censor you too much, but it's not going to be a Jew bashing space if you don't mind. I want to talk about the political ideology of Zionism because that's what it is. When I was studying it over the last week, I received a death threat from a Zionist while I was having a space covering Thomas Massey's election. And it was just some random guy came up and he's like, "You're gonna catch a bullet, you're gonna die, blah blah blah. Ian Malcolm's gonna die," threatening to kill both of us. And I have to say, out of all the people who are critical of policy, I'm probably one of the more moderate ones on the right when it comes to Jews or Israel or whatever, right? I don't have a problem if Israel wants to defend itself and maintain its own superiority over there. I just don't want it to be at our expense. I don't really care what they do. Just leave America out of it. That's my position on it, right? Um, I feel like, and that's a controversial one because there's people on the right or on the left who want you to be pro-Palestinian, right? There are people on the right who think that I am not critical enough of their policy when it comes to Palestine or maybe their control over media or whatever, right? I hear a lot of different things, right, that I'm doing wrong when it comes to this issue. I think my approach is pretty simple, right? Is just stay the hell out of American politics. You do you, we'll do us, right? And don't drag us into your fights. What appears to me is that pro-Israel lobbies just unseated a sitting U.S. congressman and then bragged about it on the timeline. So you can't really say, "Oh, well, that didn't happen." They're telling you that it happened, right? They are saying that it happened. APAC is saying that that just happened, and I have a problem with that because in that statement, okay, if you go to my timeline, I posted it. In that statement, they're saying pro-Israel is what's important here. There's not one term in there that says pro-America, right? That's where I have the problem. You have a foreign interest lobby, not a foreign lobby, okay? Because it consists of US citizens, but it's a foreign interest lobby. They lobby on behalf of the benefit of a foreign state, is bragging about unseating an America First who has a impeccable liberty score, unseating him so that they could swap him out with somebody who is more favorable to their foreign interest agenda. That's where you lose me and I have a problem. Um, so now I'm looking at it, after the death threat and after what happened with Massey, I'm looking at Zionism and how pervasive it is in the United States as a political ideology, where we have a Zionist president, right? I'm looking at APAC's contributions to the Democrat Party today, and it almost equals what they contribute to the Republican Party. And yet, I have people on my own side who are criticizing me, saying I'm not conservative if I'm not pro Israel or if I'm not pro Israel enough. Well, how can that be when you have pro Israel lobbies funding Democrats? It doesn't make any sense. So I want to look at the political ideology of Zionism today. I want to know how pervasive it is in our current politics, not just with the administration, but also into the U.S. House and U.S. Senate as well, because it seems like they are all pretty beholden to a foreign country prioritizing over America. That's what it seems like to me. That's what I got from the signal from Massey. And maybe I'm wrong and I'm up to be corrected. But today we're going to take a good hard look at what's going on here. And so, yeah, again, thank you for coming, you guys. Hershey, Yehuda, Ian. I don't know who Advocate is, but thank you. We'll get into it. Katie, go ahead real quick. And then welcome, Maze, and welcome, Harmony.
Thank you so much, Diligent. I'm really going to put myself out here, and it's taken me a long time to find and it's sad, but to find I guess, the cojones to say this is that um, I just I want to echo what you're saying, Diligent, that this isn't about people who are Jewish. Because look, at the end of the day, I'm Jewish, and I'm very much like I'm not religious. I'm just like I don't know, just a Jewish person. But I have a Bible next to my bed. I'm open to all. Um, I don't practice the religion, but it's just my heritage. And I get very afraid, as I'm sure many other faiths or other religions get afraid, um, when everything's all banned into one. And so I just wanted to echo your sentiment of, you're talking about politics and Zionism and then the country and state of Israel. But it is no means at all to be talking anti-Jewish rhetoric or anything else like that. So, and that takes it took me a load of cojones to even come up here and say it because I get scared to say it because and that makes me sad. But I just wanted to say that look, I eat bacon. Don't tell anyone. But I'm Jewish. I'm not religious. But the whole Israel shtick and situation is different, or it's not different. It is a different entity or conversational topic. So I just wanted to put myself out there and share that. Thank you, Diligent.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you. Go ahead, Yehuda.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I'd like to just, if I could, since thanks, Katie, for your personal comments. I just want to talk about Zionism for a quick second. I think it's important to define the topics that we're discussing, right? I'll be happy to be a part of the conversation if you'll have me. But Zionism is not a dirty word. It's not something foreign. I just want to say what Zionism is. Zionism, in its very essence, is the right for Jewish people to determine, to self-determine in their own land. It's not the right to take over people and destroy people. It's the right to self-determine. And when Jews were first expelled from Israel, Judea, 2,000 years ago, they've never forgotten their connection to the land. What do I mean by that? Well, an Orthodox Jew will pray for the return to Zion and the reestablishment of a Davidic kingdom in the land of Israel about 50 times a day if they pray the three main prayers in Judaism, Shachrit, Mincha, Maariv. It's not new. It's not a secular new movement. It wasn't created in the 1800s. It's a Jewish concept. There are variations between certain religious Jews as to how that establishment could or will be manifested. And I come from a religious background where not everyone accepted that because they were afraid Jews would get slaughtered and they didn't accept it. But once the Six Day War, for example, happened, a lot of religious Jews said, wow, I guess we're meant to be here. So Zionism is your belief that you don't have to be Jewish. There are hundreds of millions of Zionists all around the world who are not Jewish, who believe that Jews have a right to self-determine in their land. That's what Zionism is. Now, you might want to call it political modern Zionism, but Zionism,
I
especially
mean, when I
from
looked it
anyone,
up, it came up as a political ideology. I asked,
well, it's yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, but I'll let you know that if you ask an Orthodox Jew what he prays in the Amida and the Shemona Esrei every day, the majority of it revolves around praying for the return to Zion. That's where Zionism comes from. Zionism, the modern political Zionist movement that you're referring to from Theodor Herzl, comes from non-religious Jews saying, "Hey, we're getting slaughtered in Europe. We've been slaughtered for thousands of years. Maybe we should just go back to where we came from. So therefore, let's go buy our land back." So in my mind, and I want to make it American friendly for you, Diligent. If America fell apart as a country, just like the Ottoman Empire fell apart, and there was a piece of land in Florida where very few people lived, and Seminole Indians who lived in Indiana or wherever they went to down to the valley or to the Trail of Tears decided to purchase their land back and live there. I don't think anyone would say, "Well, that's crazy. You guys are colonizers." No, they'd say, "Wow, good on you. You're moving back to where you're from and you're buying your land back." I want to make it very clear. Until the state of Israel was created in 1948, every inch, every square inch of land that Jews lived on was purchased by Jews. They lived there fair and square.
it
There,
used to be all formerly called Palestine, correct?
no, no, incorrect. The Mandate of Palestine was created by the British at the end of the Ottoman Empire. It was actually about four or five different administrative divisions within the Ottoman Empire.
I'm not talking about like all root history. I'm talking about in 1940s when this occurred, when it was established as a state. it was formerly called Palestine before that.
Incorrect. And I said it. I'll say it again. It was formerly called the British Mandate of Palestine, and before then, it was called the Vilayet of Masr, the Mutasafariat of Jerusalem, the Vilayet of Akka, and of southern Syria. So it was not called Palestine.
But
I
it was
Those
can
those
d-
should be
initially
I can
called.
called.
Hold on,
agree.
Katie. Hold on, Katie. Hold on.
Yeah.
So the reason why I'm asking this, and people might be wondering why, and I'm going to let Maze give her perspective on this because this is a widely debated point, right? And we're not going to get into um the whole like history debates because what's happening today is more relevant, but it's important context to illustrate for our listeners how contested this is already, right? This is a that you have a conflux of different factors happening here, which is ideology, right? Which is that's a belief system that you espouse. It can be a religious ideology, it can be a political ideology, it could be some kind of scientific doctrine. It doesn't matter. If you adopt a set of ideas as your belief system, this is an ideology. Um, there are a conflux of ideologies that are meeting in Israel, right? We have a theological ideology with Judaism, right? It's a religious system. People that, and we all, religion is one of the most powerful ideologies in the world, right? Humans have warred over religion for millennia, right? And then you have a political ideology as well, right? Where there is a political ideology of Zionism. Like he said, secular Jews believe in Zionism. So that means that they aren't uh, theological ideologues, not religious ideologues, but they are ethnic Jews that think that they should have their own state. And therefore, we'll go back there, right? This is the political idea or the political ideology of Zionism. This is all happening at once, right? And so what happens is you have a conflation that occurs, right? Whenever you are trying to criticize the state of Israel for policy or criticize your own government for its relationship with the state of Israel or like how it might support Israel in its wars or whatever, right? Um, there's a conflation that occurs on both sides. You might have critics conflating, it's the Jews, right? When they're trying to criticize what Israel's doing. And sometimes people believe that. I'm not going to tell them what they are or not to believe. I can only talk for myself. And then also, you have people on the Israel side who are conflating criticism of Israel with hatred of Jews. So this happens both ways, right? And I actually think that the race war, the culture war aspect of it is really kind of distracting away from what's really happening here, which is you have a bunch of Christian Zionists, right, who are Christian Americans, a lot of here. I'm not going to speak for anywhere else, but here, what I've seen, I didn't even know the word was a thing until the last couple of years. Christian Zionists who uphold the right for Jews to have a state and for that state of Israel to exist and for them to return there, right?
Yeah.
Um, and
But
then
can
you
I finish,
also
Diligent?
hold on.
Diligent,
I'm
may I?
almost done. I'm almost done. I'm sharing my like novice perspective because I think it's important because a lot of my listeners are probably where I'm at, which is fairly loose as far as a position on this goes. Most of my audience cares about America and America first. Um, I don't know. I can't speak for all of them, but I just on the feedback that I get, a lot of them care more about that than they do blaming. Like for me, I blame our country for any influence that a foreign state has on it. Right? It wouldn't matter if it was Israel or China. Right? I don't care. To me, it's all the same. I don't want Qatar influencing my politics. I don't want China influencing my politics. I don't want Israel influencing my politics. Right? To me, it's all the same. I don't want foreigners who have no vested interest here on the outcome of this country, right? Influencing policy that affects my child or our children, right? That's what I don't want. And so I have a problem there. Yehuda, you can chime in real quick and then we'll go to Maze and then I want to go to Hershey.
All right.
I'd
Well,
like
thanks.
to chime in after Yehuda, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think the key that your listeners will hear this on recording. Nothing what I said was incorrect. I think history is important because there are a lot of people that are trying to rewrite it. And when you said, and you asked me twice, Diligent, I know you're an upstanding individual. You said, was it called? No, it wasn't. It wasn't Palestine. There was no Arab state of Palestine.
Did we lose him?
Pardon me. There were
Yeah, I don't hear him.
Yeah, no, I'm here. There were various different Turkish provinces, and they did not represent a Palestine Arab state. If, in fact, this was such a deal, you would think that after 1,000 years of Muslim rule, that the Muslims themselves would have had an Arab state of Palestine. They did not. So I just want to make it very clear. Your comments about American politics aside, we can get to that. But the bottom line is that the British Mandate of Palestine was a colonial British enterprise meant to carve up the Middle East along with the French in the Sykes-Picot Agreement, and the Jews purchased their land and lived there. Period. Stop. I don't think it's up to me or you or anybody to dictate what Jews are religious, what Jews aren't, and if they shouldn't have a claim to the land. If you were expelled from a land, and I once asked a Palestinian Arab friend of mine, I said, if you were expelled as a Palestinian for 1,000 years, would your great great grandchildren have a claim to the land? He said, absolutely. And I said, then you're a Zionist because Jews feel the same way. We were expelled from the land. We didn't come and steal it. We purchased it and we established a state. I'll
Why
end with
is it
that 'cause I know
important
you want
for
to.
Americans, for American politicians to have a position on that?
I don't think it is. If they want to have a position because they support Israel for mutually beneficial reasons, that's fine. Let me ask you something, Diligent. Would you rather give, if you're going to give foreign aid, would you rather support a country that benefits your country versus, like, in terms of business deals, or pay like a country like Egypt to feed them so they don't starve? Israel is a net positive for the United States. The industry, the technology, the work that's done between Israeli and American companies is bar none amazing. So it's a win-win. If the Americans decide, you know what, we don't want to spend any money on the outside world, that's your business. 100% the American taxpayer's business. But I can tell you one thing: out of every taxpayer dollar spent by the United States government in any other part of the world, the biggest return on investment is a dollar spent in Israel. If you want to stop it, no problem. If you want to give Egypt food so they can feed their people, that's your business as well. However, if you compare both of those countries, for example, Israel has a net positive gain for American taxpayers, and those other countries like Egypt and Jordan, Saudi Arabia, they don't have. You're giving them money hand over fist in aid. You're not doing that with Israel. Thanks.
I feel like you're okay. We'll get into that in just a minute. As far as I'm going to answer your question, though, um, how do I feel about giving Israel foreign aid? Well, I would just take a look at the debt counter, and we're $40 trillion in debt. I don't feel good about giving any country foreign aid while my kid's future is laid waste, and she grows up to be a debt slave. That's what I have a problem with giving Israel or any other country for that matter, and that includes Egypt or even African countries that are starving. I feel like we have to take care of our own, right? And so that's where I'm at. Whenever you're in an, I use this analogy a lot because it's so important for people to grasp, right? If you are in a crashing plane and two oxygen masks come down, it doesn't matter if you have your child next to you or your wife next to you. What are the instructions? The instructions are to put your own mask on first. Why? Because dead people can't help anybody, right? And so if you die, you can't save the person next to you. That's where America is at. We are burning, right? We are in decline. We are crashing. Our economy is tanked. Cost of living is skyrocketed. Credit debt is up, record levels, year over year. People, our average our average life expectancy is in decline, right? Every metric we're in decline right now, especially the middle to lower middle class, right? They're all in decline right now, and we should not be helping other countries as our debt increases and the establishment class or the one percenters or their shills in the media and in the government get wealthy off of what everyone else is generating or while everybody else suffers. I'm not good with that. And so my position on that is I don't support funding foreign countries at all, be it Israel or anyone else. Now, if we want to trade with Israel, because one thing Israel does do well, right, is kill people, right? That is one thing they do well. They have a very good high level military assassination squad. The pagers are proof of this, right? They're also very good at weapons development, right? I personally think that we supply Israel with arms and armament and aid because they use Gaza as a testing ground for us for urban warfare in that environment. We suck at it, right? That's Iraq and Afghanistan are evidence of that, where urban environments and when you have insurgencies, we struggle with, right? In that environment, well, they can get real time data at scale there with AI and drones that brings back to benefit us, right? So, strategically, if I'm being purely objective about it, right? They do things as far as warfare goes that we enlist, but they also employ some of those same systems, apparently, to influence us or to infiltrate us or to gather intelligence on us as well for their own benefit, right? There's evidence of this in the Epstein files. There's also evidence of this with a few of the individuals who have been allowed to leave the country since, who were seen to be gathering intel at some of our more prestigious tech events in the last year. I won't get into that because it's a whole nother subject. But my point is, right, is that if we're doing some kind of trade here that is equal, I don't have a problem with that, right? I really don't. When it's a partnership, right? But what I'm seeing is an outsized influence on US policy. And it seems like Israel is the main benefactor there, right? Like and it's costing us. Listen, we're in war with Iran right now. Tulsi Gabbard came out 2 months ago and said there's no nukes in Iran. They're not seeking to develop nukes in Iran. They obliterated the nuclear program a year ago with Operation Midnight Hammer, right? So there's no justification for us to be there except for Israel, right? They haven't attacked the United States. They don't pose an existential threat to us. So that is costing every American gas money right now, cost of living. Our sons and daughters are over there dying, right? And so I see the point that Israel, we are the nation one's number one superpower, at least for now, and Israel wants us on their side to protect themselves. I actually understand that, but the if it's going to be a strategic partnership, it needs to be a partnership and not whatever is happening now, right? I see the U.S. president leveraging the futures of the American people to carry out what seems to be a pro-Israel foreign policy, Zionism, right? When you look at Venezuela, you look at Cuba, you look at Colombia, you look at Iran, what do all of these countries have in common? They are against Zionism, openly stated against our Zionism. They are all proponents of a two-state solution. They have called what's going on in Gaza a genocide. I'm just saying it. You can look it up. I'll use Grok if you want me to. All of those countries that Trump is going after right now, the leadership of, they all have the same position on Israel and Zionism and what they're doing with Gaza, right? So we can dig into that, but it does seem, at least to me, and I'm willing to be corrected here, it does seem that Trump is carrying out a pro-Israel foreign policy agenda, and it's at our expense. And so we can get into that because it's at the very heart of what we're talking about here. Let's go to
Can I jump in before I have to go very quick? Because I got to get Hudson to
quickly,
bed. But
please.
this, yes, I will. I promise. Oh, Ian, don't laugh at me. I promise. So, Yehuda's right in terms of the uh, the founding of Israel. However, you were right. I'm sorry, Yehuda, but it
Yeah, I don't want to have
was.
the debate about the founding of
No, we're
Israel too much,
not.
Katie. I don't want
We are not
to.
going to have a debate, but bear with. It was Palestine. I've even shared with you in historic spaces that in my ancestries, my late great grandfather was threatened to be deported back to the state of Palestine. It was Palestine. I think in terms of this conversation and Zionism, I think that there are two separate um, being Jewish and then being a
Yeah, nobody's
Zionist.
talking
No,
about
no, no,
Jews
no,
here,
no, no.
Katie.
Good, and I'm pleased. Just as much as being Muslim or being Christian or whatever religion one follows is very different to the political goings on since 1948. By the way, because you all you have to do is Google it, and you'll see that there was the American president. At the time, who supported the Balfour Declaration of 1917, which was in favor of an establishment for a Jewish national home in Palestine. It was President Franklin D. Roosevelt who had assured the Arabs that in 1945 that the United States would not intervene without consulting both the Jews and the Arabs in that region. Way back in the day, and I'll land this here, way back in the day, Jews and Arabs and whoever, there was no problem. There was absolutely no problem. And it breaks my heart that there is still such conflict to this day. I know you're talking about from a political standpoint about what Trump's vested interest in Israel is. Absolutely. But I don't think that this should be to do with Zionism. I think it should be what
I
is
mean,
Trump's.
Zionists are telling me that he's a Zionist, so I mean, it's not like
But
I'm
well, then I think it should
arbitrarily giving the
be.
label.
Well, hang on a minute, because hang on, I think that it should be. Why has Trump got a vested interest in Israel? Because otherwise, if you broaden it,
Do you
as
think
in,
$248 million in APAC funding might have something to do with it?
well, you've got to ask these big questions. I've got no clue. But what I will say is it's not right. And the people of the United States of America have an absolute fundamental right to have an understanding of what the heck is going on.
And that's
But
what
I
we're
think
trying
that
to do
that's,
here.
yes, but I think that it is different to Zionism and Judaism and things like this. It's more to do with politics. And just as much as I will ask the British government, why on earth have they not stepped up or stepped in? Because they're the ones that were involved with the whole to do in the first place.
I can't answer that. I can't answer
Yeah,
that.
so I just
But
think that in terms of Zionism, it is quite it leads down the road of Judaism. But if we're talking about Zionism, and if we all recognize that Israel was once a state of Palestine, then we've also got to include Palestinians in this. So Zionism, yes, there's people wanting the Jews to have a home, but also we have to include, the people of Palestine in that conversation. But then it's a moot point at the moment because you're asking the questions as why does the United States have such a vested interest? So that then turns into politics. So instead of Zionism, what is it? It should be what's
well,
Trump doing?
our politicians are being paid to have a vested interest. That's my point, right? Is that they are being coerced with money, right? Like when I brought up Donald Trump's APAC funding, right? Anybody can go look this up. It is over
Yeah.
$200 million.
I agree. But
That's a
also,
quarter of a
Jared
billion
Kushner,
dollars. Okay, a
Jared Kushner's
quarter of a
Jewish.
billion
I
dollars.
hear you, and I'm not saying that this is right at all. However, these topics of conversation really lend better towards a political conversation
Well, that's
rather
what we're doing
than.
here. I don't
Well, I
understand
hope
what's.
so.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Go ahead, Mace.
Thank you. And sorry if I break up. I'm like 2 minutes from home, but I think it's just whenever we're saying that it's not Judaism, and it's not, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is because obviously it is a Jewish state, and they're using the fact that Jews need to
Is it an
have a safe.
ethnically? I want to make because
Well,
this
yeah.
distinction needs to be made, right? Is it an ethnically Jewish state or is it a theological Jewish state? Like what when you say that, what do you mean?
So that's a good question because I think it's ethnic that they're basing it on. And anybody can correct me if that isn't right, but I
I
think
think
it's
it depends
ethnic.
on who you ask.
Right.
Well, the it's kind of that's a good question, Diligent. It's the Messianic Jews, like they don't have the right of return, but the other one's secular or whatever does, and you can convert and be a part of Judaism and even have the right of return.
Yeah, because if you do convert, yeah, that's a good question. Because the guy, Ariel, whatever his name is, that
If
comes
I
in
were
these
to
spaces, he's a
convert to
convert.
Judaism tomorrow, I could be welcomed into Israel as a citizen at some point.
As
Right,
long
but
as you're not
even if you
Messianic Jew.
didn't convert, you could.
But I'm
But
just
nice.
What do you
saying.
mean?
You could be welcome as a citizen even if you don't convert. You don't have to be Jewish
I mean,
to
lots
be in
lots of
Israel. I mean, don't
that's
Diligent,
get me
there are
wrong.
lots of Christians in Israel.
yeah, I
No,
imagine
Thank
that.
you.
it's they get
Um,
the right of return or whatever as part of the
I
Alehi or
I
whatever.
wa-
No, it's
I
basically make
specifically asked
Aliyah.
Hershey
You
to
make
come here, and I don't know how
Aliyah.
long we have him for, and I want to get his perspective because he is, I believe, an ethnic Yiddish Orthodox practicing Jew. And I think he's here, if I remember correctly. I think he was one of the ones in New York, if I remember. That's where I met
Just to
him.
be clear, there's no such thing as an ethnic Yiddish Jew. It's a language, so he speaks
Okay, sorry,
Yiddish.
my
But
bad.
also,
He
what's that
speaks
got to do
well.
with
He has a Yiddish
politics?
accent. That's what I meant. He has a Yiddish accent.
All
So when
right,
I say
oy
that,
vey. What's
people
that
are
got to
like,
do
"Why
with
does
the
he sound
political
like
stance?
Katie?" If you could just not talk over me. When people are like, "Why do you know where are you from? Why does he what's his accent?" It's Yiddish. Hershey, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you
Hey,
so much
what's
for
up,
the
Hershey? It's good to
opportunity.
hear you from you, man.
Thank you.
Um, can you tell me what your perception is as an Orthodox Jew? Can you tell me your perception of Zionism as it exists today?
Okay, the term Zionism technically means the land of Israel that is owned by Jews. That is what it's referring to. Now, because it's owned by us since almost 3,300 years ago, was promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and his children. And 3,300 years ago, Jews came into the land of Israel, and that's where we were for a long time until exile. And so every day we pray that we will return to the land of Israel, and it's ours. We're going to return there one day when Mashiach comes. Now, what the political Zionism term became is more of like self-determination. Like Jews have suffered enough. We need our own state. But in the religious form, it's still called Zionism, but it's not the term that's used today. Is a state of Israel, but the religious one is not a state. It's our land, and just like a huge villa, we're gonna have our rules, living there in our own land when Mashiach comes.
That's
Now,
the Messiah for those who don't understand what he's saying. Continue.
yes,
Oh my God. What has this got to do with politics, Diligent?
What?
That's funny.
He's drawing the distinction because there is a conflation that occurs between Orthodox Judaism, Zionism, and modern day political Zionism, right? That's what he's telling you. He's telling you, right, that there's nuance between the two ideologies, even though they both share the same common goal, which is the Jewish return, either ethnic or Orthodox, to the state of Israel. But how that happens is the difference. Am I right, Hershey?
yeah, that's correct. And we believe, as Orthodox Jews, believe that the land of Israel will be returned to all the Jews when all the Jews will become Orthodox and religious, um, at the right time when Messiah
Right. Well, I'm
comes.
not going to become Orthodox or religious, so you guys are going to be waiting for a very long time, and I'm
Katie,
Jewish.
please don't interrupt him.
No, listen, at the end of the day, Diligent, I'm sorry, and I'll bow out of this space, is that you have all the time talk about why is President Trump involved with Israel and
Listen, I want you
no, no,
to
no, no,
just
no. And you're like,
okay.
America.
I'm sorry, Katie. I'm sorry, but I want you to look at the title. Right? It says Zionism. What is it? Right? We're in the what is it part right now, and we have people here who are practicing Zionists. We like self-described Zionists. Yehuda Hershey, who is an Orthodox Jew, devout Orthodox Jew. I'm getting their perspectives, and you are being disrespectful by interrupting them. So please stop, and me. I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to drop you down, but I will. Hershey, please finish what you were saying.
Yeah, in terms of political Zionism, right now, um, it people call it the Jewish state of Israel, which I don't believe it is one. I believe it's a secular-run democracy. It is a democracy. It has voting. It has
The
a
Likud
system.
party is a secular party, is it not?
Yeah, the majority of Jews living there are secular. Yes, the majority of citizens are Jews, but that doesn't make it a Jewish state. It's still a secular-run democracy. And I think that's the reason why the United States is so invested in the state of Israel, because the United States is a democracy, and Israel is essentially like a 51st state to them. It's like one state. If you talk to the soldiers there, the higher ups, they all tell you they work hand in hand, like it's as if it's one state going back not
Why
decades.
why
I
do you
mean,
think that is, Hershey? Because we don't receive income from that. So all of the United States, there is an economy, a back and forth economy between the federal and the states, right? And the states have autonomy to a certain degree. The federal has the final say, but we also have a say over the federal, right?
yeah.
We don't have that with Israel though, right? So let's just say that Israel is a de facto state of the United States. Israel can act against our best interests if it so chooses. That's the distinction there. Do you understand?
I understand, and maybe it should change. Maybe it should be the United States of America there as well. I don't know. And that would make it safer for Jews to live there as well. Jews still have an like not like some sort of obligation to live in the state of Israel as long as it's safe to be. I don't choose to live there because I don't think it's a safe state.
Why don't you think it's a safe state? Can you?
You walk on the streets, you see M16s every block for a reason, because it's not safe to live there. I mean, everywhere. You go, when I was there as a teen, I learned there for 2 years. You pass by Shashchem, that's on the tunnel the Shuk, that you walk to the mount, to the, to the closer
Harabite.
Harabayas. Once I had a Palestinian kid spit in my face, and occasionally there were stabbings there. It's not a safe place to
So
live.
I gotta run diligent, but let me ask, do me a favor. A lot of people want to hear this from you to Hershey. Hershey, first of all, you're not the only Orthodox Jew on the panel. Number one, it's
I
not
know.
nicht Frumkeit. Okay, so let me tell you something, and I want you've just proven something with any Hasidic guy would never do. You just admitted that the state of Israel is a secular state. The prohibition for Yidden living in Eretz Israel has to do with a malchut, a Jewish kingdom. So now you can't stop on red and not go on green. So to the people that are listening, when you talk about you're not a Zionist, you are a Zionist. The difference is you're a Zionist that only believes the Jews should live there when the Mashiach
I
comes.
made that
So
distinction already. I said the
no,
Orthodox
yeah.
Zionist and the
No, but
political
I'm
Zionist.
Orthodox. I'm Orthodox and Jewish and a Zionist. So it doesn't matter. He's of a certain opinion, and I want to make it very clear that there are millions of Orthodox Jews that support the state of Israel, but it's a fait accompli. So there are some that don't, that want to believe we should be in Galus, the exile forever, and we should be beat up and spit on. But not all Jews think like that. So Hershey's entitled to his opinion. But I would really, as a Jewish person, and I speak for many Jews on this space, there are a lot of Jews that are sick
Well, I
and
would rather
tired
you
of.
just speak for yourself and let him speak for
Okay,
himself.
I'll speak for myself and my friends that we're tired of being told that if you're an Orthodox, you don't support Israel because the Satmar and all those people have said that, but it's not true. Many Orthodox Jews support the state of Israel. That's all I wanted to say. I'd love for
That's
Hershey to
fair.
respond.
Go
Thanks.
ahead, Hershey. You can respond.
Many support Israel as the beginning of the coming of Mashiach, but they don't really support the state of Israel as a
Ian, I'll
as
go
a
to you next. I'm sorry.
Well,
Continue,
I
Hershey.
do.
Okay, so
Continue,
you're
Hershey.
unique. I mean, I live in Brooklyn, in New York City. I know a lot of Orthodox Jews. I share with most of them this opinion. Now, when you go into politics, when you talk about the state of Israel being a de facto state of America, the laws against being that it's a separate country the laws are not fully aligned with America. That's correct. But in the financial standpoint and aid and these things, when you talk about being in debt, you have to understand how the United States whole monetary system works. Our entire monetary system works on debt. So it's not so simple when you say we're $40 trillion. This is supposed to grow every year in order for us to be a functional state.
GDP is supposed to grow commensurate with the printing, though, and that's not happening. Average median wages are not commensurate with inflation, right? And so there
Yes,
is
so
a
you're right. The government is spending more money than they're supposed to because you're supposed to have more like an equal amount of
there's supposed to be an
citizen debt.
equilibrium there.
You're supposed to have more, so the interest rates for personal debts should go down. That has to increase a bit, and government spending has to go down a bit. But in terms of we're in $40 trillion in debt, yeah,
I'm
that's
not blaming Israel for us being in $40 trillion in debt. I was saying foreign aid at all, right? We spend billions, not just in Israel, but worldwide, right? We contribute to a lot of different foreign aid funds worldwide, and I'm not a fan of it when we're printing money that outpaces our GDP, right? That's my position on that. I'm more
yeah. But
concerned. I'm
we
more
also have
concerned.
to.
Hold on, just I want because I want to ask your perspective on this. I'm more concerned about the foreign policy, like when it comes to Iran, that is bottlenecking supply chains and then costing us. Because regardless of how you want to look at it, right? Anytime the government prints money, it's a tax on the people, right? And also, foreign policy can be a tax on the people. Anytime that goods or services are inflated due to government policy, it's a tax on the people, right? And so right now, we're paying a higher gas tax. That's an inflated gas price. Right now, we're paying an inflated price for goods and services. It's a result of energy production, which is also a result of policy, which is more favorable to Israel. Hershey, I want to ask you real quick, and then I'll shut up and let you finish, and then we'll go to Ian. What is your position on the Iran war when it comes to Israel and U.S. involvement, or do you think that the U.S. is doing it on behalf of Israel? So please answer the first part first, your take on Israel and Iran being at war right now, and then the second part as an Orthodox Jew.
I don't have opinion on the war, and I don't think America is doing it on behalf of Israel. Maybe some influence, but not on behalf of Israel. That's my opinion.
Why wouldn't you take an opinion on the war?
I'm
I
I'm
thought
not a war expert.
isn't there a doctrine within the Torah that forbids the Jewish the state, like the Jewish people, from warring with from other countries until the
Yes,
Messiah comes?
yes, but as I said before, I don't think the state of Israel is a Jewish state. It's a secular run democracy. So yes, if they call themselves Jewish and they that's a problem. But I'm not gonna
I
butt
mean,
into
isn't
their
that
religious.
from an Orthodox perspective, they're blaspheming, right? If they are posing as something that is not supposed to exist yet. I'm just saying, I'm not declaring this. I'm just saying, from an Orthodox perspective, if I was a devout Orthodox Jew and my God forbade the Jewish people from taking land in Israel until the time was called on, right? Then they are acting against the will of God. And if also on top of that, that country which is acting against the will of God wars with enemy nations or makes enemies with their neighbors when they are not supposed to, as doctrine mandates, they're even furthermore kind of like, adding insult to injury in that regard. Is that
I
not
suppose
true?
I suppose you're right, but there's other commands in the Torah that says self-defense, that you must act upon self-defense. So the question goes in there: what is called self-defense? Is this a situation that requires self-defense? It's complicated. It's not something I could have opinion on.
I can respect that. I can respect that. So you're not taking one way or the other. It could be highly debated. Okay, that's fair. Do you want to add anything else about the nuance there when it comes to religious or the current form of political Zionism or the secular or ethnic state of Israel particularly the ethnic state. If you have a take on that too, but yeah, whatever you want to add.
Not really. It's just right now it's an ethnic state of Israel, and one thing is very interesting. Children enrolled in schools in Israel now, religious schools surpassed children from the from the from the non-religious schools. So that's an interesting thing that
Oh, you're
happened in
talking
Israel.
about with standardized testing. There's a deviation between the Orthodox schools and the secular schools.
Yes.
They're doing better in the Orthodox schools.
No. There are more children enrolled in Orthodox schools right now in Israel than there are children enrolled in secular schools, which means eventually there will be more Orthodox Jews in Israel than non-Orthodox Jews.
So it's the
And that,
path to prophecy then.
I suppose, but that's really the concern the state of Israel has in regards to to the the draft issue,
Are
because
are
now
there are there Orthodox Jews of influence who are trying to speed along the prophecies in the Torah as far as the Jews reclaiming their home? Is this true or is this a trope?
I mean, every Jew is supposed to do whatever they can to bring the Messiah quicker. So we do it by doing good deeds every day and following the Torah. Others might just see opportunity in physical, actual things to do. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Hershey. Maze, go ahead.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
Hershey.
Logan.
Hang out as long as you want and chime in whenever you want. Go ahead, Maze,
I
and then
just
we'll
want
go to
to,
Ian.
yeah, I just wanted to make a statement about the notion of self-defense because Israel has been determined to be an illegally occupying nation of they're occupying Palestine illegally, and so that that by default puts them in the position of offense and not defense. So they're not defending themselves in that regard. I just wanted to throw that in there for clarification.
That's her opinion. Just want to say
No, no, no. That's
Maze
a
is
fact. That's a fact. That's the
okay. Well, I
United
just it's a
Nations.
disputed fact, though, right?
No, well, the United no, because this is declared by international law. This was determined by the United
I
Nations.
see.
I could.
I just want to say
But
I feel
Mace,
like
the problem when you take this stance is all these organizations will sit there and tell you that Bashar al-Assad committed a genocide, Iran committed a genocide on its people. So if you want
No,
to apply this like liberal logic of the
it's not
UN
liberal
and all
logic.
these stupid
let's not
human
act in
rights
bad faith.
councils, I'm acting in bad faith. I have no problem with it.
You're
I
the only
don't
one here
if we
applying labels.
if we it is yes, the UN is a liberal organization. It is a liberal organization. Like I'm not saying liberal isn't a Democrat. It is a liberally ran
But you're
organization.
saying that if
Every
she
single
adopts that
body of
position, you're labeling her as a liberal when you said
no,
that. You
that's not
didn't.
what I said. I said if you want to adopt the position of a liberal organization like the UN that says Israel is doing all
My
It's
these
the
point
horrible
Geneva.
of
Let,
bringing
things,
let him
up the
finish. Let him
UN.
finish. Let him
that is
finish, and we'll go to
doing all
Ian.
these horrible things, then you have to concur that they are also being truthful when they said Bashar al Assad was massacring his own people, that Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, that
Why do we
Iran
do
is
the?
responsible for
Hold on, Coyote.
prosecuting its own people at a massive scale, because it's all the same governing body. It
Actually,
is.
so the UN Security Council, they established the framework within Resolution 242 calling for Israel to withdraw from the territories and basically acknowledging that it is occupying Palestine illegally, and therefore, whenever you are claiming, I was speaking to specifically Hershey's response to Diligent's question about what the
About
Torah
self-defense.
says about self-defense. So you can have your stance on the UN, you can have your
He
stance
was
on
just,
whatever. I
but
was
Hershey
just
was just describing that there's nuance in the orthodoxy on that position, right? Where you have some interpretations are that they are not supposed to be warring with their neighbors, but then also there are some that hold the position that they are defending themselves from enemies around them, right? So it is nuanced, and again, and this is often going to be the case when we have this discussion is it depends on who you ask, right? But the more important part is why is it a prerequisite for American politicians to hold a certain position in this regard, right? Because really, when you ask a lot of U.S. politicians, is it our duty to defend Israel? They will say yes. Look at Dan Bongino. What do you think about a lot, right? What did he say? What did he say? Oh, I think about the protection of Israel. What? This is somebody who is going to be our FBI lieutenant, right? Our number two in the FBI. Why is he responding that he's more concerned about Israel or a foreign country when he is asked what he thinks about the most? It should be about the success of the United States. This is often the case now, and this is why I want to get down to, right. Like I actually don't have a strong opinion on what Israel does in its neighborhood. I really don't. I think every country has to do what it has to do to make sure that it exists, each of its own, right? Whatever, but not at the expense of another country. And it seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong, overwhelmingly, I've noticed, especially this year, it seems like our country is beholden to a foreign state at its own expense, which is actually my expense, right? I'm a sovereign owner of this country, right? I'm a owner of this government. Each and every American citizen is, right? And I definitely didn't vote for Israel first whenever I elected Donald Trump. At least I didn't think I did, right? And when a lot of people were like on the hubbub about him being owned by Israel and all of this crap, I disregarded it as people who were just it's the Jews. But when you make the distinction there on what Zionism is as far as prioritizing a foreign state, it is absolutely true about Donald Trump. Time after time after time after time, he is prioritizing Israel over his own country, right? Where he there is not a clear tranche of evidence that the policy positions that he's taking support America more than it does them. Right? It should be very clearly evident to the American people, and it's just not. It's just not, and that's a problem. That's a problem because we were already in really dire straits under the Biden administration, right? And instead of focusing on healing the country, right, and making sure that we excel, we succeed, that we win, right? It seems like he's focused on another country, and that's a problem. Go ahead, Ian, and then we'll go to Sam, the other Sam, the female Sam.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. And I'll try to take a 50,000-foot perspective. And maybe what I could also advocate for, I think we've gotten about 50 straight minutes of the Jewish perspective on the issue. And I just wanted to call that out because it's certainly not balanced in terms of the talk track. But again, I'll try to give a 50,000-foot perspective. And I know that there's folks like David Nietzsche, and I could certainly ask if Truth Teller could come in and maybe share the counter opinions and the history thereof. But again, at 50,000 feet, a couple things that I would call out. First and foremost, almost all of the voices that you have listened to thus far, I'm speaking to all those in the listener panel, almost all of those people 2 years ago said I was the crazy guy that said it was all the Jews and said, oh, you're crazy when you suggest that the Jews control the media, they control tech, they control finance, and they control the politicians. They said I was crazy. Now, I kept proving it over and over and over again, and fortunately, people have recognized I was irrefutably correct. And so I would just ask again at 50,000 feet, who are you going to listen to? The people that clearly were pushing propaganda and lies, or those that have been correct? Now, when it comes to that, why would they push lies? I could go back to literally the motto of Mossad, which was through deception, we shall wage war. That basically means we
What
will
is
lie to
Mossad for
you.
the listeners who might not know, Ian?
Yeah, but it's essentially Israeli intelligence, right? It is there. You could think of it almost like the
It's their version
CIA.
of the CIA.
Exactly. And you could also go back and you could curiously look at let's say, the foundation of the CIA and Mossad, and you're going to notice some weird parallels there, right? But this is irrefutably correct. That was their motto. If you don't believe that, because it sounds wild, go and ask Rock, and it will say, yes, that was the motto, which is basically, we will lie where it is convenient to wage war. And why? Because other people were stronger. They were superior. They had bigger empires. They had bigger budgets, right? So you had a group of people that needed to subvert and to basically usurp all of that power for their benefit. Now, people talked about the Balfour Declaration. Well, who was that declared to? It was dear Lord Rothschild. That's who it was made out to. And oh, by the way, it was made to them because they basically said, they being the, let's say, largely Jewish international bankers, said that they would be able to arm twist the United States to join the war to fight for England against Germany because the English were losing the war. That's how all of this essentially began roughly 100 years ago. Now, we could
Even
also
though
talk.
I want to add for ask you something before you move on from that part. The central banking system, a lot there was, especially back then, it was largely Jewish. But let me ask you this: beyond being ethnically Jewish, are they Orthodox Jews or are they Zionists?
So, well, certainly Zionists, you could say. What I would also add,
That's the focus of the space. So, um, because
I mean,
Zionists,
we can go in that direction. What I could say is, and this is the thing that's curious about this, Diligent, because there is a religious, there's also a political and kind of an empirical power to this, right? And so after the Balfour Declaration was signed, after the Federal Reserve was signed, you want to know who just randomly were in the streets celebrating with religious symbolism? It was Jewish rabbis. They celebrated the construction of the Federal Reserve. It was their great victory. And they had been trying to get that implemented going all the way back to the founding of the country, essentially with Hamilton, right? So this is something that's been going on for a long, long time. Now, really quickly,
Can I
on
can I have a
hold on,
single
Hershey. I'll let you
source?
respond. I'll let you respond, Hershey.
Now,
Go ahead,
now,
Ian.
so really quickly on political Zionism, this is downstream. It is basically, and again, go ask Grok to anybody that thinks what I'm about to say is unreasonable. It goes back to Moses Hess. Now, who was he? He was the individual that authored Rome and Jerusalem, which is considered, at least in the social aspects and maybe the geopolitical, you could think of it. He's the founder of Zionism. Now, that movement was basically saying we are going to build an ethno state. And from that ethno state, we will essentially rule the rest of the world. It will give to our orders. It will become what we desire. That was basically the intentions of it. Now you can go back to the first Zionist conference where this was suggested, it was celebrated, and who was it sponsored by? The same Jewish international bankers. Right now you can look at who was it that Moses Hess was collaborating with, and of all people, it's Karl Marx and Engels, who of course wrote the Communist Manifesto. Now, Engels authored, and note, now there's actually a little bit of debate on whether it was Engels or Marx who wrote this specific piece, but it basically said as follows, and I can go and get the exact quote if you want. Everybody, again, can go to Grok and it'll pull it up. But they basically said, for the world to succumb to this global communist regime, there will have to be a global hellstorm, also translated for what it's worth, curiously, as a global holocaust that will basically destroy all the parts of the world that are not in a status where they can become part of this regime because they don't have either the financial, the economic, or maybe the political landscape to support it. Now, why do I mention that? Because if you look over the last 50, 60, 70 years, not only has the United States been used as a cudgel and a bulwark to build up the greater Israel project that we've all seen taking place post World War II, of course, resulting in the assassination, at least in my worldview, of anybody who stood in the way of it, including JFK and RFK, right? But not only were they building that, they've also, the same forces have been derooting and deracinating all of the first world nations because, in order for Israel and the greater Israel project to rule the world, they can't just build that up. They also have to decimate and basically hamstring anything that could be in opposition to it. And so, as a result, what are you seeing? You're seeing the same interests, and Alejandro Mayorkas being the prime suspect, a Sephardic Jew who was the head of Homeland Security. And prior to it, he was running the
Is he a
largest
Zionist?
of course he is. And he was running HIAS, the largest Jewish nonprofit that funnels massive migration to the United States. He got in charge of the border as literally the Secretary of Homeland Security, and an estimated 20 to 25 million people flooded the United States in as little as 4 years. That's about 17,000 people a day, every day for 4 straight years. That doesn't happen by accident or by donkeys or burros. That is a military operation that was funded and sponsored by the US government against its people, which, as you mentioned, Diligent, is resulting in the destruction of the United States. So, what is Zionism? It's the buildup of the future ethno state of the Jews at the expense of everybody else. And we can go and we can look at direct quotes from Netanyahu and all these other Jewish leaders that have basically said and suggested we will use the US for what it is worth. It's a big piggy bank and it's a lot of muscle. When we're done with it, we will discard it and throw it by the wayside. And what is happening right now is exactly that. So again, you can all, the people listening, You can listen to those same shills that spent the last 45 minutes trying to push the pro Zionist angle, or you can go back over the last 2 years and you can recognize in every debate that they've had with me on all of these issues that they claimed I was wrong at every turn. Obviously, I'm not. This group of interests obviously controls everything. They control all the AI, all your politicians. They clearly own Donald Trump. So much so that they're now basically saying, oh, by the way, we need to now pass laws criminalizing the act of noting that this stuff is happening. That is how subverted we are. It is this same interest that is doing it. And anybody that wants to listen to these clowns that are suggesting that Zionism is good as your nation is being destroyed, well, then I've got a oceanfront property in Arizona to sell you. And if you want to buy it, I'll sell you the Golden Gate for free, as George Strait, the country musician, would suggest, right? These people are lying. They are running their deception and their ruse, and they are playing emotional pillpull to try and get you to ignore the obvious. So again, Diligent, that's at 50,000 feet. We can pull apart all these angles, but I think it would be reasonable to have, a decent number of individuals that are, let's say, antagonistic to the message that we heard for the last hour before we give them another 45 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, I was trying to just understand what Zionism is before I was letting people advocate or argue against. And so I wanted to get Hershey, particularly as an Orthodox Jew. Um, it sounds like his position has changed. I met Hershey last year during the summer, where he was. It sounded like he was more opposed to what was going on with Iran at the time, because it was actually him and another Orthodox Jew who told me that there was a teaching in the Torah that was against. He did to add a caveat to that, and in his defense, he did tell me that it was disputed. Then it just sounds like he's less he has a less strong position than he did at the time. Maybe I'm confusing him with someone else. I don't want to speak for him. Hershey, did you want to? You were trying to chime in on what Ian was saying as far as the banking goes, and its influence,
Yeah.
and then we'll go on from there.
Yeah, my opinion, my position hasn't changed so much. It's raging war that is against the religious beliefs. Now there is this thing about self-defense, and also the raging war, enlisting in their military. That's the biggest issue, because we don't know what's religiously correct or not.
If you don't mind me, it is law that 18-year-olds have to conscript for 2 years. They're mandatory after they get out of school. Is that correct?
I don't know exactly the law, but something like that. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So every citizen there has to serve in the military, pretty much.
Yes. There are some loopholes for people who learn Torah, but that looks like that's up for debate every single day, and that's where the religious Jews clash with the non-religious
Well,
Jews.
it sounds very similar to what we're moving towards as far as rhetoric goes in the draft year, right? It sounds like every day we're kind of moving towards that model. They're pushing for us to conscript at an early age for men, at least in the United States, which is something that we haven't really had a strong talk about since the Vietnam War. Even it wasn't even a big discussion during 9/11, and all of a sudden we go to a war with Iran, and now everybody's talking draft, 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 draft. It's a little disconcerting as a parent.
Yeah, but I want to emphasize on that one thing. Um, as a parent, it's discomforting to send a child to a draft, but from a religious perspective, a Jew doesn't have an issue with serving in the American army. We have an issue as a religious Jew, according to a very
Serving in the state, yeah,
serving in
in
the
the
state of Israel's
you're right,
army.
right, yep.
My question to Ian was, I would really like to have a single source of a single rabbi um, being happy or celebrating the creation of the Federal Reserve. I don't think that exists. This whole system from the fractional reserve banking, I mean, it's not new. Many believe it was done in Egypt over 3,000 years ago. But the celebration of it in the United States, name me a single rabbi who celebrated it, please.
Do you mind if I just look it up with Grok so we can kind of like end
Yeah,
any
sure.
debate? All right, Grok, can you pull up or cite any instance of a rabbi, an Orthodox or ethnic Jewish rabbi, celebrating the formation of the Federal Reserve around then? And cite your source.
No, I can't find any credible instance of that. There's no historical record of an Orthodox rabbi, or really any rabbi, publicly celebrating the creation of the Federal Reserve in 1913. The key figures involved, like Paul Warburg, were secular or Reform Jews, not Orthodox. Claims about rabbis and Jewish bankers celebrating the Fed
Okay, so
appear to be modern.
what about ethnic Jews celebrating?
It's also asking about the people directly
Well, I
involved
mean,
in it,
let's make sure
diligent.
maybe there's a distinction here. Go ahead, Grok.
No, there's no record of ethnic Jews celebrating the creation of the Federal Reserve. The main Jewish figure involved was Paul Warburg, a German Jewish banker. He was a strong advocate for a U.S. central bank and helped design it, but there was no public celebration or big Jewish communal event around the Federal Reserve Act in 1913. These kinds of claims usually come from conspiracy narratives that exaggerate.
Yeah,
Yeah, of
Ian loves
course.
that word, conspiracy
Yeah,
narratives. He
just
loves
like
that
all
word.
my hey, diligent. Why don't we ask it if Jews control the media and watch how we play this one out?
Oh, I was just
I'm dead
answering that one
serious. It'll be
point.
hysterical.
I do want to focus on Zionism. We can get into that. I want the focus to be Zionism. I said that when I was going to host the space, and so I'm just keeping to my own guardrails. Let's go to Sam, the woman, and
Thank
then we
you.
will go to Coyote.
Thank you. I have a few points from the other speakers and your points too, but just before that, I don't know who this Ian is, but he cited Truth Teller, somebody to have on here. And I don't know if any of you know who he
Well,
is,
let's
but he
not
said,
talk about accounts who are not here to defend
oh, well,
themselves.
okay, we won't talk about him, but I think most of us know who he is. The other thing is you were talking about Venezuela, Cuba, and Iran all being anti-Israel, and coincidentally, that's who America attacks. It's not a coincidence. You're just looking at the wrong things. Israel is fighting the same war that countries in the West are fighting. There's a goal to implement radical Islam throughout the Western countries. And you can see what's happening in Europe. You can see what's been happening in the States. You can see what's happening with money that's funded. You talk about Jewish lobbies. Israel is the 10th lobby, the 10th biggest country to lobby. Do you know who comes first? It's Saudi Arabia. It's the Arab Emirates. It's Qatar. And they've been investing in universities to bring about the same type of views that you see going on the streets with all the craziness going on in the protests and all of the,
Protesting is a fundamental U.S.
it
American
is not
right.
the way they're doing it though, not the way they're doing it. They're acting unruly, they're being violent, they're calling for deaths. That's not protest, that's hate, and it's
It's
organized
not
hate, and
hate.
it's paid for by foreign lobbies, okay, and foreign
Yeah, who
countries.
runs all those
So
universities?
hold on, Ian. She didn't interrupt you. Sam, there
Yeah.
is when I'm talking about it, the by far when it comes to lobbying, China is one of the biggest ones, right?
China's number one. Yeah,
There's
China's number one.
billions. They,
And
every
they're behind us
annually they
too.
if Sam, if I'm just responding to you, I'm adding a caveat because you're saying foreign lobby. I was talking about politics, particularly our elections. So I'm just making sure that our audience, because there's 600 people in here, understands the distinction. China and all the other countries lobby our congressmen and our administration annually because of Citizens United, where corporations and PACs and nonprofits are allowed a voice due to a Supreme Court ruling about ironically enough, the Clintons, a documentary about the Clintons. And so a ruling happened, and I would argue this is probably part of a broader strategy that allowed corporations and money to represent speech. And that's why our government and our politics are so corrupt. That aside, right? As far as election goes, APAC, which is a foreign interest lobby, they're not a foreign lobby. They lobby for a foreign interest. Israel is in the name of the acronym itself. They outspend other foreign interest lobbies by orders of magnitude. It's not even close. And since the 2022 election, they've spent over 127 million on our elections for candidates. They just spent 16 million. That's just with the lobby. That's not including the billionaires to unseat Massey, the largest amount ever spent in a single campaign to unseat a incumbent in U.S. history. Right. So whenever I talk about foreign interests and lobbying in that regard, I am specifically referring to the elections. The lobbying itself, I'm vehemently opposed. Let me just add this one more thing. I am not good with foreign interest from any country lobbying our government. Not from China, not from Israel, not from Qatar, not from Sudan, not anywhere, right? I'm not good with it, right? My approach is unilateral here, right? I apply it symmetrically, right? It's symmetrically. The ones who are paying the most need to be stopped. The ones who are paying the least need to be stopped. The foreign influence money needs to get out of US politics, right? When you put enough people in that are pro-Israel, right? You by It's unavoidable when Israel has that much influence over our US House and our US Senate and our administration. Those politicians who are beholden to those pro-Israel or foreign interest lobbies are going to put out policy that favors that foreign interest, right? And so that there's always a trade-off that occurs there. You cannot get away from. Shout out to my boy Hitslap. There's no solutions. There are only trade-offs. And when there is a foreign interest prioritization, it is a trade-off of U.S. domestic interest, right? And it's unavoidable. This is how the world. This is how it works. Go ahead, Sam. You can respond, and then we'll go to, of course, my co-host, and then we'll go to call.
Yeah, just that APEC isn't a foreign, like you mentioned, it's not a foreign interest. It's an American lobbying group.
A
But
foreign
apart,
interest lobbying group is what I said.
okay, but it's also for the Jews in the United States, and the fact that if you view it to be a more favorable relationship, it's not because of that. And you mentioned Israel getting receiving aid. All of that aid, by the way, comes back to United States for jobs, for manufacturing jobs. It's not money that's thrown away to Israel and it goes missing. Okay, so that's another thing that you were saying, and America gets a
I
lot for
said I
that.
don't want to pay. I don't want United States giving any aid to any foreign
It's
countries.
not aid though; it comes back. It comes
No,
I
it
back
wasn't
more
the
than
doesn't.
one
it goes
describing
out.
it as aid.
Pardon?
I'm not
Because
the one describing it as
okay,
aid.
you can
Our own
describe. I'm just
country is.
explaining what it does, though. I mean, if you view it
But
in
you're
one
It's
way,
lying.
not aid, it's
you
defense spending. It's a different line item. So that comes out of the defense budget. Aid is a different line item.
There's $3 billion that goes there annually that's labeled as aid.
Just federal, and it's
it
almost 4
comes
Okay,
Yeah.
billion.
back though.
Yeah, but that's federal spending
but
that
it's
comes
still
from the
labeled as
defense
aid, right?
sector. No, it's labeled as defense spending. Foreign aid is its own line
Okay,
item.
okay. So I want to go back to Sam, what you were
Yeah.
just saying
Mm-hmm.
about APAC being it's a pro-Jewish lobby, right? Is what you said?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to read you APAC celebration post about unseating Thomas Massey, and I want you to tell me what in this rhetoric or in this statement from them says that they did it on behalf of Jewish people. Okay, quote: Pro-Israel Americans are proud to help defeat anti-Israel candidates. Being pro-Israel is good policy and good politics. So what about there is declaring the victory on behalf of Jewish people?
Well, I think it's actually really evident, and it's sad that a lot of people don't see it because what's happening to the Jews what's happening with the anti-Israel feeling and the anti-Jewish, it's all a concerted campaign to take attention away from what the real problem is. If you're not pro-Israel,
How can we
actually,
listen to
you're
this?
pro. Can
It's
you
a
stop talking?
pro-Israel
We
lobby,
let
though.
all views be represented. I
If
just
you're not in
But we got an
favor,
hour of the Jewish people, and then I spoke for 10 minutes, and now we're right back into the same thing. It's wild.
I
if
mean
you're not in
I don't know what to
favor,
tell you.
if you're not in
I
favor
didn't tell you to
of
stop talking, and you stopped talking. So
of
I don't know what you want. What do
He's
you want me to do?
she's setting it up
Hold on,
to
I want
try
to
to
know what
dunk
she's
you,
about
bro.
to
That's
say.
what I'm
If we're
I
saying.
not
That's
in
what
want to
he's
hear
saying.
favor
what she
of
has
what?
to say because
yeah,
I'm the one that has this position, right? Like this is my position. This isn't your position. There's nothing in this post that says anything about being pro-Jew. There's nothing in this post that says anything about being pro-American. What this post is saying is that you are prioritizing Israel, or you are not allowed to serve in U.S. politics, and they will spend an infinite amount of money, it seems like, to make sure that happens. And that's a problem for somebody who is pro-American. There's nothing in this statement, not one thing in this statement that says they are doing it to protect Jews. There's nothing in this statement to say that they are doing it to protect Jewish interests. There's nothing in this statement that says that they're doing it to prioritize American sovereignty or well-being or life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Nothing about American security. Nothing about American economic improvement. Nothing. There is nothing here but pro-Israel sentiment.
Can I explain
As
why
they
though?
unseat, hold on, as they unseat the one of the most conservative, high conservative scoring voters in his career, right, with the Liberty score, right, one of the most consistent Liberty score conservative voting records out there, right? And so again, where in this statement, I'm going to read it one more time. Pro-Israel Americans are proud to help and defeat anti-Israel candidates. Being pro-Israel is good policy and good politics. What part of that is espousing pro-Jewish beliefs or pro-American beliefs?
Can I explain what I was trying to explain before?
Sure.
My what I'm contend is that those people who aren't fighting for a tiny state the size of Oregon, hundredth of size of Saudi Arabia, to survive in the middle of a den of radical Islamists who want to kill it. They're
So stop
signing their
blowing
own
everyone
death.
up.
I'm talking.
Yeah, I
Stop
understand that.
talking.
Stop blowing up every nation around
Don't
you.
come and
Sam,
massacre
Ian,
innocents. Don't come and massacre innocents if you don't want to be blown up.
Who massacred the Palestinians?
Sam, you're not answering my question though,
I'm trying
right?
to. If I weren't interrupted every 2 minutes, I'd
Who's
be able to
bombing
get my point
Lebanon?
out.
So what part of
Do
that
you see what's
statement?
happening in Europe? Have you noticed what's happening in
I
Europe on
don't
the
care what's
streets?
happening in Europe.
Because it's a warning of what can happen here and what's been
But
Yeah,
why
happening.
because
are those
Jews
Our
flooded the
people
nations with
okay?
migrants.
hold on. Okay, our Constitution explicitly forbids the implementation of a religious doctrine as law. Right? It's called it is called fuck. There's a clause, the Establishment Clause in the First Amendment. Our Constitution forbids the government from espousing a religious doctrine as law. It cannot prioritize or adopt any religion over any other religion. Okay. It cannot survive a court battle as long as we have a judicial system that is still ruling. Apparently, the Supreme Court seems to be doing that.
It's
Right.
still happening though.
So
They're
this
putting out
fear
Sharia courts.
mongering, hold on.
No, it's not fear
Hold on.
mongering. It's happening.
I'm answering your question about Europe. Okay, this fear mongering about Sharia law happening in the United States is bullshit. The same way that people were trying to fear monger me about the adoption of Jewish law under Trump was bullshit, because I know how our system works. Our government is not allowed to adopt one or the other. And people saying that the growth of mosques nationwide is not a sign of radical Islam. Listen, our government allows for all religions to be here under one hat. It's what's unique about the United States. It was founded on this premise. Religious expression is welcome here, right? Different kinds of religious expression. Muslims are allowed to be here. Christians are allowed to be here. Jews are allowed to be here. Hindus are allowed to be here. And not only are they allowed to be here, they are allowed to thrive here under the protection of the Constitution. This fear mongering that I see happening to incite Christians to hate Muslims and Jews, conversely, right, is not going to go on unopposed in my space. I'm sorry, Sam, but it's
It's
just
not
not.
fear mongering and it's not Muslims. It's radical Islamists who have come in since the Syrian war. They've been flooding countries, Western
Who
countries,
brought
and
them in?
trying to implement their own way of life. And that's what's happened in Europe.
Was it
And
was it
Europe and
radical
Belgium, there's
Muslims?
no yes, radical
So who
Was
Muslims.
it
brought them in?
radical Muslims that unseated Thomas Massey?
Thomas Massey unseated
I'm
Thomas
asking
Massey.
Sam a
Yeah,
question.
Thomas Massey is a disgusting human being. If you like
Okay,
It's
him, I'm
always
your
the
sorry about
collection
personal
it.
and
opinion
He's a
aside,
horrible
your
human
personal
being.
hold
Yeah.
on. Your personal opinion aside,
Whoever unseated him, I'm grateful to them because he's
what
horrible.
was it? Is APAC a okay? Let me just ask you this: Is APAC a religious movement, or is it an ethnical or a political movement? What is it?
It's not a religious movement. It's
Okay,
protecting
it's
the
not a
rights of
religion. Is
Jews
it an ethnic movement?
and ethnic. It's an call it an ethno-religious movement if you want to call it that. I don't know what you want to call it.
Well, I mean, it's influencing politics, so it has to be more than
Everything.
that.
There's so many lobbies influencing politics. If it's
But this
influenced,
one
Well,
outspends the
this is the
hold
other
on, hold
thing.
on, hold
This is
on,
the
hold
other
on.
thing, though.
But
Is you
this
said
one,
influencing politics.
hold on. But this one outspends the rest by orders of magnitude when it comes to a foreign interest. That's why we're having a conversation about it,
Yeah,
right? So what is it?
but do you know
Is
that
it
country? Do you actually think the United States would act in a way that wouldn't be in its best interest? Have you ever
a
known a
hundred
state?
percent? It
You
thousand
does
do.
that
percent.
That's not how
regularly
nation
because
states act.
it
complete,
That's
does
not
that
how nation
regularly
states
because
completely.
act.
our
I'm sorry.
politicians can be bought and paid for to
Yeah.
serve other interests. They do it to us all the time. If you don't believe me, look at COVID. Look at the pharmaceutical companies. Like this is the status quo here. So yes,
They're
our
not going to
government
put
operates in the
their
best interests
livelihood.
of a few as opposed to the many regularly. There's
They're
plenty of
not.
evidence for this.
So
Why does
so
she
you
argue on behalf of a foreign country this much? I don't understand. It's
Exactly.
American.
Because
This is an
she's
because
American or
Jewish.
no?
Well,
you're
she's
putting up.
arguing with me, so let's not
Mhm.
It's
dogpile her.
not you. What you're
Okay.
arguing basically is that Israel shouldn't be an ally with Israel. Basically, that's
Those
that's
That's
your
not
those
what
are
I
the
argument.
same
said.
And
country.
No,
what's
what
the
I'm
alternative?
arguing, hold on,
Yeah.
Sam. My problem is I don't have a problem with them having a partnership with Israel. They're not our ally, right? They're not a part of some formal treaty where we have to defend them, they have to defend us. That is not true, right? So one, they're not a
Well, I
formal
don't know.
ally.
They've been
They
called one of
are
your most important allies
they
many
are a
times, from what I
security
can
they are
hear.
a security partner,
Uh
and
huh.
I would argue, I'm answering your question. I would argue that that partnership is lopsided as I see it because of their influence on our politics, which favors them as well, right? And so they can influence the policies that benefit their country by buying our politicians. And so again, my problem is not what Israel is doing over there. My problem is what Israel is doing over here. I don't like that our system allows for foreign interests, I'll say, not foreigners, foreign interests to lobby on behalf of a political religious ideology. You said it yourself.
It's not a
It's an
it's
ethno-religious ideology. I
well,
don't
and
like the
because I don't know
fact
what to call it. It's not a religious ideology. Obviously, it's not
you
because
even
it's
you
there for
don't know
all
what to call it.
Jews. No, because what it is though is it's pro-Israel because Israel is whether you call it an ally or not. It provides a lot more
I'm just
actually
being objective.
because it
How
provides
do they benefit America?
intelligence sharing,
What
military defense
intelligence? We give them
cooperation.
all our
Hold
intelligence
on,
so they
Are
can
hold
you
on.
spy on
joking?
us.
Are you joking? They
No,
provide
I'm
all
not
the
joking.
intelligence. Yeah. Look what England's been going through since they stopped sharing their
They do share
intelligence.
intelligence. They do
They
share
absolutely
technology, but
do.
at what cost?
No, they're
Again,
protecting the United States. The United
From
States is
what?
safer because of Israel.
Iraq.
Yeah, from all of
From
it.
from
Technology
mass
innovation,
inflation, from the
military
the
training.
theft of our military. Why do we have to listen to this fool? It's unbelievable. Israel's our
Okay.
greatest
Let's
Well,
listen
ally.
to
They
Ian, the
bomb all
Ian,
their
hold on,
Pakistani
neighbors.
Please
talk.
tell
Let's
us.
let
So let me just tell you, right? I'm hosting this space so that we can have a conversation where perspectives are heard. I am in opposition to her on this argument, right? And you are complaining that I am allowing her to be heard on her part after she listens to me argue, right? If you want to be in an echo chamber, that's fine, right? You can go
This is
do an
the echo
echo
chamber. It's
chamber.
been 90 minutes of Jews speaking.
I'm not a Jew, right? I'm bitching about them lobbying in our country. So what's the problem here?
If I
Do you
may.
want somebody to host a space that's not complaining about them bitching lobbying in our
No,
country?
Diligent, I can appreciate that, but when 90% of the airtime has literally just been
What do you
Jews on
mean?
this
I'm
issue, it's
having a back and
infuriating.
forth with her. I'm also taking up airtime. How is it 90% if I am talking? I
And
don't understand that.
Ian,
It's
also,
like you
I
don't
think,
want to hear her perspective at all.
No, it's just
well,
it's lie after lie after pillful after pillful. The United States has spent 15% of
But
all of
she's
its
not
federal
winning the
dollars.
argument, right? This is for the benefit of the listeners. I do not give a fuck what anybody on this panel thinks, right? This is not for your benefit. It's not for anybody up on this panel's benefit. Everybody up here is already pretty solid in their positions on this issue, right? They are married to their positions, but there are 600 people or more down there listening, more on YouTube, who are learning from both sides of this. And I can tell you this much: when people are like, oh, well, why are we letting Israel buy our politicians? And they're like, Israel is our greatest ally. It is not selling anybody. So let her say it. Because if you don't listen to that, right? And they listen to the opinion or the propaganda in isolation where it's not challenged by somebody who is a moderate, it's going to either be perceived one of two ways. One is that it's hateful, right? We already know they do that, right? Is to label everybody a bigot. Or two, right, is going to be, oh, they are our greatest allies, and this is true, and it doesn't get challenged at all. That's the problem with the echo chambers. So both sides are going to get represented here. I am actually on the opposition side to Israel or pro-Israel lobbies spending money on our politics. She's arguing with me, right? So if I don't have a problem with her pushing back on me, I don't understand why you do, because I'm still fighting for the position, right? I'm trying to hear her rationalize or justify it. And I haven't seen her do that just yet. We'll go to Coyote after this. Sam, if you want to respond, I'm going to
No,
ask you one more time.
I just want to know one thing: was what you think about CARE and their influence and what's going on in politics.
About what?
About CARE, CAIR,
I,
American.
I don't. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no,
American
the
what?
American Islamic
Yeah, I don't like
organization.
I don't like any foreign interest lobbying money spent in the United States on our politicians.
But why
So
is
How,
it
it
that
how
you
many
do
elections did they
it,
just
it
buy?
also
Zionism?
hold on.
Uh-huh.
It also applies to them. As a matter of fact, I'm not a fan of any money being spent in
But how
politics at
many
all.
elections did they just buy? Didn't we just watch an
I
election
don't have
bought?
it. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Really?
No,
My
we
my
didn't.
my position
They
on
didn't buy
this
any
my
elections.
my
Uh-huh.
position my position on this is universal, right? Somebody replied to me on Thomas Massey's on this APAC post. They replied to me with they quote posted me and they added a snippet of some of the payments that were donated to Thomas Massey that had like Arab sounding names. So I guess they're implying that there was Islamic. I had Grok tallied up, or I tallied it up myself. It was $70,000 to compared to $16 million. 70,000 versus 16 million. Orders and orders of magnitude more for a foreign interest lobby over anybody else. It's completely outsized, right? And so, but my position is the same, right? It wouldn't matter if China was spending $16 million to unseat Massey, or if an Islamic state nation or a pack that was in the interest of a Islamic state nation, let's just say Lebanon, for example, I would not be supportive of them spending that money there. So this doesn't have anything to do with Israel per se. I mean, other than the pro-Israel sentiment is what's spending the most money. But this policy of mine, this position of mine, is universal across the board, right? It just happens to be that the pro-Israel lobby is the one that's spending the most every year. It's not even close. They outspend all other foreign interest lobbies for elections every year, and they're one of the only ones that can do it outright without getting labeled for FARA, which I think is a problem. Yesterday, was it yesterday or this morning? I think it was yesterday. One of Trump's inside guys posted that the administration is looking into a foreign influence operation into what's happening online with people. I guess if I had to guess, it was probably the people who are against the Iran war and the foreign policy when it regards to Israel. He didn't name anybody, but he said foreign countries are paying influencers to do an influencer operation when it comes to foreign policy, and we're looking into it. You know what I had Grok do? I had Grok say, I said, Grok, name the influencers who were reported to have this happen in the last week. You know what Grok responded with? Project Esther and influencers getting paid $7,000 from Israel to propagandize Americans with pro-Israel content. That was Grok's response, not mine. I didn't suggest Israel. It came up with it on its own. Well, why isn't that project being investigated the same as any other project? This is a problem. Foreign influence in the United States, it needs to be governed. It needs to be regulated across the board equally, regardless of the country, period. Americans need to be able to form an objective opinion about these countries and about these policies that are not influenced by propaganda campaigns that are allowed to flourish here because our leaders are beholden to that ideology or to that state, right? And so, again, I have a problem with it across the board. It wouldn't matter what country it is, Sam. Hopefully that answered your question. Go ahead, Coyote.
Okay, just one
Appreciate
more
it.
thing.
No, no, no.
Okay,
Here, no, 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 you
Yeah,
got it.
Sam.
Yeah,
go
Sam, I'm
ahead.
yeah.
sorry. I'll come
All
back to you,
right,
Sam. Go ahead,
no
Coyote.
problem. Bye.
And so I got it's crazy. This is a good thing. I'm glad you're doing this, man. I'm gonna just kind of bring a little bit of little different kind of angle on some of these things. I would say Project Esther is a big thing people should look out. You got a Brad Parscale in Texas. He did Trump's digital campaign or whatnot. He got $9 million registered through FARA. All this is public information. You can go look at it. They got with these little companies a little bit. We saw that with Thomas Bessie kind of pointed over there to Turning Point USA. But the thing about Project Esther, it is targeted literally towards Generation Z, which is overwhelmingly not pro-Israel. The kind of scary, honestly, looking at the Pew poll, the latest Pew polls, they're at like 30-something% support, and the rest is no. It's not. They're not having it because they've kind of come up and seen this. We've been arguing a lot of these people. I know y'all know me. I know Timmy's going to come up here. It's going to be the Mexican Malta Mormons. We got to do this relationship. I know the rhetoric to where we make the Muslims or the Japanese pack and stuff like that, so we can take the focus off of the one more significant lobby. Well, not just that one. You got CUFI as well, which is Christians United for Israel, which is a 10 million strong in the United States. That is a force to be reckoned with under Pastor John Hagee. With this comes to my thing. I will go to the Zionism aspect of it. I do know the political terminology. I even know I can go as far as to point you towards anti-Semitism is going to be the Jews' best friend, and that's not me
For the
saying that.
record, you're the only one that has mentioned the word anti-Semitism up to
Yeah,
this point.
no, I'm saying it's utilized. It's a tactic. That's what I'm saying. Theodore Herzl, he talked about this. They would use states anti-Semitism or whatever, and it's a benefiting thing. So if you wonder why you hear it everywhere and it drives you crazy, and identity politics have became a thing in the conservative party. The people that used to shame people that did the victim stance or whatever. That's not very based, I gotta say. Like so, every time, and it feels goofy when I hear it, but when I hear the victim stance. That's not something conservatives do. So please don't call yourself conservatives if you are pulling the victim stance to, especially 9, 10 times a day. But I do understand kind of the how the rhetoric goes or whatever. But I wish they wouldn't crank it up so loud right now, bro. And they're doing it's because the support has overwhelmingly become it's not for Israel or whatever. They've went through polls after polls and they've tried everything. The Harvard poll did one over. They gave them the option of Israel or Hamas, and the Gen Z chose Hamas, which is kind of scary. But that's where they're at, man. And
It's scary. I don't like
I
that
mean,
either.
it's crazy. But
I don't want to pick in either one.
no, it's that's just wild. Why would you give them that? The thing we should ask ourselves: why would you give them that option right there? That's this. These are the
Where they
problems
have
that.
it's an ultimatum where they have to choose one or the other.
Yeah, like you look bad, either way. But the thing is, it's like all these things you got. They got geo fencing around our churches. They're taking our pastors over there, giving them free trips and talking to them. That they don't believe in the same Messiah. It's all mixed up. Got Abrahamic faiths that are different. Respect it, right? Like I can respect
Somebody
that.
let me know if they see Bucky Carlson in the listeners. Go ahead,
It's
continue.
it's just they should people should respect other and not infiltrate and fucking use rhetoric in their theology and stuff like that. The problem is right now, I'm telling you, like everybody's got their kind of angle. My thing is this: you have an end time, dispensationalism, which it was come from another country, but it was our grandparents and our parents or whatever. They really really took to this. Well, they gave us AI and all this technology, and most of the people Christians already knew, but a quarter of this country is the evangelical movement, and that was targeted by President Trump starting in 2015. Go look at it. Think about Mike Pence. I always wondered about that. Like, how did he get that? But the thing is, it's like the politicians in this country are getting with the foreign ministry in Israel. They're getting with these big religious icons, and they're quoting geopolitical headlines as end time prophecies, saying, "Oh, Gog and Magog, look what they're doing in Iran." So all the people start sending money.
Well,
They could rationalize death,
can
bro. Think about that.
you talk too fast. I want the listeners to
Yeah.
be able to follow. Can you elaborate on what Zog and Magog are?
Gog and Magog. it's a idea. I'm trying to be proper here because I don't want to
We have Hershey up here. I'm sure
no,
he probably
I know what it
knows.
is, but it's just a fairy tale. Like it's not what the text
It's a
reads.
prophecy that regards it's about the war that needs to take place in order for Israel to reclaim Temple Mount, I believe.
Russia, Iran, you got Libya, Ethiopia that claim. But the thing is, it's like even if they use the ideology that they use right there, it states that Israel was at a peaceful place, and then all this shit starts popping off. Well, they just disregarded that, and the Christians don't even care, bro. They don't care. That was a big talking point. They learned this on
Howdy,
the pew.
about the propaganda, the influencer propaganda. But Kim Higby put out this post yesterday. I want to get your thoughts on it. Says, quote, any quote unquote conservative who is willing to vote Democrat, quote unquote, over Israel is not your ally. Israel is not a red blue issue. Both Republicans and Democrats support Israel. They're voting Democrat because they're fucking Democrats. Is that a weird post to post
It's so
randomly
weird, bro.
on a Saturday?
It's very weird. You look up the Overton window. I looked it up the other day. Didn't ask anything about it. It's like Democratic over. I'm like, what is going on? Because they're shaping the AI too.
Are they
But
are
that
is
talking,
that it seems
that's
like he's
crazy talking
gaslighting
point.
conservatives into saying either you have to vote along with us, even if you don't like our Israel policy, or you're a Democrat. That's the way that I interpreted it. They're
100%. I mean, it's like you could be a Democrat. It's like it's like a bullying tactic kind of too. But it's never picked up. They've been doing that
very
for a minute.
manipulative tactic,
Very
anyways,
manipulative.
regardless.
And from a damn guy that went over there to Israel. It's got pictures with Benjamin Netanyahu, pushes polls and stuff for it. It's very he needs to register as a foreign agent or whatever, because I know that there's got to be some kind of money or whatever. But anyway, like I do think that's another thing that we got to kind of like pay more attention to. They have a lot of foreign stuff. I mean, it's on this app. We all know that, and we can go there. But it needs to go through the proper protocol, register under FARA, become a foreign agent, so where we can look this up, because it's propagate. Like, we don't know who's who. You got people saying they're Christians. They probably come in there as Catholics, Muslim, all this stuff, and that they're not really doing that. They're pushing for a different agenda. You start seeing these things clear, like as you go, and that's kind of why I got to take up for the guys right there and remind them. It's like the part of the strategy is designed to get everybody yelling at each other to take off of the focus or whatever. But the whole thing is, it's like, why are we pushing? Why am I hearing people, Americans, seeing thumbs go down whenever we talk about there shouldn't be a foreign lobby? Everybody should be like, yes, I'm with that shit. Let's no foreign lobbies, no lobbies at all. I'm
Well,
with
there's a
that
lot
too.
of incentive for people to disagree with you.
It's like, but what are you doing? Is that a dual loyalty? Zionism is it's for another country, right? Which is cool if you're Israeli in Israel. But once you come to America and you put that, regardless of who you are, like you got a dual loyalty right there. You are not putting your focus. It is not America first. You can't be, by definition, America first if you a Zionist in America. We can only be Americanism. That's the only
Right.
ism that could be here.
Dual loyalty is no loyalty at all.
It's not. It's like we gotta focus on here. And we have people that I thought had sense pushing for us to go to Cuba now before we take care of our shit. This is bad, man. We really, really got to take a look at this. But I do urge everybody, I always do, study your stuff up. They got a book by Frank Lutz, who is he is a hell of a propagandist out of America, that went over there and gave them a whole handbook that you can look up. And it's got the techniques that they learned with the Hasbro Fellowship, which they offer at mainly every college campus, and they utilize these things. And they
Yeah, he's
got
a pollster, right?
he's just, man, it's
You're talking
very
about Frank
frustrating.
Luntz?
Yeah, Frank Lutz.
Yeah, Frank Luntz, who was the roommate of what's his name, the Speaker of the House. He goes over there and gives all these people the talking points to persuade Americans for Israel. I mean, come on, folks. This is so
That's
obvious, right?
and
Let's
that's the
go to
thing too. I'm glad you brought last thing, Diligent. Mike Johnson, our speaker, Mike Johnson, he oversaw, and I don't know how to make this not sound crazy, because it is, but he oversaw a red heifer group illegally go into Shiloh, Israel,
what's
so
a
they
red
could do the
heifer
sacrifice.
group?
Yes, bro. It's like our speaker
What
of the
is a
house
red
did that.
heifer group?
It's the red heifer. They do this burning thing or whatever. I really don't. It makes me uncomfortable thinking about it, because we stopped doing animal sacrifice a long time ago. But our Speaker of the House oversaw the whole thing and believes in it. I truly believe that he did. You can look it up on YouTube, and he's the first Speaker of the House in history to ever like his first like legislation that he brought forth is for it was for Israel. That he went to the American Jewish Coalition and did that. And I say that because we've got so far away from America because all this money, power, greed, whatever's going on. Like it's like, would Israel do this? It's a foreign country. Of course, they're going to capitalize if you let them in your house or whatever, just like
Any
anybody else,
foreign
right?
country is going to
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, but they're propagandizing the Gen Z, shaping our AI, shaping our platforms, and it's very hard not to look over there and become a little resentful towards people or whatever, because that's all you do. Then it calls you an anti-Semite if you
well,
ask
then you're
about
kind
it.
of fueling their claim of bigotry if you give into that, right? Which is why I
It's
try to
that,
walk a very clear line, which is I am against any kind of like ideological or foreign nation having influence on our politics, regardless of their ethnicity or whatever, right? Which
and I'll tell you,
doesn't
brother,
make
still going to
everybody
get you.
happy, but that's just how I am.
It's not gonna.
Individual
And I know.
accountability.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is on that part, because I think about that because I understand, I really really do, and I know who you are. I think it's important to have moderate voices because they do get attacked the most. I've tried to do it
Catch
or
it
whatever,
from
but
all sides. You see
oh,
it.
you get it from all sides. They don't want that because they want shit radical on either way of it. That's so they can discredit it or whatever. But the thing about it is, man, it's like this is not who America is. We shouldn't even be talking. Like it shouldn't be a question. Like this right here, the lobbying or whatever. We have gotten so far away from our Constitution. That right there itself, when you start like thinking about, man, these politicians, they're all a part of this. Okay, we let this get to this point to where they're making everybody puts their faith for anything, right? Like that's how we are. I'm a Christian. Like that's what Jesus is it. So if you don't think how the evangelicals see this or whatever, think about, could you literally justify over 70,000 people dying and stuff and going to the pen? Like, is there any other way that we would become this? Like, it's dehumanized. It's just crazy to me how we become. But I don't think that all of us tick like that upstairs. I think some of us just had ultra critical thinking, pattern
We're
recognition,
we're
whatever it is.
we're
It's just
tribal. We're tribal by
but
nature.
yeah, but the thing is,
Well,
it's
but our country is founded upon Enlightenment principles, right? And so it's just a matter of whether you want to keep those or let them go. And, Memorial Day is tomorrow. And I think we should talk about what country we're going to be. And if we give up our sovereignty to this horrible nation that is the biggest threat to us of all nations in the world, we'll never get that back. What would our forefathers say? The people in this room that are coming and telling you that you're awful if you don't bow down for a nation of genocidal pedophiles, I don't care what they have to say. And by the way, Diligent, I agree with you ultimately, politically, that we should just separate ourselves from these people. But morally, I really think about the little children buried under the rubble in Gaza. I can't stop thinking about that. The supremacy by which one is able to operate and do that stuff, I have to denounce it to maintain my own soul because I don't want that to determine whether I get through the
Are
pearly
you
gates or not.
blaming what's happening in Gaza on Zionism?
Well, without a doubt, of course, you have to think of yourself. That's why I call out Jewish supremacy. They can't come back on us because we're a nation predicated upon the idea of equality, and you either believe in equality or you don't. And equality means it extends also to those children in Gaza. And of course, I understand the Israelis' point.
I
We
don't
have
want to
to.
have the whole Gaza debate right
Okay,
now,
good.
though.
Well, let's go back to America, right? What would our forefathers say right now? Our country, which our soldiers, acres of people, are buried at Arlington, and Benjamin Netanyahu spit on their graves when he said, "We're coming after you." When the ADL and him say, "You're no longer going to be able to speak freely. We're going to deny you the ability to speak freely." Those men, those brave souls, acres of them buried there, fought for that right. And they fought for that right originally barefoot in the snow, creating our country predicated upon the idea of self ownership, of freedom, of individual liberty, everything that is anathema to Jewish supremacists, everything that is anathema to Israel. So, what would they say today? What would Jefferson say? He'd say, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, in this case, Israel, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to that separation. The
What did he
dignity.
say about Islam,
Hold
David?
on,
They
hold
were
on, hold on, hold
isolationist.
on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. The dignity of our
Let's
hold on. The dignity of
well,
our great land.
Coyote, I'm trying to make sure it's balanced,
Right.
and Coyote is on one side that you share, and so I
Right.
was trying to flip it over to the opposition
Well,
side.
just to finish this, the dignity of our great land, he would say, and our sacred nation, our sacred nation, he would say, the dignity of our great land and our sacred heritage of freedom cannot long endure a foreign nation which buys our politicians, spies on us, blackmails us, extracts our wealth, coerces us into war while promoting censorship of anyone who dares to object to the loss of American treasure as well as our bravest souls. This is it. This is what you're saying, Diligent, which is I don't care how it shakes up. Divided loyalty is no loyalty at all. You cannot serve two masters. And in this case, this country, we have to let them go. We cannot stop them from mass exterminating everybody around them. That's not the question, I think, of your space. The question is because that moment where they bought Thomas Massey's seat, where a little congressional district in Kentucky was bought because the biggest enemy of the Epstein class was opposed by a candidate, wait for it, that was funded by the Epstein class. I mean, we can't unsee this. This was a Pyrrhic victory on their part because we all realized, oh, they just ended 250 years of democracy. It really isn't it doesn't even matter now if they say, well, is the election rigged? Some Republicans are saying this. Or was it, if you can buy the seat and opposing American principles, a guy with a 96% rating in the liberty in terms of his liberty score, a guy who mostly identified with the forefathers that I just cited, then you have lost your nation. And I say that we're not going to let it happen. So all of you Israeli shills come in here. We can't unsee the fact that this same government
I
that
don't think they're all. I don't think they're all necessarily shills. I
well,
think some of them.
putting them aside, our friends here in this
We can
all of
agree
them.
that there's also ideologues, correct?
Sure. Well, of course, an ideology is always, without exception, a truth inhibitor. But this is the important point I want to make. We Americans are not defined by our hates, but our loves, our love of freedom, our love of equality, our love of the rights of the individual, and all of these things. When Charlie Kirk said, why is it that they are the ones funding the people invading our border when our greatest ally finds it important to protect their borders? Why is it that they, like what's his name with the ADL, are saying we're working with the CIA to find out people who are criticizing us and the FBI? Don't you understand? You're always being asked to make a humiliation ritual or stand up for your freedom. And we have to stand up for our freedom and say, no mas, no more. We, happy few, if there are fewer of us, and the greater the share of honor, have to do what our forefathers did, which is stand up for our freedom against a country that deigns to rule us, reduce us to servitude, and extract our wealth forever.
Maze, can you reset the space, and then if you can keep it short, I want to go to Alfred down there has had a lot of emojis to say about everybody about Coyote and David. If we can keep our monologues down to like a minute and a half, 2 minutes each, we can move this along. I would like for us not to use hands, but I know with this topic, it's going to be difficult to moderate. Go ahead, Maze.
Okay, well, first, let me welcome everybody to the space. It's about 4 minutes shy of 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are here talking about Zionism, trying to figure out what it is and how it affects us in the United States and our politics. So, do me a
700
favor.
listeners and 100 reposts. If you guys could go to the comments section, please hit that repost button. We need more Americans and other people, actually, if they want to get involved in this conversation. Repost the space. Thank you. Go ahead, May.
How
Sorry.
you just gonna hijack my reset? You know what I'm saying? I was in mid sentence trying to reset the
Sorry.
space. I'm just kidding. Anyway, but yeah. So I guess I'll make my just statement very very quick. But if you can name one other country on earth that gets all of the following from the United States, a 3.8 billion. This is just the federal level. We're not going to even get into the state level and local level. Year in guaranteed military aid with no conditions. They're exempt from
Maze,
anti what?
can you let the other side go first? Because now we've had Coyote and David, and now you. I feel like it's lopsided. I want to. Can you?
I
Can
was
you?
it was basically all I made it so like, but I think that okay, well that's fine, but I do think that these points are the main points of
Can you
like
save it until after Alfred goes?
yes, I can save it.
All right. Go ahead, Alfred.
Okay, well, first off,
you can be America first, which I am, and still support Israel, which I do. These are not mutually exclusive propositions. It's not an either or thing. If you put America's interests and Israel's interests on a Venn diagram, it's pretty much a perfect circle. So you can still, like I said, you can be America first and support Israel, just like
How's that? How is that with the Venn diagram? Though
Well,
I'm
hey,
curious.
he didn't interrupt you, Coyote.
just like we support all of our other allies in that we have. It's not you have to be one or the other. And
Which
it's
one
not,
of our allies, Alfred, spends $16 million to replace, or an interest group, a domestic interest group, that's uh, that is biased towards an ally? Which other ally that we have, even in the um, our formal alliances, which other ally spends $16 million to replace one of our sitting U.S. representatives other
well,
than Israel?
they didn't replace me. See, the other thing I was going to say is you keep
I
saying
said spends
that
money to replace, according to APAC.
you're,
uh,
so you're asking me why. You're asking me why an
I'm
American.
saying, I said,
You're
which
asking me why.
other
You're asking me.
ally? I
You're
know you're
asking me
telling me
why.
what I'm asking you, and it's not what I'm asking you. Which other ally? You just said that they were our allies, that we all share the same. If you put a Venn diagram up, that they all of our goals are the same, right? So,
Our interests are mostly the same with
oh,
some
if
over.
okay, so which ally spends $16 million to replace our congressman other than Israel?
You
Can you
keep
give me
going
one
back.
example?
You keep going back and forth between Israel spent the money and APAC.
Hasbro's not going to work, bro. It's old.
Okay, so what?
Look,
Okay, let me word it
I know what you're
specifically.
getting
No,
at. I
hold
know
on,
what
hold on.
you're getting
So let me be very specific here. Which foreign interest, or which ally does a foreign interest pack spend $16 million on for pro ally politics, more the same or even close to Israel?
If you're
I'm
talking about,
using APAC's own words here. That's
yeah,
their own words. That's not my words. I'm using their own words. Pro
that
Israel.
that's APAC, so they're pro-Israel. Yeah. Are
Okay,
you
okay. So
asking me why?
what other ally do we have that's comparable to that? Is there another one?
I don't know, but that's
The
neither
the
here nor
answer is the answer is no.
there. That's neither here nor there.
There's no other pack that spends that much money on US politics and doesn't have to register as a foreign agent,
I
right?
think we
There's no
should
other
start
one.
Foreign agent.
suppressing the First Amendment. I don't think we should allow these Americans to spend their money the way they deem fit.
Hmm.
We
Hmm.
should
Yeah,
we should
it's
limit we should limit them.
It's an American lobby group with pro-Israeli interests, and
That's
you're asking why
Okay,
are you
so again, so I
asking
said, did I
why
did I
they
s-
support a
did I
pro-Israeli?
say for did I say
Are
foreign?
you
Okay,
seriously asking me
let's.
that?
There's a problem here. All right, so
First of all,
let's make sure that we're speaking the same language first, Alfred. Hold
AIPAC
on.
didn't unseat Massey. Massey got
Okay,
voted
hold on,
out.
hold on,
All
hold
right.
on. So I just want to make sure we're speaking the same language. Is Israel a foreign country?
Yes,
Okay.
they're an
And
ally,
and
but they're a
and
foreign
is
country. Yeah.
APAC a pro foreign country pack?
Yes,
Okay. So can we agree that APAC is a foreign interest pack?
an American foreign interest
Can we
pact.
agree that it is a foreign interest pack?
I just said they're an American foreign interest pact.
Okay. So then we agree,
What?
right? I agree.
Yes,
They're an American based foreign
right.
interest pack. I agree with you.
And
Okay. So the foreign interest pact that we both agree is a foreign interest pact said this
American
about hold on,
foreign
I'm
interest
going to
pact.
read you this post.
American.
This is APAC's own post. I'm not making this up. Quote, pro-Israel Americans are proud to help defeat anti-Israel candidates. Being pro-Israel is good policy and good politics, and they are quoting APAC tracker and Thomas Massey's defeat. They are taking credit for removing Thomas Massey, a foreign interest lobby by our own definition, by our own agreed upon definition. A foreign interest lobby is celebrating the removal of Thomas Massey, and their contribution to doing that. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, so
You
You
just
said
said that wasn't
pro-Israeli
happening.
Americans.
You
Yeah,
just said that it
you
wasn't
defined that.
happening.
You said pro-Israeli
I said
Americans.
no.
You
You
said
said wait a
I'm
minute.
having
Wait
a
a minute. You didn't
conversation
get
with
a
him.
fucking word in edgewise.
Okay,
So
go ahead. You can respond. I just wanted to see if we were on the same
yeah,
page.
we're
Go
on the
ahead.
same page. So they're taking credit for it, but I'm telling you, it's not because of AIPAC. They may be taking credit for it and waving their little flag or whatever, but Massey lost because Trump put his imprimatur on the other guy, and that was pretty much it for Massey at that point.
So you're saying the $16 million in ad spending didn't affect it?
What's that?
You're saying that AIPAC $16 million in ad spending didn't affect the outcome of that election?
I don't think it made any substantive difference. I mean, I'm sure it helped, but I mean, at the end of the day, when Trump supported the other guy, I don't even know who the other guy was. You could have put a dead man up there.
And you're good with that?
And if Trump supported him, those little salt and pepper shakers in Massey's district would have gone for the other guy, like they did. All right. So you need
Why?
AIPAC.
Well, hold on. Because the reason why I did this, Alfred, is because the premise is that you said they weren't they weren't buying our politicians, they weren't buying the seats. That's what you first said when you came up here. And so then you said I illustrated.
Replace Massey.
They did. They're saying they did. I mean, I think they did. They say they did. I think the only one in disagreement is you.
They didn't replace Massey. Trump basically replaced Massey.
Hold on. Here, maybe I can help you even more.
Or any help.
Alfred, is
AIPAC
a Zionist organization?
Is AIPAC a Zionist organization? I guess
Yeah.
you could say decidedly so, since they're pro-Israel.
Okay. Is Trump a Zionist president?
He's pro-Israel.
So then by your own standards, they're both Zionists.
Okay.
And so if it was Trump and AIPAC that unseated Massey,
I'm shocked.
Then by your own standards, Zionists unseated Massey. Pro-Israel ideology unseated Massey. In a coalition between AIPAC and the Zionist President Donald Trump removed Massey. Can we agree? Because you said Trump did it. I say AIPAC did it. I think it's both that actually did it. But they both share the same. They both share the same ideology.
It wasn't Zionism ideology that unseated.
I agree with both of y'all.
It was that Trump happened to be. It doesn't really matter what Trump was, whether he was a Zionist or not.
He happened to be.
I didn't know that. It's the first time I heard he was a Zionist.
People in Massey's district.
How can you say that?
Well,
people in Massey's district.
Almost every Zionist I know says that Trump's a Zionist. So
He's
maybe you're thinking about what Mark Levin
said
said.
it before.
Diligent Netanyahu said that Trump was the most pro-Israel president
Alfred,
the United
have you
States
seen the title of this space?
Yeah, I've seen the title of this space, but I'm telling you that it didn't matter. That whether or not Trump was a Zionist didn't matter to the voters in Massey's district. They don't care whether he's.
But it mattered to Trump, and it mattered to AIPAC.
That's correct.
MAGA, whatever Trump says, they're going to go for it.
It matters to Trump, and it matters to AIPAC, though, when it comes to Massey, who is not a Zionist.
They're going off what Mark Levin said.
Yeah, but they didn't vote for the other guy because he was a Zionist.
They didn't vote for the other guy.
No, they voted for the other guy because the Zionists told them to. Was my point.
And the other guy is a Zionist.
What I'm saying to you is you're playing up the fact that
and the other guy is a Zionist by proxy. He's a whore. He's a yes man. What do you mean?
He's also endorsed by the most popular president.
He is a no-name, failed. He failed his first run on his own, right? He's already run for office once. He's a no-name. He had no name ID. He didn't
Bernie
show
Sanders
up for
spent
one
20
single
years in
debate,
local
Sam. Not
politics
one.
before he
He
got
would
elected.
not debate his opponent, Sam.
I know, but
That's like a Democrat. That's a
I've been
Democrat
waiting patiently. I
strategy.
really want to make the same point I made yesterday, because I gave you like 10 different instances of why this argument just doesn't pan out. And I can give you a few more, but nobody can explain to me.
Well, I told you yesterday when you wanted to have that conversation, today would be the place to do it. So if Alfred wants to finish his point, I will let you follow him, since I
let me get like 10 fucking seconds between them.
Two opposition people speak before you. I'm being fair here, right? Alfred, you can land your plane. I'll let
Okay.
Sam make his point, and then Maze, the floor is yours, and
My
I'll let you
point
call
is-
on the next person.
My point is they could have picked Postman and put him in opposition to Massey, and if Trump endorsed him, that guy would.
Then
have
why do they need
very
$34
good
million
shot,
if
very
that's
good
true?
shot. All right.
Then why do
So
they need
it's not like-
$34 million?
David, I was not letting him speak uninterrupted. Please
I'll
stop.
just add, and I'll land with this. It's not like Massey didn't have any help. Massey got money too, and Massey had like umpteen gazillion.
He had $7 million in small donations nationwide.
It's not like Massey didn't have any help. He had like some money. He got money, and he had umpteen gazillion social media influencers. Which
23 million versus 7 million, Alfred.
The Jews are lying. The Jews are lying. Who of themselves?
Who's bringing up the Jews? What are you doing right now?
Israel? Like, for instance, Ian, David, Mays. The Jews
bring
did
it.
9/11. The Jews.
The only one that
they did 9/11.
Wait. You're straw man. You're straw man. This is not good faith. All right. The only one that mentioned the Jews up here, which was in a historical context, was Ian. I allowed a Jew, a both Orthodox and ethnic Jew, to go after him, which was Hershey, right? And so, other than that, no one else is doing all this shit you're talking about. Keep it on topic. We're not talking about 9/11. No straw man. No bullshit. Right? Tell me. I mean, go ahead and land your plane, but come on.
The Jews did 9/11.
Yeah, there you go. I rest
He's
my
just,
case.
you're.
I actually
you
didn't
are,
hire somebody the other day because he answered that on a question.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but they did do 9/11.
Let's bring it back
Well,
to
he doesn't. That guy
Zionism.
doesn't
Hold
have a
on.
job.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back to Massey's election. Go ahead, Alfred.
Massey had a lot of help in that he had umpteen gajillion influencers who repeat their own lies about Israel, whether you want to say Israel did it or the Jews did it or whoever, but they also kind of had their own propaganda machine going.
But you're doing the same thing. You're making generalizations.
Didn't help him. So
He's being racist.
Aren't you? Hold on. Aren't you making generalizations too when it comes to the influencers? I supported Massey. I don't espouse those beliefs.
I'm not saying everybody who supported Massey espoused those beliefs. I'm saying Massey had a lot of influencers who espoused their own version of Israeli propaganda and lies.
Okay, so I had a pro-Israel account come up and threaten to kill me the other day. Does that mean that I should treat all pro-Israel accounts the same?
No, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm not saying.
Did you see my DM about that, Diligent?
I'm not saying that everybody is.
No, I haven't seen a DM from you.
Massey is the conspiracy kook, but I'm saying
Maybe
that
I
Massey
commented.
pretty much had all the conspiracy kooks in his corner, which probably didn't help him, especially when some of them come on with their little
and it's your opinion
making pieces together and most of the boomers who live in Massey's district.
What about the Epstein class? Was that a conspiracy?
Hold on.
2 generations removed from people who fought in World War XI. All right, I'm sure that
11
didn't help much either.
World War II.
World War 11.
We know what he meant. All right.
He's reading.
Thank you.
Dumbass.
Did you? All right. I think you're done. Let's keep it adult, please. People are here to learn. And
by the way, Diligent, I would occasionally ask one of these people, if Israel and the United States got in a war, whose side would you take? Because when we've asked that question before, and
I've
they won't
asked
take
that on stage.
Yeah,
I asked that of Alfred, and he refused to answer it.
Dumbass. Who else?
Really?
Hey, Alfred, whose side would you take?
We're gonna go to Maze because I told her that. Did I say Sam? I said Alfred, then Sam, then Maze.
Berg out.
Go ahead, Sam, and then Maze. The floor is yours.
Go fuck yourself, Ian.
Yeah, a little off topic. I noticed that video you posted the other day with the guy that came in here, and I did make a comment on it. I think it was a burner account because the individual that
I knew it was a burner account. I knew that.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's the same guy that came in here and threatened Ian the other day as well.
Correct.
But what I was gonna say was, I think it's just such a low IQ conversation to boil this down strictly to Massey losing his seat solely based off of funding. And I gave a couple examples.
I didn't say solely off of funding.
No.
That's a straw man.
Well, there's been people that have argued this both in the previous space that we've discussed and this space, but
you agreed. You also agreed that funding and Trump both had a major role to play. You said that in the
Well,
last
I
one.
mean, APAC took a victory lap,
Hold
for
on, hold
goodness
on.
I
sakes.
It's
think,
Sam's turn
well,
to
I
speak.
mean, yeah, and I may not agree with it, but I mean, you read the quote from APAC, and it said Americans like the second word. So Americans voted. Americans, and like I said, you might not agree with it, but it
Where
is
does it say pro
Americans.
America in that statement?
It doesn't say pro America, but it does
That's
say
right.
Americans. Americans, doesn't it?
Right.
Or does it
Yeah,
not?
So a
but where
Jewish
does
organization
pro?
is telling us what we
So,
think.
so,
Where does
so,
their
but
where does their allegiance lie?
I also donated money to Ed. I also helped unseat Thomas Massey,
Okay.
and
Which
I'm not,
policy, like,
and I'm what was that? Well,
what
can I just
policy do
get
you
like
like
a
of
couple?
his?
Can I just get a couple words in?
Can you
Yes, yes.
pronounce his last name for us?
Let's let Sam go uninterrupted. I
Galbraith.
do enough interrupting. We don't need help.
Thanks. And I pointed to the example of Cassidy, Tillis, Cornyn, and Cheney. Two of them were endorsed by APAC. All of them have received well over $5 million of APAC funding. All of them are being unseated by President Trump. A
They weren't
Democrat just
pro-Israel
won.
enough.
A
Stop interrupt.
Democrat,
Next
a
person to
Demo,
interrupt, Sam is going down. Go ahead,
a
Sam.
Democratic congressional candidate in Texas who stated that she wants to turn ICE detention facilities into a prison for American Zionists and former ICE officers, whether you agree with it or not, just won her primary, and she was not opposed by APAC, as well as Chris Rabb said that the Bondi Beach massacre was a Mossad operation, and he was not unseated by APAC. So like this idea that APAC is like holding all of the cards in terms of who gets elected and who's not is nonsensical. And I think Cornyn's a good example of it. Cornyn received like
Does APAC
5x
does
the
APAC
amount
fund Democrats, Sam?
yeah. APAC plays both sides of the aisle. And that was kind of going back to Coyote's
Is he rugging or is it just me?
point earlier. And it's true. If there was if the roles
You
am I
were, you're
rugging?
good.
Okay. If the Democrats were in office and they had the majority, I strongly believe that uh, a lot of the congressmen and senators would be equally as in favor of these policies. The only reason they're making it a point of contention is because it's an election year, and you see it because I
You think
track a
that's
lot
the
of
only
these things.
reason
I
why
track
I'm
some of
making it a
these
point of contention?
I I track some of these Democratic candidates, and some of them were at like Democratic organizations receiving awards, the same ones that are opposing um, Iran, for
It's almost
example,
like
which
they're
is
all liars and crooks.
yeah, no, it really is. It really is. So, but to sum it up as it's just an APAC issue, I think it's nonsensical. I think Massey got the boot by his own people. The election in
Do you
Bull,
can
Kentucky,
you don't think it's an
didn't
ideological unseating?
no, because the people in Kentucky don't care about Israel. They like that's not what this election was about. The election wasn't ran. The ad campaigns that were ran against
The
Thomas
motives
Massey
of the
weren't.
ones who promoted his unseating
Yeah,
were
but
ideological.
I went back and watched all of the campaigns that were ran against Thomas
The
Massey.
ads,
Yeah. All of the ads, and
the AI
only
ads,
only one ad mentioned the Iran war. A majority of them mentioned Thomas
but an
Massey
ad
and
did
him.
mention the Iran war.
Yeah,
How many
yes.
times was that ad played?
It was probably it was the lowest paid ad. Most of the ads that were ran were the fact that Thomas Massey's agenda doesn't align with President Trump's policy. And you and other people keep referring to like his Liberty score, but Thomas Massey has a sub 80% in border security and a sub 80% in big tech and free
Is
speech.
that because that border
It's his
security was
heritage score,
tied
though.
to hold on. Is that because border security was tied to unconstitutional or antithetical to conservative belief bills?
I mean, it depends on what you view as unconstitutional. I think the other side of the aisle violated the Constitution by allowing
I'm not
mass
asking about the other
migration to come
side.
into the United
You're avoiding
States.
the. You didn't answer the question. Were those border security measures attached to anti-conservative value bills?
It depends on your view of mass migration. Do you think
Did he cut out?
mass
Yeah,
migration
he
is
did.
constitutionally correct? Do you think mass
Who
migration
ran
is
Homeland Security
constitutionally
when that
correct?
happened?
Sam, it's one of so he voted based on his consistent value, right? Like if he said no to it, it's because he wanted them to separate the border security in a bill of its own. Can we agree? That's
No,
context that you're
that
leaving
that
out.
wasn't the case.
It's context you're leaving out. It is the case.
It's
That's a
always the
stated
case.
position.
He's a
It's just
constitutionalist, for
100%
goodness
his
sake.
stated position on it. He
Yeah, he's a
said he said make it its own bill, a single issue bill in and of its own right, or include it in the securities bill. Instead, they attached it to what? What did they
But
attach it to?
yeah, I mean, the opposing side doesn't play fair, so I'm not really interested in playing fair.
The
I
the
don't need to
opposing
rip.
the
I don't need
opposing
to rip
side didn't
out.
draft the
I don't need
bill. What
to.
do you
I don't need to.
mean?
I don't
The
need to rip
Democrats
out.
didn't draft the big beautiful bill. Is
I
that
don't need to
what?
rip out
What?
my. I don't need to rip out my pocket constitution to look at it and realize that mass migration is
Did we fund
Which
anti-constitutional.
was done by Jews.
Medicaid? Hold on. Did we fund trans medical procedures
Also
with that
pushed by
same
Jews.
bill? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. So that's enough for me to oppose it by itself, right? If it saves one kid from going under the knife, that's enough for me to say no. And I actually, because I was still a cheerleader, right? I actually supported it.
Yeah, but Massey's not the anti-trans ideology. He's anti-government
I'm
spending on
using it
trans
as
ideology.
a value proposition to show why there are justifiable reasons to disagree with the herd on that bill. It's not just about border security. If it was just about border security and isolation, you could use that against Massey as him saying no to it. But since it also included all these other just fucked up values, right? You can't use it in isolation as a tarnishing on his record. I'm sorry, I disagree.
I mean, you're referring to just one bill, but he opposed several bills. He
But
opposed the
you were touting the big
2025.
beautiful bill in border
He
security.
No,
You did that.
I mentioned I don't have it in front of me, but I mentioned like six different bills the other day that had a very low majority that Massey opposed. And the two that I do remember is the 2025 uh, GOP immigration bill he opposed, and then
MTG bill too.
he also opposed the E-Verify bill because he says that it was unconstitutional.
Was it?
No, I don't think so. I do not think that mass migrants are entitled to the laws and protectorates of the United States Constitution.
But did
But
it
that's the one where
affect
they shut your car off, right, Dilly? I think.
it was there was a it's funny that the reasons why he said no are being excluded. That's why I included it for the last one. There was a remote dead switch, they call it, for cars, that was included in one of the piece of legislations that you just presented that he was saying no to, which would give government authorities the ability to shut off a car remotely, right, without due process, right, so that it's more authoritarian control for the state,
Yeah, and this
which
is the
in the
libertarian.
hands hold on, in the and he is a libertarian, in the hands of a tyrannical government, right, that's a huge weapon against we the people. And so he has a consistent position of limiting government control or government authority down the line. His position has remained consistent on that over the years. And he says no to legislation based on that premise. There only has to be one. This is how it works. The rights of the citizens are not taken all at once, they are stripped down incrementally over the years through big pieces of legislation. They attach them to these massive pieces of legislation. That way they can pigeonhole, right, our representatives into saying either you vote for this, right, or you are against this major issue that your constituents care about. But embedded within this massive pieces of legislation, which we call omnibus bills or mini omnibus bills, right, are often incremental diminishing of our constitutional rights. For example, the kill switch, right? This is how it works. So that way they can bully their own party into going along with shit that they don't that they're against, right? That's how it works, and that's exactly what Sam is describing here today, right? And I don't want to make this about that because it's a part of the politics that we deal with, but it's not really central to Zionism, and it's a good what it is. It's a straw man argument as to why he lost, and that's why I'm pointing out that if you add the context to it, his voting record has remained the same on this premise for nearly a decade, right? And that is why he kept getting reelected by an increasing margin term after term after term because he was consistent with what his constituents wanted until the Zionist coalition of Trump and APAC outspent him threefold in his own district. That's why there was a double turnout than there ever has been, a record breaking turnout for Kentucky, a record breaking turnout for that particular county or that particular district, and also a record breaking amount of money ever spent in a Republican or any primary for that matter in our country's history. So I think that's all very important context when we talk about why Massey lost his seat, Sam.
Yeah, well, the two bills that I had mentioned were during the administration, but he also opposed the GOP bill in 2023, House Resolution 2, which was the House's GOP's main border immigration package as well. But I
Are you
mean,
talking about the one where Langford presented an immigration bill that allowed for mass amnesty and 5,000 or so was it 77,000 or 5,000 heads a day to come into the country in a form of mass amnesty? That particular GOP legislation that was presented, because I openly oppose that as well.
He was big on fiscal, too. Remember the debt clock thing? So there's a lot of stuff he voted against, because he always stressed that the national deficit is the number one threat to our constitutional republic.
did
Um,
Massey outraise and outspend Ed Galron
Oh no,
in campaign contributions?
not at all.
if you were to eliminate
No, his direct campaign, I actually think, did initially raise more money, Diligent, for what it's worth. It was like 5 million to 3
if you
million.
eliminate the billionaire and the APAC, I think he outraised him.
Correct. They
Yeah,
came in at the end and they threw in $30 million in the course of like 2 weeks.
and the idea that it's
But the 30 million's on ad spend, and
yeah,
23 million
it's a
actually.
combined
but
number
the idea,
of
look,
both
look,
individuals.
the idea that this comes down to how a libertarian voted. Ron Paul, his son, famously said, "The strangest thing about my dad is lobbyists don't even come talk to him because they already know how he's going to vote." Every constitutional libertarian is the same in this way. You can predict very, very clearly how they're going to vote. And of course, he's going to vote with the Constitution, or at least much closer to it than other people. But the idea that when we parse it out and go, it's because of this bill or this bill, but then why would a foreign country and their emissaries make it the most expensive race in American history? Come on, nobody in this room. Who are you trying to convince? And then when you say, well, gosh, really, it's just a matter of the overall support. This is the Faustian bargain,
If
right?
if APAC's money didn't make that much of a difference, why would they spend
Why
that
would it be
much?
necessary?
They're
That's
going
what I'm
after
saying
Ron
earlier.
Paul now, bro.
And
They're not gonna
right.
throw 20 million at a race that
Right.
if it's not gonna impact
Look,
the race.
if you can put your
It's a
foot on the
ridiculous
scale, right?
position.
It would really, seriously, if you have two little league ball clubs and you were able to take one of them and give them 10 million and the other one had their school budget, obviously you'd know, okay, this is more, there's something bigger at play here. And the one thing I like that our friends here said, he kind of echoed what Charlie Kirk said, right? Because he was concerned with our border, and Charlie Kirk said, why is it that these NGOs are so overwhelmingly financed by Jewish people and by definition Zionist Jewish supremacists? Well, and then of course the answer is that you're supposed to vote in a bill that will ultimately benefit Israel about the border, you build it all in. So what are they doing every time? And this is the problem with Zionism itself. They break your legs, give you crutches, and say, see, without me, you can't walk. They cause the border problem, and then they offer themselves a solution. And built into that giant big bill solution is more power for them, less for you. More the capacity to shut down your car doesn't matter. The other thing is in there. Capacity to shut down your free speech doesn't matter. The other thing is in there. And this is what the Thomas Masseys of the world, they're representing you, not just you as an American, but they're also doing, and again, Memorial Day is tomorrow, so I'm going to say it, they're preserving our liberty, not just for ourselves, but for our posterity. And they're dealing with people, in this case, the Zionists, who are the biggest enemy of us passing that on to our posterity. So clearly that's the problem.
Maze,
So
go
here's the
ahead.
thing, Dilly. Hey, let's just
Hold on,
like
hold
get it
on,
all
hold
out.
on, hold on, hold on. Maze has waited long enough. Go ahead, Maze, and then I'll let you pick who goes next.
Thank you. Okay, so the the Venn diagram, I have to comment on that. So like when they're saying that their interests, our interests almost exactly overlaps perfectly, then you're saying that an American truck driver in Ohio and an Israeli settler in the West Bank want the same things from US foreign policy? I mean, is that like the real, is that how, like that's it's crazy because when the truck driver wants cheaper gas, fewer wars, secure borders, and his tax dollars spent here, the settler wants the endless U.S. weapons shipments, the U.S. diplomatic cover for their occupation, and their constant attacks on their eight front war, right? And then they want the U.S. to strike on Iran and the U.S. economic warfare against all of the neighbors of Israel. Like they're not the same interest. And when we're saying that we're in dire need of our money and tax dollars to be here and to fix what's going on in America, it is just foolish to say that. And I don't know, that's, I had to comment on that. It's just foolish. We clearly, so that the idea that there can't be a America first people that support Israel, that's fine. I'll give you that. They can, but there are many times in which our interests conflict. And this is clearly one of them. There's many of them, right? And right now, if you're not prioritizing Israel, then this is what APAC does. So this is to the point that Sam was saying. Like, I'm not saying that Israel, APAC is like they have a 100% win every single time, but they are disproportionately influential in our American politics. Would you have to, do you agree with that?
Like 93%.
Well, well.
That's a
Was that
question
the
for
question
Sam.
for
I want
me?
to
But
add. I want to
okay.
add some con.
No, I don't. No, I don't agree. And I just gave you four examples. I gave you four GOP
Okay,
examples, and I gave you
well, so
two
explain this
Democratic
then.
examples.
So Sam,
And
Sam.
APAC has opposed Thomas Massey in two of his previous elections,
Okay,
and he
but
was reelected.
hold on a
He
second. So
beat
let me
Trump.
ask you this. So Massey's a Republican in a deep red Kentucky district, okay?
That's
He's
correct.
pro-life, he's pro-gun, he's anti-spending, he's pro-Trump on most issues. He shouldn't be touchable from the right. Like that's the only thing that made him a target was his vote against Israel, and not only the aid but the war and his criticism
and
of
And the
and
Ep-
just
and
all
the
of
Epstein
the.
and the
files.
Epstein files, which is weird that the pro Israel coalition was vehemently against, and I can say that as somebody who took caught strays for that, right, from the pro Israel coalition. I don't know why, right, but his one of his biggest sins against Trump happens to also be one of the biggest sins against the pro Israel coalition, which
That's
is
the real one,
demanding
bro.
the release of the Epstein
When you
files.
were covering the
Right.
Epstein files,
And hold
everybody
on, one
without
last thing.
exception
I
Let
was
was
me
just hold on. I was just adding the context
okay.
there as far as like what his sins against Trump were,
Yeah, and
because it.
when you were covering
Hold
the
on.
Epstein,
Let Mays finish though. Let
oh,
Mays
sorry, guys.
finish.
Right. And so my point is that why would APAC, which is a pro-Israel lobby, spend record-breaking money? No other PACs did this. No other, it wasn't any big corporations or it wasn't anything else. It was literally APAC, the pro-Israel lobby that spent record-breaking money against a Republican who agrees with their other priorities.
How long have they been an
So
issue though, Maze? Think about that.
Hold
How
on. Let her
many?
finish.
no, I mean, I'm just saying that I think, so you're naming also when you're naming the candidates who slipped through, I can name candidates that APAC took out, many of them, right? And I think that it's just it's a silly thing. Like when Trump has his own, this is different layers, right? Like you have all the people that they put in there that do the voting, but then there's people within, like, let's just say whoever Trump wants to get rid of for whatever reason, that's on him. And I think that let's just say that there like is a president that doesn't adhere to everything that APAC, they're not going to, they want, like, they funded Trump more than they funded anybody else. I think he's the number one receiver of all the Israel lobby money. So he's essentially acting in their interest anyway.
240 plus million.
Right. So I
And
just feel
Diligent, don't
like
forget that APAC, Maze, don't forget APAC also said in 2024, this is their words, that 100% of APAC-backed Democrats won their elections. 100% of the Democrats that they supported ended up winning. So this is on both sides of the aisle, is the point that I'm trying to make here. They just pick and choose whoever they want so that the right does what they
And
want and the left does what they want.
they also hedge their bets, right? So if you look at the last cycle for 2024, the general election cycle, between 2022 and 2024, APAC spent nearly 3 million on a little over 3 million on Republican candidates, and they spent nearly 3 million on Democrat candidates because they knew Republicans were going to win that cycle. It was obvious to anybody who was paying attention, but they still spent 2 million on Democrat candidates. Why? To hedge their bets in case their projected Republicans lost. Right?
they've
They're hedging
spent
their
over
bets,
a
Yeah, that's
and
hundred
that way
correct.
they
million.
still have, hold on, and they still have a monetary influence over how our leaders vote.
Let me just ask Sam this one question and then we'll go to Cal. Cal's been waiting for one. So, Sam, question for you. Why is APAC the single largest outside spender in American congressional elections? Why does a foreign policy lobby spend more than the NRA, more than big pharma, more than, I don't know, the teachers unions or domestic primary, like in our domestic primary races, if their influence is so small or if they're not necessarily productive with that, then why would they spend over 100 million per cycle? It just doesn't make sense. So obviously they're either effective
Repost the
or they
space, you
don't.
guys. Bottom right corner. We have 150. We need at least 200. Thank you. Go ahead, continue.
But is their influence money, or do they have some special sauce?
Ask Pat Buchanan. Honestly, they sent people to go when he was speaking, trying to speak at a speech, and they
Well, what's
ran
No,
funny
some.
is
Sam,
that
can you answer that
I'm
though?
asking.
Why? Why is that a thing?
I can answer that question.
No,
Right?
I'm asking.
Their
Is
main
it
pillars of influence are also receiving money from them. Right? You can't. There's no differentiating there. If Trump is the number one reason why Massey lost his seat, he's also the number one receiver of that lobby's funds. Right? So again, you're making a distinction where it's a distinction without a difference. If Trump is aligning against Massey and the APAC machine is aligning against Massey, Trump is a part of the APAC machine, right?
But
That's what the
Diligent,
money proves.
it's also every single one of the mainstream media gave zero attention to Massey's campaign in a positive light because all of those networks are
I hope
controlled
he
by the
sues them
same
over that. In
influence.
fact, I'm a little disappointed in his lack of fight. Right when he came out and he's like, "Rah, rah, rah, rah," that kind of makes me feel like I don't even want to go there. I'm not
So, can
particularly
I ask you a
happy
question real quick, Diligent?
with how he handled that. I think that he should have challenged it more. I think he should have put up more of a fight about the outside spending, the nature of airtime that he got legally in the United States when it comes to a federal seat. The nationwide or the media companies are required to give equal airtime. It's a First Amendment protection when it comes to our campaigns and our elections, and it's an FEC violation when they don't, right? And so I think that the fact that he's not challenging that, especially as he bitches about the AI ads, right? He's bitching about the AI ads, but he's not complaining about the media coverage. I don't know. It's very there's something very odd about the entire thing. To be honest with you, is how I feel.
Hey, Dilly, real quick, when they were the AZC before they were APAC, I was looking up JFK, how much they lobbied against them. It was $5 million, which is like 35 to 50 or 35 to 30 million in today's dollars. It's just something to look at. This has been a problem for a long time, bro. It's not like yesterday.
May's calling somebody.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question real quick,
Hal.
Diligent?
Well,
Yeah.
Hal's been up here for
Dude,
a long
guys,
time
we've
with
been
me.
waiting. Kyle
Yeah.
and I have been waiting forever.
Yeah,
Go
look
ahead.
at this is a good discussion though, Tim. No offense, I'm listened to a lot of people, and it's really excellent what you guys are talking about. But I want to appreciate some of the gaslighting that's going on. Some of it is just grade A gaslighting, and I think people should be acknowledged for how well they gaslight. I think if we go back, and I one thing I did really appreciate, Diligent, the way you sort of compartmentalize this thing. And what struck me when you compartmentalized it and said there's this Middle East thing in Israel, and then there's America. And I'm not sure I really care what's going on over there, but I care what's going on over here, and whether or not any foreign influence should be allowed to penetrate the cube or the box that is the United States of America, and whether that should be tolerated at any level. Whether they're Americans that are acting on behalf of a foreign nation, or foreign nation nationals that are acting on behalf of the foreign nation that they're adherent to. I think that's an excellent point, and I think if you think about that, and I was thinking about that after you spoke and listening to the people, is like how many people in America now know more about the Middle East than they should ever have known? It's the one thing that occurs to me. There's no way Americans should have ever known everything should never be this aware of what's going on in the Middle East. The reason we're this aware of what's going on in the Middle East is because we've been entangled in the Middle East for a very long time. And that's the reason we know. And you can go back to, Washington's letter to the people on his exit as a president about entanglements and foreign entanglements, and be careful of that. I'm sure people are aware of that history and read up on it. But one thing I'd like to talk about, maybe that people haven't talked about, is when it sort of a pivotal point is when Truman decided to recognize the nation state of Israel. And exactly in that moment, that discussion that went on between what was called the wise men, Marshall, Forstall, who were vehemently against the recognition of Israel at the time, and Truman is reminiscent of this conversation, reminiscent of the conversation that Massey was having about all of it. And if people read that record, the joint, and if you don't mind, the Joint Chief of Staff's memorandum, they wrote a number of memorandum about this, talked about how much this means strategically to America and the strategic interest of America. In fact, the March 1948 JCS paper, Force Requirements for Palestine, if you go back to that, the Zionist strategy will seek to involve the United States in continuously widening and deepening series of operations to secure maximum objectives. These included initial sovereignty over a part of Palestine, unlimited immigration, sovereignty all over Palestine, expansion into Transjordan, Lebanon, Syria, Eretz Israel, they put in quotes, and eventually Jewish military and economic hegemony over the entire Middle East. The paper noted that all stages of this program are equally sacred in the fanatical concepts of the Jewish leaders. And they were talking about, at the time, Weizmann, that was leading the Zionist organization in this effort. And Forstall and Marshall had blows with Truman at the time, who was really not in favor of recognition until his friend Jacobson, who was a World War I buddy and a business partner, just a guy in Kansas City, a Jewish guy in Kansas City, American at the time, not a Zionist Jew, until B'nai B'rith and the Zionist organization, which, by the way, Truman threw out. He was so sick and tired of hearing from them, Truman would not hear from them anymore, very much like Massey. Just close the door. I don't want to hear from you anymore. I'm sick and tired of this topic. And what happened is B'nai B'rith and the Weizmann, the Zionist organizations in America, went to Jacobson, who was not a Zionist Jew, and beseeched Jacobson, convinced him over a number of meetings to go talk to his buddy, President Truman. And he did. Eventually, he was convinced to talk to Truman and convinced Truman to have a secret meeting with Weizmann, right? The leader in Israel. And as a result of that meeting, Truman ended up in blows to the point where Marshall was going to go public and leave the administration. Because in his view, and in the Secretary of Defense's view, and what we called the Weizmann at the time coming out of World War II's view, their concerns, the military view, the State Department view, that U.S. involvement would alienate the Arab states, endangering oil supplies, leading to military entanglement, and creating an opening for the
They
Soviet
got
Union.
that part right, didn't they?
Yeah, and an opening for the Soviet Union. This was in 1948, 47, 48. These guys that were running America saw the problem right back then.
Hey, and Call, to play off of this, what else happened to Truman in
Well,
1947?
but without getting, I understand that particular point, but I just
I'm just
want
saying
to.
for the audience, he received literal death threats and then
He
had
did. And it was
assassination threats all
actually
his
a
life.
bomb assassination threat against
I
him as
wonder,
well.
I wonder what that had to do with Diligent. Isn't that weird?
So, but you start at that point. You start at that point where the people that took America through World War II, that led America, George C. Marshall, that led America through World War II, were at odds, were at loggerheads with the president, who was not convinced that he wanted to recognize the state of Israel. And he saw the wisdom of the problem of this entanglement. And the reason why we're all having this discussion on a space, I don't know how many years later, with so many people that know so much about this, which is proof that the entanglement happened, that the commitments happened, that the funding happened, that the military sacrifices happened, that the costs happened. People should not know this much about this region, but they do. And all of a sudden, we're talking about a small congressional district in Kentucky. And people that argue that it's not a strong lobby, they're gaslighting. You've had every single president from that Truman incident back then, who was worried about the Jewish vote and was convinced he was worried about the Jewish vote in America, that he was being threatened that they would be against him in the election. And that was the issue Marshall had with him, who was the Secretary of State. He said, you are, bending to a domestic political thing against an American strategic interest. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound
Hey,
familiar?
didn't Eisenhower have problems right off the rip whenever in his presidency, right after
And then,
Truman?
and then JFK tried to rein it in by getting them declared foreign agency. And then, Nixon talked about them as
Are
being
these?
a powerful lobby.
Do you
And
think
Cole, what did Patton
Call
say
in
about
your
him?
in your opinion, um,
Yeah.
are our politicians being co-opted um strictly through monetary incentive, or
No,
do
no,
you
no,
think
no,
that
no,
they
no,
are
no.
being indoctrinated with Zionist ideology?
The leverage points are massive, right? And so somebody asked in the space the other day, they said, how does such a small group of people gain such leverage? The leverage, we like any other lever. You use a lever to lift something heavy with something light. You use leverage, and there's leverage all over the place. There's financial leverage, there's coercion, there's blackmail, which you might term the Epstein class. There's the media, the film industry, which has inculcated our entire thought process. And I have a tweet pinned on the masterful program of psyoping the American public. There's
Yeah,
the
but it also started in 1976, Dilly. It's a documented network of American donors, PACs, and 501(c)s. These organizations spent well over half a
yeah.
billion dollars advancing
And it
policy
goes,
and
and it
systems.
goes, and they didn't
What?
stop there. They placed people within the organizations, within the State Department, and they
Yeah.
started them at lower levels and they moved them up, and you could, go look
Those
at.
people are dead.
No, no, you could go look at the clean break doctrine and look at those people that were signing off on all of that and who was in place. And in fact, one of the individuals that was in place, that was in charge in the Department of Defense, the undersecretary underneath Rumsfeld, who ended up becoming the chair or the president of the World Bank, that then funded the repair of Iraq that we bombed.
Rumsfeld did so much too, bro, for so
Yeah.
long.
I mean, that individual was actually investigated by the FBI for passing secrets to an APAC contact, and that investigation was dropped. And then he rose in the ranks to become the Undersecretary of Defense. I mean, so it has gone from that early beginnings of getting a World War I buddy to open the doors for you, to now you look at some of the key departments in the US and you wonder what's going on. And so here's Lutnick. Lutnick is currently in the United States. He's the Secretary of Commerce. He produces this thing called Pax Silica, right? If anybody doesn't know about Pax Silica, you ought to read Pax Silica. It's frightening, right? Pax Silica is the gutting of American technology in favor of Israel. The gutting of American tech, we're talking about AI, software and hardware technology, effectively placing it in the hands of Israel, which is the future of American technology. And so there are things that are happening that, you can't just simply say, you look at how much APAC is spending relative to everybody else and say, well, that's it. That's what it's about. And the argument that I heard made was like there was only one ad about Iran. You don't have to make an ad about Iran. You can attack the man for everything else and smear the man for everything else. You don't actually have to mention Israel once. You don't have to mention Iran once. You can just spend all that money smearing the hell. And smear tactics is a tactic that's been
A
used.
pine cone, bro. A pine cone was effective.
So I think it's important that people don't understand some of the how did it get started and where did the entanglements really begin, and then how did it spread. A lot of this conversation, which I found fascinating with between people, is the conversation that was happening back in 1946, 47 with Marshall, Forstall, Truman. The
What do you
arguments
think
that
about the church aspect of it? Like, do you think they got up in our stuff and confused everybody or used dispensationalism?
well, no, I think they understand where the levers are, right? So they understand where the levers are, and honestly, right now, the funniest thing is the funniest thing I can think of it funny because I pay attention to it. Maybe I notice it, but it's just they tell you. They tell you. I mean, Dropsite News produced an internal document that said, "Hey, you know what? We're not winning the war, the propaganda war with Gen Z and the younger ones. So, you mentioned Israel; they hate us. So, what we're going to do is we'll start a propaganda war against Islam because we win on that." And so they do that, and they tell you what they're going to do, and they show you pictures of, 1,000 pastors being propagandized in Israel, and they tell you, and then they get on some show, an internal meeting, and you see these videos all around, and they say, "This is what we're doing," and so it's there for you to see. The fact that people don't understand this, or people gaslight you into saying what you are seeing and hearing,
It's just
it's
funny
not yours.
that
Yeah.
our government allows it to happen from them when they don't
That's
others.
but exactly, that's the problem. And so some people say, well, Trump is beholden. And I've made the argument that maybe he's not. Maybe Trump is the isotope that finds the cancer. And so maybe Trump, because he's being so blatant about everything, he's like a radioactive isotope that you look under a scanner, and he's attaching himself to things that bring glaring attention to the problems that exist. And I try to
That
spin it.
sounds like some 5D chess thinking that I'm not capable of.
I don't
That
like his
sounds
daughter
crazy.
getting the Jared
I'm not
Kushner
saying he
thing
does it on
too.
purpose, but I'm saying maybe that's his purpose. So there's a difference between
Now
saying,
that's an important distinction to make.
Yeah,
Let's
Dilly, they got a picture on it's the Times of Israel
let's
on
let's
October 8th, bro,
let's
of
let's
him.
let's let's
I mean,
go to
real quick, it's almost over. Uh,
let's go to Timmy and then Eddie.
Hey, thanks, Diligent. So this
And
is
make sure you
a
guys are all following my lovely co-hosts Harmony and Maze. Turn notifications on for them. They are heroes. Go ahead, Timmy.
Yeah, so this is always a tough discussion to have that people can use a lot of kind of cherry picked facts and stats because it could be either a religious ideology, a political ideology, person, place, or thing. And I just want a couple of facts that I have to set the record straight again. I'm not going to call the person a liar, but it might as well be a lie since I've had to correct it so many times. The Federal Reserve was not created or controlled by Jews. There was one Jew involved
We've
with
already
it,
had
but
this debate. Can we not, I don't want to go. I don't
no,
want to
no,
have
no,
a
we didn't.
circular.
We didn't actually, because it was just said
We
that the
did
central
though. We
bank
did.
Federal
We did. I
Reserve was
let both
controlled by.
sides be represented. I don't want to have I don't want to have a circular conversation.
I
So
know,
let's
I
keep
know,
it
I
where
know,
we're
I
at.
know, I know, I know, but I'm getting into this on those things. Federal Reserve, the Bank of International Settlements, and also the mass migration was all controlled by British Anglo systems, which was the UN. Mayorkas worked under Obama, but just because he was Jewish doesn't mean the Jews controlled the mass migration and the displacement all over the place
we get it, you're
whatsoever.
Zionist. We got it. We got it.
I'm not a Zionist,
Well, then,
actually. You've heard
Timmy,
me oppose
Hold on.
Zionism
Let
plenty
him
of
finish.
times.
Let him finish.
Yeah. And then, as far as with Israel, APAC, Zionism, there's three different things that need to be separated. I get it that they come in discussions together a lot of times, but even the JFK APAC discussions wasn't that. It was JFK fighting Permadex in the city of London and wanted to put us on a silver-backed reserve. So we get a whole bunch of things about the central bankers being the Jews in Israel when the
Oh,
central bankers are British Anglos.
I got to push back on
literally.
that. The
Go
AZC.
ahead.
So you're saying that JFK did not? There's not a. You can look this up. It's very public. I thought this was like the beginning point of it. So there's nothing with the AZC. Because I put it in the pill real quick if you need if you want to.
No, 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 no.
I got that
I didn't
Rumsfeld.
disagree with you. I said that
Oh,
people fail to mention that we were moving ourselves off of the central banking system that London created. We were going towards a silver-backed currency, and we weren't going through free trade, which was a globalist strategy. We
Timmy,
were
I
taking
have a commenter on YouTube says Zionism is an ethno-nationalist movement rooted in Sabbatean Frankist ideology plus Rothschild funding that created and expands a Jewish ethno state in Palestine through settlement, displacement, and lobbying. Do you agree with that definition?
No, I disagree actually, because he also threw the Rothschild in there. The Rothschilds were not involved with the central banks, and also Palestine was
They
ruled
didn't
by
say
the
anything
British
about. They
monarchy.
said funding. They didn't say banking.
So it was, if you read the first lines of the Belfort Agreement, it said by the power of His Majesty. That means
No,
the
the
British
first
crown.
line is "Dear Mr. Rothschild."
Oh, dear Mr.
Wasn't the
Rothschild.
wait wait
Sorry.
wait wasn't the state of Israel primarily the formation of that state primarily done through England, correct?
100%. And so
Okay,
was
so if that's the
Palestine before
case,
that.
if that's the case, right, then how can you draw a distinction between who the Rothschilds, being behind the central banks, if England facilitated all of this, right, and Rothschilds were in England, even if they're Jews or not Jews, regardless, right? They're the main facilitators of what occurred there. Is that not true?
No, they were just literally a representative. They
no,
was
they
the
They're
bought
one
a
of the
British
bunch of
crown.
major
land.
Of what?
banks.
Excuse me, Diligence talking to me. All
Yeah,
right, so go ahead.
they are one of the major banks.
No,
They
they're a
took
private
over the
bank.
Bank
Yeah,
of
they were a
England.
coin. David, do you interrupt everybody? It's
It's
like you
fine.
own the fucking
It's
space.
okay. You can just respond. Let me moderate, Timmy. You just ignore him. But they were a major bank, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But you don't go in one generation from being just paupers to suddenly financing world wars. You're representing the interest of somebody else behind the scenes. And they were representing the Vatican, and they were representing the monarchies of Britain, England, and other European monarchies. They were all related.
The
All
Vatican.
It's a
all of
Jesuit.
Europe was related.
What role did the Rothschilds play with the central banking system? And cite your sources.
The Rothschilds played no significant direct role in creating the U.S. Federal Reserve. The main architect was Paul Warburg, a German Jewish banker from the Warburg family, who had some past business ties to the Rothschilds in Europe. But Warburg was acting on behalf of American banking interests, not as a Rothschild agent. The Rothschild family itself had very little presence or influence in American banking at that
Brock,
time.
how close
Historians
of a relationship in Europe did Warburg have with the Rothschilds?
Not very close. Paul Warburg himself had no direct professional relationship with the Rothschilds. He trained at his family's bank, M. Warburg & Co., spent time at other firms in London and Paris, and later joined Kuhn Loeb in New York. The only connection is that his father, Moritz Warburg, did a brief apprenticeship with the Rothschilds in Paris and Italy when he was a young man in the 1850s or 60s, decades before Paul was even born. That's it. It was one generation earlier, a short training stint, not an ongoing partnership or control relationship. Claims of a tight or controlling Rothschild Warburg alliance are exaggerated.
He actually had a closer relationship with Rockefeller, and literally closer to the Nazis than to the Jews.
I hate when she does that, Dilly. She does that. There's nothing to see here. Nothing happened. It's just like, come on, bro.
I posted it in the pill. The Federal Reserve was not created by the Jews. It was a U.S.
Well,
government Federal Reserve Act.
it's almost like saying Peter that JD Vance isn't influenced by Peter Thiel, even though he's his protege, right?
No, Warburg
It's
was
like the
more the
same
British
thing.
crown. No, so J.P. Morgan was a Christian. Henry Davidson, J.P. Morgan's partner, Christian. Frank Vanderlip, who was president of National City Bank, Rockefeller interests. Paul Warburg
What's the
was German.
Havara agreement, Timmy?
Go ahead, explain it, Maze, and tell me how that supersedes anything I've just
Matter.
said.
Because
Grok,
you're
tell us about
talking.
the
Peter Thiel
Havara
and
agreement. Grok, what's the Havara agreement? Havara with an H.
I think you mean the Havara Agreement. It sounds like Havana, but it's spelled Haavara. It was a 1933 deal between Nazi Germany and Zionist organizations. It let about 60,000 German Jews move to Palestine and take some of their money with them, but only by buying German goods that were then sold in Palestine. The Nazis wanted Jews out and exports up. The Zionists wanted Jews in Palestine. It was very controversial even at the time, especially because it broke the Jewish boycott of German goods. That's the historical event people usually bring up in these conversations.
Let's go to Eddie. Eddie, you've been
One
waiting a
minute,
long
one minute.
time.
Can we be in agreement that that actually said nothing to supersede anything that I said? Literally, I disproved all of Ian's facts that he lies.
No,
Actually,
what
that he
did you
said.
prove? What did you prove? That you were talking.
He's saying that he's saying that that the Rothschilds were not the pretty much the creators of the central banking. We're not behind it. They definitely had some influence, even if it's indirectly through an apprenticeship, though. So it's not like a completely baseless claim,
But
right, Timmy?
it was a German Jew
No,
that put
no,
it in
yeah.
the will.
So they were just coin clippers for the British Crown and for the Vatican. That was it. They were representatives of
Grok
that.
didn't say that at all. Grok didn't say
No, I
any
know
of
that.
that.
I'm telling you that. You could check. You could check. I mean, I use the term coin clipper. Literally, Rothschild means red shield, representative of the Vatican's interest.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Eddie.
Hey, how you doing, Diligent?
What's up, brother?
Oh, pretty good. I just, I like the conversation. I think it's a great conversation to have. I just think it's like a granular, circular conversation. Like everybody wants to focus on APAC and certain things like that, which I understand why people want to do that, because it directly targets Donald Trump and his administration. That's the whole goal, focus of
You
that.
think that people only care about APAC because it's bad for Trump?
Well, so? I haven't seen anybody mention like George Soros, even though he's been cut off at the knees here recently, or Royan Singham, or anybody like that. Those way bigger than
what foreign interest PAC is George Soros funding?
Oh man, he funds all kind. I mean, he's a foreign interest lobbying in himself, right? But
National Endowment for Democracy. He's overthrown a bunch of governments.
Mm-hmm. It's almost what foreign interest lobby is he funding that is comparable to APAC?
I don't know. Ask Grok. I'm sure she'll lay it up.
APAC is the largest spender by far. So let's just say that Soros
APAC is not the largest spender by far.
It is the largest foreign interest spending lobby in our elections by far. No one else is even close.
Well, it depends on what you consider a foreign interest group. Lobbying group.
A lobby that's intent.
Someone that's registered under FARA?
No, that would be a foreign lobby.
They're the most powerful lobby group ever, bro. Like it's just everybody can agree on that.
They're able to skirt foreign lobby because they have Jewish Americans or whatever Israeli Americans that are spending the money and coalescing, right? But they are still a foreign interest.
Yes.
Right. They lobby in the interest of a foreign country, right? So they are able to skirt that title, but still, let's just say that we include them with foreign lobbies and foreign interest lobbies. One, foreign lobbies are not allowed to spend money in our elections, which is how APAC is able to skirt that by what we just said, right? And then so they're allowed to, but there are no other foreign interest lobbies similar to them, right? So let's just say that we had a Palestine, American Palestinians for Palestine, right? Let's just say that was a PAC. There is no similar PAC to APAC that spends nearly even close. It's orders of magnitude more, right? It's more than 10 times more the nearest competitor in this regard.
Right, and I totally get that. I don't like it either.
That has nothing to do with Trump.
But
Like,
we can't sit here and just skirt around George Soros spending 125 million in 2022 primaries.
I'm not good
and
with
he
it,
goes
and
down.
they've done something about it, right? Didn't you just say they kneecapped it?
Yeah, but other people, Roy
so
Siegelman's taking its
so
place, and
if
other
we can,
organizations.
I myself complained about George Soros spending money in our country, right? And something's been happening about it, and so now I'm addressing the other problem in the room, which is foreign interest groups spending money in our elections. What's
Right, but
different?
you can't see that you're being used for a certain purpose. I don't know if you're doing it intentionally or just
I'm
naivety
being
that's happening.
used for a certain purpose.
Absolutely, dude.
So hold
You're
on real
being
quick. So this isn't a problem, Apex?
Isn't that blackmail?
I
You're
don't
like
think it's
gaslighting me right
blackmail.
now.
No, blackmail would be if they had something
It's
over you.
emotional blackmail.
Well, it's about emotional manipulation.
Whatever you want to call it.
Well,
Right?
that's
But
not
what you're
blackmail.
saying
Manipulating is not blackmail.
what you're saying is that if I have a problem with foreign governments influencing our elections, well, then I'm working for the enemy, or I'm working in the benefit of the enemy.
I never said that you were working for the enemy.
Or then
I said I think you're being manipulated.
But being used by who, Eddie?
By groups that are trying to undermine
friend groups or enemy groups.
Groups that maybe don't align, probably with a lot of things that you would agree with. That you align with.
Well, someone just brought this up in the chat that Soros is Jewish.
I don't care if he's Jewish.
Hungarian Jew, yeah.
He was a Nazi. It's proven.
So my point is, Eddie, is that my issue with AIPAC spending to help uproot Massey has nothing to do with Trump, right? It has to do with foreign influence deciding how our politicians vote. Why is that? Why can't it just be that on its own? I don't care who wants to use that for their cause. My position would remain the same whether it's China or Israel or Iran or Korea or any other country. Is like, I don't understand. Is that not patriotic, right? To not want foreigners to spend money on our politics?
No, it is not. It's not unpatriotic to not to want that. What's happening though, that is how they have got an inroad with you, because you align with those kind of ideologies.
I'm not aligning with any ideologies.
What would be your moral code, Diligent? You align yourself with more of the conservative movement, correct?
I am a conservative.
Absolutely, you are. So you're the perfect patsy. I would want to get inroads with you to push the narrative that I'm trying to push to undermine Trump going into the midterms. That's what you would want to do.
Let's figure this out. Who's doing it?
Well, wouldn't it be more fitting for Trump to change his policies based on what his constituents want, the conservatives want, since we were the ones that elected him? It's not supposed to be we're supposed to align with our leader. It's supposed to be that our leader is supposed to represent us and our values. That's why they get elected.
Well, I mean, you can. I mean, obviously, it's a United States. You can question Trump all you want, which I question a lot of things he does, but I trust that Trump knows what he's doing right now, and he deserves the opportunity to do what he thinks is right for this country. And
if you had to decide between our Constitution and Trump, who would you choose?
Our Constitution, without a hands down.
Okay, well, Trump deviates in many ways from our Constitution. Do you not see that?
How so? Please explain.
Okay, well, let me see.
Trump is the living, breathing Constitution.
Yeah.
Big beautiful bill. We can go.
The fact that he's the speech codes, siding with the ADL.
So Eddie, let me ask you a clarifying question. Do you understand what Zionism is?
Zionism is someone that supports the more expanding role of the Israeli state, correct?
Well, it depends on who you ask.
In
Um, it pretty much just carves out Israel as a state for the Jewish people, and then it was an ideology, an older ideology, the theological ideology, as I understand it, according to Hershey, that the state of Israel is a place that's reserved for the Jewish people after their Messiah comes. And if you are a secular Jew, right, or a supporter of Israel as a state, it is for the existence, the formation and existence of Israel as a state, a place for the Jewish people. And then now that has kind of evolved into the protecting and the continuity of that state, because it is a state now, right? It's been established.
I got a
So
verified one right here, Dilly.
hold on, hold on. Let me finish. So that's as far as that. So it has a political meaning, a political movement. It has a theological movement that is tied to both ethnic and Orthodox or religious Jews. If that makes sense, Eddie.
it makes sense. I wouldn't
Hey,
dispute
let me
that.
read this to you real
So
quick
do
because
you think that? Do you hold on? I have a clarifying question for. Hold on, Coyote. So do you think that it's possible for a U.S. politician to be a believer in Zionism, which is an allegiance in some form or capacity to a foreign country, right? Do you think it's possible for him to prioritize the United States if his belief system is centered on a foreign country?
Absolutely not. I think you should have allegiance to one country if you're going to serve in this republic. It would be the
So
United
then,
States.
would you agree that Zionism, in some ways, could be incompatible for U.S. politicians?
Well, I kind of agree with Sam or whoever said that I don't think it's a binary choice. Like if you're gonna serve in the United States, you can't support Israel. I don't think it's that. If that's what your question
No, I'm
is.
not saying that. But Zionism is it's a moniker, right? It's a belief system, right? So it's not that. Are you okay? Can
there's
you be
other
a
ways to support
politician? And
Israel.
hold on. Can you be a politician and still support Israel for whatever reason? Let's just say that you think it's important to your Christian heritage or whatever, right?
Sure,
100%.
absolutely. Yes.
100%. Yeah. So, but if you declare yourself a Zionist, which I would say it's almost like saying I'm a Christian or I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat, right? It's a label of belief, right? That there's a trade-off in allegiance between because it's beholden to a foreign state, that there's a trade-off in allegiance that occurs and priorities between your state and this thing that you are declaring yourself a believer of.
I don't know if I'm catching what you're saying, Diligent.
So
I'm
how can
sorry.
you how okay, if American pay okay, let's just say we'll call it Americanism, right? If your belief is that Americans came here into the new world to escape the tyranny of the old world, right? Which is true. And that you believe that it's foundational to the American people and foundational to the rest of the world for us to not only exist, but to exist in a leadership capacity or in a superior role, right? Which we are, right? Like we're the quote unquote leader of the free world, right? Let's call it Americanism. If you were, if wouldn't isn't that the ideology you would want your elected officials that dictate law and policy in the United States or your president? Wouldn't you want Americanism to be their main ideology?
Yeah. Yes, I would. Yeah.
Okay, so if Americanism is your desired ideology for them to have, can they have? Let's just say it wasn't Zionism. Let's say it was Chineseism. Would you be okay with your elected official espousing Chineseism as their ideology?
No, I would not. Not at
Would
all.
you want them to have South Koreaism, or I'm sorry, North Koreanism to be their ideology?
No. just like I wouldn't want an American Indian to have Indian ideologism as their
That's
you
right.
know,
That's right.
same
That's
thing.
right. So if that's the case, right? If it's not okay to have Chineseism or to have North Koreanism or whatever Indianism as your ideology for a U.S. politician, why is it okay for it to have Israelism or Zionism?
I'm not here to defend Israelism.
Well, can
Well, I'm
I give
just
a real
saying
life
though.
example,
I'm,
Dilly?
I'm just I'm just saying though. This is why I think it's important to highlight. Right? Is the ideology is based on a foreign country. When we label it as such, right? When we label it as such, it's a devotion to a foreign country. When I use these other foreign countries that we typically all scoff at, which I definitely do, like I'm not a fan of any of the countries' governments that I just named, right? Whenever when we label it as what it is, which is a foreign state, right? Instead of calling it Zionism, it's really Israelism, right?
I'm really curious.
When we use the proper terminology that makes you think, oh my God, this is actually about a foreign country, right? You kind of like withdraw a little bit. How can you be an Americanism and Israelism at the same time, right? Where does your priorities lie in that, right? Like
Let
Why
me
does it
give a
make
real
that's the
example.
premise of this conversation.
Eddie, can I give a real example? For example, that right
Yeah,
now Trump is
please.
faced with a decision, right? He's deciding whether or not to accept the deal with Iran. The Israel lobby right now is adamantly against it, right? But for America first, maybe it's not best for us to send all of our troops and to get engaged in a war. Now, this is where it matters, is because the amount of pressure that the Israel lobby is putting on our president right now to not accept any deal at all from Iran is going to consequently subject us to having to fight a war. So this is where it comes into real life play. You know what I mean? So right now, in Trump's like decision, should he be America first, or should he adhere to what this lobby is pressuring him to do?
Well,
I got
and
one more.
I totally understand what you're
Let him
saying,
answer.
Maze. But I mean, we're not getting the intelligence briefings that Trump's getting, and you know, you're with all due respect, Maze. I mean, you have a say. It's America. You can speak your mind, but you're not president of the United States. Trump. How do you know that Trump's not doing what he's doing for other specific reasons?
Because when I'm giving you a real life example of how right now the pressure is very public. The pressure from the Israel lobby is extremely public. Everybody from Mark Levin to all of these pro-Israel voices versus America First voices, which would you rather him listen to? Because even when it comes to our intelligence with Tulsi Gabbard, her sentiment, as well as Joe Hunt, as well as many that we've heard publicly. Obviously, we're not included in the classified briefings, but it's been that, for the most part, that this was not an imminent threat to America. It was more of an imminent threat to Israel. Again, are we Israel first, or are we America first? I mean, these are the things that we need to take into consideration.
Well, I think Donald Trump is America first. Now, Donald Trump is getting pressure. It's not just from the Israeli side, or he's getting pressure from all sides. Gas prices are high, inflations are going up, the job market, right? It's not
But
that
those are
great.
Americans, right? I mean, the Israelis shouldn't be pressuring the president at all.
Well, I mean, you have to speak to the Supreme Court about that. I mean,
No, hold on now. I'm asking you.
Citizens United.
You have a soul, right? You're an American. You don't think that a foreign country should be pressuring, or we should be yielding to pressure from a foreign country. If Americans don't like gas prices, remember, president means presiding over the U.S. government that is a representative government for the American people, not for Israel. So
Well,
yes. So by definition, the votaries should be pressuring their politicians to do right by them, because that's the presumption that they got, under the presumption of which they got their job. But you're saying, well, they have pressure from Israel and they have pressure from Americans. There should only be one pressure there, right?
Well, that's just not reality, David.
Well,
Does
it can
the
be.
Texas, Texan to
Chinese
Texan.
Hey, let
Texan.
Eddie
does the
respond.
Does the Chinese have pressure on the American public?
Not like APEC.
No, not like
Yeah, I
APEC.
mean, yeah, but not like that. That's a comparison thing. People do that. It's like, oh, well, this is bad too, though. But the problem right now is this. It's showing its face, and that's the thing. I understand this, it's a sensitive subject or whatever. The thing is this, bro. What are they? They're lobbying for what? But why are they pressuring our president? That's the thing. Like for this country, there because it's not for us. I don't want to go to war. Nobody wants to be in a war right here. We can all agree on that. War sucks. But
War
it's like,
stuff.
what is putting that pressure on our president, man? And it's not for us. It's not for America. It's not for Texas. It's for a foreign country. That's the way I see it. I see it like Diligent does. It's just foreign.
Well, I mean, that's the way you see it. That's the way you see it.
If it was China, if it was just China or Palestine, whatever, it'd be the same thing. The bigger guy we got to fight right now is this. We got to take the big guy out, and then we go to the next one.
Well, I was just saying a comment back to David that many countries have pressure points that they can place upon America and its citizens to enact legislation or all kinds of things.
What? Name the legislation that's been affected by China. I want to hear this one.
Name the legislation that China has affected.
Repeating it back doesn't help. Just give me the answer.
TikTok, I think.
I can give you a really clear example. Would be Bill Clinton's outgoing legislation that gave China a favored nation status with as a trading partner.
But the only reason why
the remnants of our manufacturing base to them on the way out.
Right, but reputedly, the only reason to do that would be what's in the best interest of Americans, and we both agree that that's not. Ross Perot was right about that. But our friend here, look, my friend, when Benjamin Netanyahu said we've got TikTok, he didn't say one of our friends does. He said part of our tribe does. And he said these are weapons of war because Americans are being allowed to speak freely. And then one of his other representatives, Jonathan Greenblatt, who represents the ADL, said, we're working with the FBI to track what people are saying in America online to see if they are a threat to Israeli hegemony. So my question to you is, our forefathers knew the answer to this question, of course. Hell no. They fought for our freedom. It's supposed to be for us and our posterity. Now, are you saying that it's a reality that we should accept, that we should allow our foreign nation to deracinate our basic freedoms? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying, unlike our forefathers, that's just the way it is and we're the helpless playthings of these external powers? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely not. I would like to eradicate all foreign powers and domestic, by the way, which is the deep state, NGOs, PACs, eradicate them from an electoral process.
Well,
I would like to do that.
First of all, I really appreciate the conversation, my friend, but I just want to say this. Let's don't become unmoored by our principles. Let's don't die as a nation from amnesia, right? Let's remember that our country was predicated upon the rights of the individual, the inviolate rights of the individual. There is no other country that was founded upon that principle that you can never ever, because we're dressed in the comely clothes of liberty, you're not just asking for it. And when any foreign nation, and I agree with the domestic part, threatens those freedoms, we should consider them the enemy of our freedom. Don't you agree with that?
Like
Yes.
England.
So
Yeah.
why do we focus strictly on one? I mean, it's like focusing in on one topic. Why not expand
the
that?
issue.
Those
Hold on,
thoughts?
That's the thing, Bubba.
let me answer that. Let me answer that. It's because that particular foreign interest lobby is the one that influences our elections the most, right? That's why. If China had a foreign interest pack that was spending like APAC does, we would be calling out China right now and not Israel. But really, it's not Israel's fault, right? It's not Israel's fault that our government and our system is compromised and allows them to influence us in such a way, right? They're allowed to do it like no other country is, right? Why is that? That's because our country is beholden to Zionism in some regards. That's why they get a pass with the FARA. That's why the Project Esser that they publicly came out and validated, which is a foreign influence operation in the United States, right? Paying influencers to propagandize the U.S. public, right, is allowed to occur. Right now, you have the Trump administration signaling that they're going to start enforcing and coming after foreign influence operations in the US, but they're completely ignoring that one. Why is that? Well, that is because Zionism is an ideology is espoused by these people, right? And so they're not going to equally enforce the law when it comes to this, right? They're not equally enforcing the FARA law. They're not equally enforcing the FEC law when it comes to communications, right? Like, what's going on here? It needs to stop. It needs to be all equal. We need either all of it's allowed or none of it's allowed. I don't want any of it allowed. Right? It needs to be equally enforced. It's not allowed for other ideologies, for other nation states to get away with. We should not allow this nation state to do it. It happens at our detriment. There's a reason why those safeguards are there, right? They're to protect us from foreign interests and to protect us from our leaders selling us out, selling out our interests to foreign states, and that's happening right now. Doesn't matter if you think they're our friend or not. Does not matter. Does not matter. Eddie, if you want to respond real quick, you can. Then I want to go to Raid.
Well, I'll just respond quick, Diligent, and get to other people. They're by far not the biggest, donations, foreign donations out there. I don't know about foreign, but George Soros dwarfed them, and it's not just Soros, right? It's basically your deep state, dude, is what you're talking about.
Teachers unions, nurses unions.
Yeah, I can break it down. It's the medicine. I don't
Nurses
want to do that though.
unions.
Yeah, it's a lot, man.
They're all
I was
free
muted.
Palestine. Every one of those
Grok.
are.
Okay,
Sure.
let me help everybody. Mute up. Grok, who is the biggest foreign interest spender in United States elections since 2022? And give us examples.
AIPAC is by far the biggest foreign interest spender in U.S. elections. Since 2022, AIPAC and its super PAC, United Democracy Project, have spent well over $220 million in federal elections, with estimates around $100 million plus in the 2024 cycle alone. No other foreign-aligned group comes close in terms of direct election spending to influence who gets elected.
What's the nearest competitive spender? Let's even though they don't come close. What's the next one down?
Nothing even comes close. AIPAC and its super PAC spent roughly $100 to $127 million in the 2024 election cycle. The next biggest foreign-aligned spenders are nowhere near that level. They operate mostly through traditional
Give me
lobbying
an
under
example,
FARA.
though. I want you to look it up. Try to tell us. Give us an example. I want to hear what the margin is.
AIPAC is in a completely different category. In the 2020
Can you find one example of a foreign interest PAC that spends that is even measurable?
Yes, I can. The closest thing to a measurable foreign connected PAC spending would be the foreign connected PACs category, tracked by Open Secrets. These are PACs from American subsidiaries of foreign companies like Toyota, Siemens, etc. In the 2024 cycle, all of those foreign connected PACs combined spent roughly $22 million. Compare that to AIPAC's network, which spent over $100 million. Some reports put the total near $127 million just in 2024. So the gap is massive. AIPAC alone outspent every foreign-connected corporate PAC in the entire country by about 5 to 1. That's why people say there's no real comparison.
How do people not have a problem with that? If you're an American, like the American
Eddie,
in me,
do you see it now, Eddie? Do you see it
Oh,
now?
I have a problem with that. Absolutely, I have a problem with that. It's no good.
Okay, so now, so you agree that AIPAC, which is a pro-Israel lobby, so I'm not just singling out Israel. It's because they're the biggest spender. If that answer had been any other country, you would see me bitching about it then.
Well, and I'm sure you would have. You would, but we're not focusing in on what's domestically, which has more influence over our electoral process and everything than APAC. Like
It
I
More.
is.
mean,
It
but at
is
least
domestic,
it's
Eddie.
here, right? At least it's here. Like, how do you solve if you are bowing to the whims of a foreign nation? How do you solve anything at home? You
Yeah,
have to cut off the other influences
you're basically
first.
saying that Americans have influence over their government.
Listen, if you were okay, let's just say, Eddie, if I was, let's just say that a foreign influence is a poison needle, right? You don't. And if I have a poison needle stuck in me and it's injecting poison into me and influencing how my body operates,
pull it
right?
out.
I can't fix what's going on in my body until I remove the needle injecting the poison, correct?
Well, yeah, you got to pull it out. Pull
Gotta
the
pull
needle
out the
out,
needle,
Diligent.
you know? So if you don't pull that needle out, right, you can't heal the body, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. That would be one part of it. Yeah, you have to do other things as well.
Hey, what helped me out with this, Eddie? It was like I took everything I was taught as a kid. You know what I'm saying? Because we were all raised about the same time and stuff. And I put it to the side and I just looked at what's going on. And it's like this lobby's been around, and it's like we let it in, but it's got to stop, bro. It's been a problem. We've been hearing about it. That's how you know it's a problem, and we're just talking about it. And I'm amazed though, Dilly, by how much like this ever. It's a very sensitive subject. I get that, but I guess maybe because I've been talking about it for a minute. But it's a problem, bro. This is bad.
People agree that it's bad, but you don't talk about anything else like the socialist Marxist teachers union PACs or the nurses union PACs.
I have spent years talking
This
about
is a good
those.
conversation. Hold on to me. So I like this. My thing is this: when that shit starts, making election decisions and breaking records on the most ever spent in a primary, we'll fucking nail that shit. I hate the Democratic Socialists, all this, but I don't understand why we do
They've
that.
been
Like, oh,
suing
we
them
got to
for
look at this
audits
too.
for 6 years. They've been
Yeah,
suing them for
They
audits for
don't
6
even
years.
but that's
compare to
a
the
tactic
amount
used
that is
to
going on.
minimize it. It's like let's not look all the way over there at this fucked up shit and look at this little bitty other fucked up shit that's not as fucked up. APAC is a big issue. It's a long time
100% is a
everybody's been
big
saying
issue,
that,
but we
and
don't
It's
they're
the
talk
using it.
about any of the other
Mormons,
issues.
Coyote. It's the Mormons.
Oh yeah, it's the more. I get that, bro. But that's all. Like we'll go
And
down
it's
a rabbit
not the
hole after rabbit
Muslims
hole.
with maize. It's never the Muslims
I'm
with
not with that.
maize.
Like
The
I don't want to
Muslims
have
ain't
all these
running
different
shit.
The
ideologies.
Muslims,
Anything.
the Muslims didn't just unseat Thomas Massey.
No shit.
The
No, they
Muslims do not have us
supported
going
them.
to war with Iran.
And I don't see
How is Iran
American
our
And
enemy?
politicians
listen, if
make.
you listen to me, Timmy, I'm not blaming Israel. I'm
I'm
blaming
not
our
arguing
own.
with you, Diligent. I'm not
Hold
arguing
on,
with
but
you. I'm
I'm
arguing with
blaming our
them.
own corrupt government for allowing it to occur. The ideology that they're espousing is what's making this happen. If they weren't Zionists, if Trump was not a Zionist, we would not be at war with Iran right now. Period.
Yes, we
Right?
would. It's
That's
a
a
proxy
problem.
war.
If
No, it's a
Trump
Yeah.
was
proxy
not
war.
a hold on. If Trump was not a Zionist, then Thomas Massey, one of the highest liberty scoring candidates, would probably still have his seat.
Well, and I also say, Diligent, APAC is not going to elect John Cornyn either. As much as they try, they're not going to do it.
No,
I'm
he's
just
out. He's out.
curious. I'm just curious if Zionism. I'm just curious if people really can be Zionists, and I would love to see. Here's what I would love to know: is if there's a voting record of people who are openly Zionist, who declare themselves as Zionists, voting for policies that benefit America over Israel. Right? I would love to see if there's a track record of that. For example, like the Iran war. Right? I want to know if there are Zionists that oppose the Iran war.
Yeah,
Are there?
and I would say, my friend, that the reason why that these other issues, did you just make up the analogy with the needle in the arm? Because that was really good.
Yeah,
I
I did.
I loved it, right? Because here's the reason. If we don't pull the needle out first, then we're just playing whack-a-mole. Now, I can give you an example. Bill Kristol ran the most powerful Beltway magazine in Washington. By the way, we have Azapak on the stage here, so he can talk about this. Bill Kristol ran the most powerful Beltway magazine, and it was to influence, and he's a neocon and a Zionist, it was to influence American politicians under the rubric of neoconservatism. It was called the Weekly Standard. It was a very august and respected and very influential magazine founded by his dad. And when Donald Trump said famously, we would have been better off had we never set foot in the Middle East, he immediately became red hot in his hatred of Donald Trump, pulled his mask off, no longer cared about any of those neocon things, those the conservative part of neocon issues, until such point that 2 weeks later he endorsed Hillary Clinton. And 2 weeks later, everybody was like, wow, we thought you were conservative. And then, of course, he had to close the doors of this supposedly august and influential magazine. So, what was he telling you? Now he's for, like, trends and everything else. He was telling you what a lot of these people, and this was why we have to call out the Jewish supremacy that goes along with Zionism, that they actually just use and weaponize ideology. And this is including what they're doing with our schools and our educational systems and a lot of the stuff on the left. And of course, we keep saying, and I keep saying this, you know, it was Lenin who said, if you want to beat the opposition, lead the opposition. And the fact of the matter is, we're going to be playing whack a mole until we pull that needle out of our arm and dispossess ourselves of this Zionism and all the power structure that goes with it. And then we can have an honest debate about what's good and bad for our children rather than watching the kabuki theater where these people play both sides.
Why are they
You
pushing
might be the
back on
most
it though?
dishonest person I've ever
Let me
All
talked
I'm
get
to,
saying
through
is
some of
though,
David.
these.
why do you
Let
push
me get
back on
through
it
some
though?
of these hands, you guys. Let me get through some of these hands. There's a lot of hands. Let's go to Reed, and then Sean, and then Michael, and then I have to rotate some people too. If I drop you, I'll bring you back up. Just request.
Hey, Dilly,
I'll drop
Dilly, can you
first.
see
Oh,
Dilly.
my
I see
hand?
ya. I see ya. I see ya. I'll go to you. I'll go to you
I'll
too.
drop down,
Sorry.
my friend.
No, you're good.
Thanks.
I require. I got this. I got this. To stay on stage, I'll rotate if I need to. Go ahead.
Oh
Continue,
yeah, I'm
Reed.
happy. I'm happy to finish and go down. So it's right. Thanks, Diligent. Thanks for the mic and fascinating conversation. And I think it's very important for you guys just to ask the question like, how does it affect U.S. politics? And then what is Zionism? All right. So Zionism, for the way I see it, the way I understand it, being a Lebanese and looking at this since childhood, Zionism is basically nationhood for the Jews. The idea that the Jews need to have a geographic nation, and so that makes it political. It makes it also geopolitical, meaning they chose a certain geography, a certain area of the earth, a certain land, which is Palestine. And also, it makes it religious as well. So, it is a religious movement and it is a political and geopolitical movement, and that's one thing. And the problem with Zionism, look, I don't have a problem if the Jews decide they want a land of their own. Fantastic, good for good, all the power to you. But the problem was that Theodore Herzl said that the Zionism, the land of the Jews should be from the River Nile, that's Egypt, to the River Euphrates, that's Iraq. So that includes Palestine, it includes Lebanon, my country. And they've been trying to do that, and they're not hiding that they want that. This is the problem. The problem happens when you have an idea, all right, I want a land for my people, fantastic, good on you. Then you discover that that land has owners, has people in it. And I invite you, Diligent, to ask Grok, what are the 10 oldest constantly inhabited cities in the world, and you find maybe 8 of them are us, whether and before
You mean
19.
Lebanon?
Yeah, no, so before 1916,
It's
Palestine,
Iran,
Lebanon,
actually. I believe is
and
the
Syria and
number one.
Iraq. Yeah, so that's called the Fertile Crescent, the Levant, right? And that part was one land, one people forever. It just got cut into countries. Actually, for Zionism, the British and the French cut it to give the Jews Palestine. This is where the problem started initially. So that's one thing that is very important. And then the other problem with the Zionism is that the religious aspect of it brings the Jewish supremacy look at other people, that the Jews are special and we are not. Now, actually, they call us Amalek. And if you read their religious literature, they need to genocide us, and they're not shy about it. That is a problem. So Zionism inherently has a criminal aspect in it. And the other problem is
I,
that for them to
you're not.
achieve.
But not
Go ahead.
all Zionists espouse with that belief about your country, right?
Well, I think not. I think they do, but they do not say it, because if you're a Zionist,
Well, they
you
might not
believe.
understand it.
Yeah, Yeah, look, there's a lot of brainwashing. There's a lot of good, decent
Well, I mean,
people,
there's
good, decent
nuance
Jews.
there, right? You're
Yeah.
you're ascribing a position to all people who think they're Zionists, and I think that might
But the
be.
founder, Diligent is the founder of Zionism that says that. Zionism is not shy about saying that it is from the Nile to the Euphrates. Actually, your ambassador to Jerusalem said it. That's also the American ambassador that says it is from the Nile to the Euphrates. That includes
Hey,
my
this is
country.
important on that, to your point. So Zionism of the, like, you got to look, the Jews got a different kind of Zionism than the Christian Zionism. Christian Zionism is kind of broken up in this. The majority, they're going to go over that way anyway, give Israel what they want. But there is a portion of them that they're kind of looking around right now. They're kind of pushing back. Makes me kind of
I'm
happy,
just
honestly.
saying that I don't think, like, I bet you that there's Christian Zionists or other Zionists, even maybe even over there, who aren't on board with the criminal aspect, as you call it, right? Like,
Well,
uh,
I think it's
85% of them
it's
are.
because
Yeah.
they're ignorant of the facts, Diligent. Because let's say, forget about Greater Israel. So let's say the one that is right now, including the parts
not
they
all
took.
Jews believe in the Greater Israel Project.
All right, let's agree on that. But the criminal aspect remains, and for anyone that believes that Palestine needs to all be for the Israelis, well, there you have that has to include displacing the Palestinians, and that is called ethnic cleansing. So again, inherently, Zionism has major flaws in terms of criminality and then ethnic cleansing, and also the UN, I think in 1976, declared Zionism a racist ideology because of the
This
supremacist
is the
aspect.
problem, that's not fundamentally inherent to Zionism, though, right? This is imperialism, and it's a lot of it's an idea. It is an approach that a lot of nation states use or have used historically, including my own. Can you
It's a
Sure.
agree
part of
on
their
that?
ideology, though, bro. Back to the Herzl. He
That's
wrote about it.
Coyote. That's true, but also there is a religious aspect of it. Even if you investigate
Now
the
that's what
religious,
scares me the most
Genesis
is the
15.
religious. Hold on. So the what scares me the most about Zionism as an ideology that influences American politics is the religious aspect of it, right?
yeah,
Because
yeah,
a religious ideology is not something that can be reasoned with. It is
yeah,
not something that can be brokered with. It is not something that can be negotiated. When somebody espouses a devout religious belief, it is a doctrine that they live their life by. It's a worldview to which
yep.
dictates all of their actions.
100%, 100%. Well said. Yeah, and that is the problem. And if you look at the history of Israel since its creation, you would find that this is the movie, the motive behind it is religious zealotry. Like in any other, if you listen to the rhetoric in any other political sphere, but I know in the English sphere you guys don't say it, but it is very clear that you would describe it as a religious extremism, and with with the
I
negative
described it
connotation.
as Zionist extremism the other day.
It's
Yeah, and
biblical
it's
prophecy
also
to them. They use it as
and
biblical prophecy.
you can also call it
ABIC, I got to get
Israelism,
through these hands. I'll
and
bring you
nice.
up.
Yeah,
Continue.
nice on you to say it's called Israelism. You can call it Israelism for people to understand uh, that it is. So if and then let's go to American foreign policy. Look, uh, Diligent. If you look at the Iraq War, if you look at Libya, if you look at Syria, if you read the major think tanks that are mostly in Washington, that are Zionist funded, they all always sell your State Department ideas that are conducive to Greater Israel and are very bad for America. And one of them we're witnessing it right now with the whole Iran saga. And they do it over and over. They told you about Libya, they told you about Syria, they told you about Iraq, they told you now about Iran. What you guys are doing in Lebanon. I mean, it's terrible. You guys like the American bullying happens in diplomacy. It's called the American diplomacy, but de facto, Diligent, now today, anyone in Lebanon would tell you that the American embassy is running our local politics for the sake of Israel. So yeah, that's all I have. Thanks for the mic.
Yitz, you could. Yitz is like clamoring. Go ahead, Yitz. You can
Yeah,
respond.
so
We're not. Hey, hold
I'll
on.
feed him.
Hold on. Hold on. We're not doing any name calling. So, attack the positions, but not the person.
Yes, yes,
And
the
then
argument.
okay,
Yes,
and then I'm gonna go to M Lad and Sean.
because I have to have dinner soon anyway, so I'll just be real quick. So there's a position, the argument that was used is that, Greater Israel and Amalek and everything. First off, Amalek, we're just commanded to wipe out the memory of Amalek. Nobody knows who Amalek is today, and it's just anyone who wants to destroy us, we should defend ourselves against them.
Who
That's
is
all what it's about.
Amalek?
Benjamin
Yitz.
Netanyahu called
Who is
us
who? Hold
Amalek.
on.
It's on
For
record.
our listeners, who is Amalek? Yitz.
Today, Amalek would be the Ayatollahs in Iran. In the old days, when with the Torah, it was the nation that attacked us in the wheel. As we made our way to Israel,
Is that a religious doctrine to destroy the memory of Amalek?
it's just self-defense to fight against those who would destroy us. That's all what it is. It doesn't mean to kill children, God forbid, or women or anything like that.
It does.
And to respond to the second point of the argument, Israel made peace with Egypt in 1979 and returned to Sinai in 1994. There was peace with Jordan, and there's never been an expansion into Jordan or Egypt. In the current conflict, Israel's only expanded about 3.5%. And so some expansion, if, we're doing a pretty poor job at it. It's taken generations and generations. Why haven't we attacked Jordan since the Six-Day War, for example? He has no retort to that. Clearly,
When was the Yom Kippur War?
Hey, let Coyote.
That was in 73. Clearly, Greater Israel refers to just Yehuda Shomron, Judea and Samaria, and Golan Heights, for example. And we interpreted
Listen
Genesis
to
15 to be the spread of
Golan Heights
monotheism.
is Syrian. Golan Heights is Syrian, according to international law. Whatever
No, it's
you
not.
call Judea and Samaria is the West Bank, and according to international law, it is for the Palestinians. And you occupied it in
Are you?
1967.
Do you? Hold on. Maybe I can help here. Yitz, do you consider yourself to be a Zionist?
100%. The West Bank.
And do you think that? What does that mean to you?
It doesn't mean world conquest. It doesn't mean
But
making
what does
colonies.
it? You don't need to tell me
To
what it
me,
doesn't mean. Can you tell me what it does mean?
to me, it just means a home in our ancestral homeland, the place of where my ancestors came from, to have a safe place,
Your
so that
ancestors
something
came
like a
from Europe.
Holocaust could never happen
Hold on.
again.
As it exists today.
Yes, that's perfectly fine. In terms of Judea and Samaria, he's discussing the 1948-1949 borders. It's just an armistice line. An armistice
No,
line
this
with
is the
no actual borders.
1967 border. Yeah, it's
But it's
1967
it's
border.
really the 49.
Reed, he did
No.
not interrupt you.
It's really the 49 borders, but it doesn't matter because it's just an armistice line. It's not. There never was it's not an actual state, Palestine. And also, in terms
It's
of
all
the Golan
beyond.
Heights,
It's all beyond the scope of this conversation, anyways. Right? I don't want to. I want to. I understand how it affects the surrounding countries, and I don't mean any offense, but I don't really care as much how much it affects the countries surrounding Israel as I do as about how much it affects my country.
yeah.
Right.
Well,
And
it
you
doesn't. It
should
doesn't
care
affect.
how it affects my country because my country affects all of the other countries.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
It
So,
would not be empowered to affect its neighbors so much if it did not have us on some kind of leash. Right. So yeah, it's um I have a problem with a foreign interest lobby deciding who gets elected to represent our citizens at a national level, at any level really, but particularly a national level. Do you understand that? Like, if let's just say that it wasn't Israel that APAC was supporting, let's say it was China. Would you be against China having an APAC like organization in the United States?
yes, of course, I'm against any foreign involvement in the United States, and luckily, I don't believe Israel is doing that. But just to respond to his point, the Golan Heights is less than 1% of Syrian territory. I think they can live without it.
Wait. You just said that you were against a foreign interest having influence in our politics in the United States?
Yes, of course.
Okay, but you don't think APAC is a foreign interest group?
No, I think it's made and funded by Americans. It's an American
I know that it's
organization.
made and funded by Americans, but it's a pro-Israel group, correct?
Well, it's pro good Israeli-American relations. That's what it's about. It's
It's
not
not.
entirely pro-Israel. It's also pro-America.
Well, did you see the post that I made? Maybe you didn't see it. There's a post
No,
I made. Okay, and it says pro-Israel Americans are proud to defeat the anti-Israel candidates. Being pro-Israel is good policy and good politics. Where does it say pro-American in there?
perhaps it's the Apex message. It's inherent in what they were trying to present. I believe being pro-Israel, being allied to a fellow democracy, is ultimately pro-American. You know, we want a strong Israel so they can take care of the Middle East as we pivot toward China. So that is a pro-America position. They're going
Where
to
does it say
secure.
that?
You'll
It
hear that a
doesn't
lot.
say. It doesn't say it there, but a strong Israel is good for America,
It's
and
in the
vice versa.
context of removing a sitting U.S. House seat, right? So, like,
Well, I mean, Matt,
didn't it say? I mean,
he lost fair and square.
shouldn't the message be, if it was pro-American, wouldn't it say pro-Americans are pro-Israel or something, right? Like, it seems like you would explicitly state that in your messaging on such a massive put, like a massive influence, right? Like, there is a message there, and it begins with pro-Israel, not pro-America. There's nothing about
It,
this
it's
message that says
it's
pro-American. You
it's
have
it's
to you have to do some kind of mental cartwheel to get there.
it's catering to a Jewish American audience, and that's okay. In any case, Diligenti should be glad that we're going to have a Republican, that we have Ramaswamy in Ohio, that we have Ed. And can you hear me, by the way?
I can hear you. I'm listening.
Okay, yes. Be grateful that we have Ed in Kentucky, and let's just hope that Republicans win against Democrats. That's what counts most of all. So we should all
What
be.
policy you like of Ed's? Yes.
I do have to go in about 1 minute.
Do you have do you have a policy of Ed Gowrain's that you like? Do you know about his policies?
I know that he's a Navy former Navy SEALs. He's a great farmer. He's a great guy, and he was endorsed by Trump, so his policies would be very much aligned with Trump. Unlike Massey, who voted everything against what Trump tried to do, and is clearly more interested in being China first and Russia first.
Like little robots, Billy.
It's he's allowed to have his own opinion. It's okay. I thank you, Yitz. Appreciate that. Let's go to Michael. He's been waiting. The
Thank
men
you.
lad.
Hey guys, I appreciate you taking the time to let me come on. I appreciate everybody giving everybody the time to speak here. If you'll give me a second to kind of get through this, it is a complex thing to kind of get through, so it's not as easy to explain. But I think one of the biggest issues we're running into is trying to like critically define Zionism as a thing that doesn't change. Just like words change over time, these change as well. And a lot of this seems to be a misunderstanding of an overall religious ideology that's getting conflated into political movements. So if you look into, what I think it is an ethno-nationalist movement rooted in Sabbatean and Frankist ideologies. And when I said it comes from the Rothschilds, a lot of people go straight to the central bank thing, but it's not the central banks. They were, what Israel was founded on, and they were funding all of the groups that were spreading their ideologies and things of that nature in that time. And where I see the connection is, when you look at the founders of Zabadiah Zabai and Jacob Frank, you can see the correlation when Jacob Frank moves near Frankfurt in Offenbach in the 1780s, which coincidentally, where they are rumored to have had meetings with Mayor Ashel Rothschild, which, then you see the Frankfurt Bank that has the
We try to
Masonic
avoid
shield.
rumors here and do things that are verifiable, though.
These are verifiable things.
You
You
just
can
said it
see,
was a rumor.
well, not rumored, but you can see it in I guess, the imagery of the Rothschild lineage, and as well as the Masonry connections that they do have, not necessarily to the Illuminati, but the other Masonries that they had inside of the area, because it wasn't just the religious, there's
So
good
it's an
and bad
indirect
Mason
correlation.
colonies.
Okay.
Yes. But when you look at the ideology premise from it, and then you can see the imagery built on what Israel was founded on, which you go into the star being a messianic symbol, and why they chose that instead of a menorah or a kippah, which was the original symbols of Judaism. And then you look at the belief of the Sabbatean and Franken ideologies, which is basically you want to deliberately break all of the moral and religious laws to bring about the Messiah. And so when we look at how
Can you
Israel,
slowly say those names again and tell us who they are?
Zabadiah Zevi and the leader Jacob Frank, they were the leaders of that ideology back when it was initially was in 1666. The Zevi, he actually claimed to be the Jewish Messiah at the time, and then eventually, once they were taken over from the Ottoman Empire, converted into Islam, which is actually where they came up with the omen ideology, where they pretend to be other cultures and other races so that they can then push forward their own ideologies kind of in the back channels. That's kind of where that came from. And so we can see,
Subversion.
yeah. And so you can see it in that ideology, and you can see the crossover where they met in the 1780s, and you can see it in the symbolism of Israel, and then we can also see it in the conduct. It's claimed to be the moral side, but since its inception, how many years of peace has it seen? How many war crimes, how many atrocities? If I'm not mistaken, they're holding the world's largest LGBTQ event in June. And so it comes off as this religious theology, but it's operating on straight secularism. And then you can also see the difference in ideology versus what they preach at home versus what they preach in their satellite countries or their satellite operations in other countries. And so it's the evolution of this term and the fact that it's delineated in a radical religious ideology that makes it a little bit harder to pin down, because you do see it in the Marxist left through the Soros funding. And then you also see it through the Zionist right. And so when they make you cling to just one direction over the other, it obfuscates the bigger picture, which is an overall religious ideology that is bent on bringing everybody back to Israel, making the world turn against them to bring about that Messiah. And it concerns me because you can almost see the Solomon, blend of that of wanting to get to, the Holy Land to recreate the third temple. And we see, talkings of that with Pete Hegseth and some of the other guys. So you can kind of see this cross blend of ideologies where I fear that the ultimate goal is this Messiah that's going to lead them against the world as a quantitative AI. And then it crosses over this Solomon worshiping groups of this all knowing ultimate figure lending over. And it's also, you look at who's behind most of the AI and how close we're getting to digital currency and digital banking. And then you have to think of the power dynamic between the elite and the average person. There's always been that balance of if they ever get too out of pocket, we may, rise up against them. Well, what happens to that when they start mass producing, robots? There is no dichotomy where they have to really be wary anymore at that point. And so we see
Something
pressure
we should
valve.
care about anybody in too much power, not just
Well,
Zionists.
absolutely. But when you take away the cover of it just being necessarily the Israelis, it kind of paints the bigger picture of the banking systems themselves and the elites really painting towards this larger scheme. And it takes it away from just being Jews, which is why I say it's not that. Obviously, anybody who's not in this elite category has no idea what's going on. But, you can look at even what's happening in the United States right now. Our infrastructure is headed towards catastrophe, right? Well, you can look at the ERCOT readings, you can look at
The
the
writing's
broad.
on the wall.
Yeah, Spectrum released a report in 2024, and so did ERCOT, that said if we didn't have substantial infrastructure change by 2028, we would see rolling blackouts with both energy and Wi-Fi for 77% of the population during peak times. And if we didn't start, fortifying that infrastructure, then we're going to be, in a bad way. Well, what do? Instead of fortifying our infrastructure, we start another war that we have nothing to do with, and are basically greenlighting every data center, and it's basically exasperating the problem with no end in sight, and it makes you wonder why. And it almost seems like everybody's operating on a system where there's going to be a mass casualty event where it's not going to have to be a problem.
What do you think about the Rebbe and Benjamin Yahoo? Because he told him that he would find the Messiah.
Well, you can see in their talks and how they've gifted with Trump, he's the precursor in their eyes.
He's definitely a catalyst for for their at least some of their foreign policy agenda. Michael, go ahead, then Uncle Buck, and then we'll go to AB. Wait.
Yeah, hello.
Then
So,
Sean.
yeah, so been here a few minutes here. It's interesting talk. So Zionism, there's so many different forms of it. There's, liberal Zionism, which simply holds that the Jews should have a homeland, but they don't have any expansionist desiderata. But there is also a hardline Zionism, which is expansionist to the Greater Israel project. And so there's so many different. But most people will tell you, like it's here before, that Zionism is simply a belief in the self-determination of Jews to have their own country. Sounds fair enough, but it's just not the case. In fact, if it was a self-sufficient ideology or a self-sufficient project, it wouldn't be robbing American taxpayers to the tune of probably $8 trillion so far. And I can go through the numbers and how I got to that number. First of all, Israel is the greatest recipient of U.S. aid in history. Up until 2024, received approximately $310 billion from the United States. Then second in line was Egypt at 175 billion. And all of that 175 is basically to make them quiescent with reference to Israel. So in fact, you can add the 175 to the 310, you're already at $500 billion. So then, of course, if you look at the recent expenditure since October 2023, $33 billion up into the beginning of the war against Iran. $33 billion of extra money going from US taxpayers to Israel. And then on top of that, you can count all of the.
How is that? How is that 33 spent?
Well, I have.
What was it for?
It was for arms. Arms. We replenished their dome missiles. We replenished all their missiles, bombs. We sent them 2,000 pound bombs. We sent them all kinds of weapons. I wrote all about this. There's a paper I wrote called Zion Dawn, the Zionization.
Do you think Israel would exist today if we weren't sending them this money?
They wouldn't exist as they do.
No, they wouldn't.
They wouldn't exist as they exist now. They wouldn't be able to be such belligerent neighbors toward all of their neighbors whom they've attacked. 7 nations at once for a point there this past summer. So they attack everybody, not just the Palestinians who they decimated, totally decimated in their, I won't even use the word.
We can agree that they decimated Palestine. That's true.
Yeah, they decimated Palestine. Now, listen, so since there's so many definitions of Zionism and a certain Jewish contingent will tell you that it's just the self-determination of Jews. If you're anti-Zionist, that means you're anti-Semitic because it means the self-determination of Jews. So what I did is with ASAPAC, which is the Anti-Zionist America PAC, which I founded, was I set up a definition of Zionism that got around all these problems. Because what do we care whether you're a liberal Zionist or a hardcore expansionist Zionist, a religious Zionist, or a secular Zionist? That doesn't, we're not here to argue that. With ASAPAC, what we're here to do is to say what Zionism is to us as an American taxpayer. From the standpoint of American politics, Zionism is simply the extortion of U.S. taxpayers and the bribery and blackmail of the American political class, our politicians, for the so-called benefit of Israel. That's it. That's all we care about at ASAPAC, because if you try to define it any other way, You get into all these quibbles. What it means to us is they're robbing us in the name of Israel for Israel's benefit. That's what Zionism means to us. It's extortion. It's theft. That's what it is. And it's done. And interestingly, yeah, AIPAC is the biggest, absolutely the biggest PAC and lobby to give money, a foreign associated lobby and PAC in the United States by a long shot, as Groff pointed out. But here's the thing about what AIPAC is doing. AIPAC is funneling donations from, wealthy or very wealthy Jews, largely through charitable, deductible charity organizations, 500 of them, by the way. Then they funnel this money to AIPAC or AIPAC's PACs. And there is a PAC called AIPAC PAC. And then they use that money to basically buy off our politicians. Okay, so they're using our money effectively to buy off our politicians. Why is it our money? Because a lot of that money comes from the money we give to Israel. It comes back into AIPAC through these individuals who give to these lobbies. And the other thing is, so we give $3.8 billion a year to Israel. Now, recently Netanyahu came out and said, well, we don't want it anymore. Well, he's been saying that since 1998. And while he said it, he was also petitioning Congress and the Senate to pass a 20-year memorandum of understanding, 10 years longer than the standard one. So everything he says is a lie. It's all this deflection and doublespeak and gaslighting to keep you from getting to
Sounds
the
like your
fact.
typical politician.
Yeah. I would say that Netanyahu is the most skilled rhetorician alive. He's a very effective, powerful orator.
Yep.
Not because he's bombastic, but because he comes across as so confident, intelligent, and credible. I'd be frank, he does. He comes across as all those things. That's been one of the secrets to Israel's recent success with the United States. And but to us, really, Zionism is just quit robbing us for Israel, okay? And what do they do over there? That's their business. They want to believe they're God's chosen people and expand all over the neighborhood. Well, just don't do it at my expense. And I don't want to also have my money being used to genocide other people. I don't want other people slaughtered with money stolen from me. I think that's crap. The biggest thing is quit robbing us to pay Israel's bills, to fund them, to arm them, and then quit quit trying to run cover for them in the United Nations, where at least 10 vetoes saved Israel from any criticism, from any investigations, from any ceasefire, and so forth and so on with Gaza. So the United States has been running political cover for them, economic cover, and then there's, of course, the religious ideological part, which is Christian Zionism, which I won't go into here because I don't want to sort of promote, but I'm doing a space on the same topic, that Christian Zionism tonight. But I'll just say this.
I mean, it's important because there's a lot of Christians who are being co-opted to support a foreign state through Christian Zionism.
Yeah,
Americans.
I'll just say this: Christian Zionism predates Jewish political Zionism by over 200 years. It is much older than Jewish political Zionism. And it's actually probably the soil out of which Jewish political Zionism sprung. So you can't just blame the Jews for Zionism. Frankly,
No,
the
I
real,
didn't. I make
yeah,
that
no, I'm
distinction.
not talking to you. I don't mean you. I don't mean you. I'm talking
Yeah.
rhetorically, to anybody out there. You can't. It's a very interestingly enough. Its origin story starts with Protestantism, second generation Protestant reformers. So that's that. That's all I wanted to add tonight.
I
so
did
far.
not know that. That's an interesting perspective, and I don't think that's too controversial of a position. It sounds pretty aligned with what I want, which is just leave us, stay the hell out of our politics. and handle your shit over there. I'm good with you handling your shit over there. If that's what you want to do, then do it all day.
Yeah.
Just not at my expense and not at the expense of my children.
I mean, I would add as an individual, now I'm not speaking on behalf of the organization as a pack now, is that I think that withdrawing US funds from Israel and quitting running cover for them will change the way they operate entirely. And it may lead to the dissolution of that state because they've angered their enemy so far, so much that they could get wiped out without our backup.
So now it's existential. So they've created a paradigm where it's existential that we support them, or
Right.
it's like a ransom, right?
Or
Where
it's like we're being held hostage for the possibility that the whole of Israel could be holocausted. Thanks a lot. That's where we're at. They put us in that position. We wormed our way into it as well. It wasn't just them.
it's us for allowing it to happen. If that's the case,
absolutely.
I would say the
Sean,
end time prophecy as well as
Uncle Buck
is
has
a
been
factor.
waiting the longest, and we'll go to Sean. Thank you, Michael.
You got it.
Hey, it's okay, guys. I'm going to be real quick because Michael stole a lot of my thunder. Great coverage. I've been sitting here the whole time, just listening to this great topic, great conversation. So I decided to go to the FEC and do what I do best, which is data mine. So I started downloading a bunch of super PAC and PAC data. And it's crazy what I found. So I took the APAC data from all the contributors from my state, Texas. And over the last year, I'm just going to give you guys the parameters. I pulled data from 2025 to 2026. And what I identified was that about $34 million nationwide have been contributed from APAC, or from APAC contributors to this PAC, right? About $2 million of that comes out of the state of Texas, which is where I reside. Some funny little, data elements, or, funny little outcomes I found in the data. Only 22% of that $2 million in my state is actually going to politicians running for office in my state. The other 88% of this 2 million that's coming out of Texas is going to shit like Bell for Missouri, Capito for West Virginia. You've got a bunch of fucking elections that are going on in Alaska. I mean, this shit is all over the state. This shit is all over the nation. And what I'm realizing is what Zionism is starting to really mean to me, especially Zionism in America, this is nothing but fucking organized racketeering. Where before, when the fucking Italians were doing it, these guys were all fucking criminalized, brought before Congress.
Let's try to watch
and
the
brought up
F-bombs
on
as much
fucking
on
RICO
YouTube.
charges.
Uncle, easy on the F-bombs.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. It's just when you mine through this data, and I mean these files are like, you're talking about millions of lines worth of data, right? When you always get confronted with that question, how can you believe that only 2% of the population can control so much of our government? My answer going forward is go look at the FEC data, because this is how they're doing it. And the next thing I did was I went and I said, okay, there's got to be some cross-pollination to some of these other PACs, because the Make America Great Again Inc. PAC is one of the largest super PAC contributors in the nation. The second is the Future Forward USA, FAIR, and these cross-pollinate between both parties. So I took all that information, I started marrying it up with the APAC data, and what I realized is when I started looking at some of the contributors, I'm finding commonalities in some of these contributors contributing to all of these different PACs. And what I realized was this: we came up with a rule to try to stop this about back in 2014, 2012, because of trying to get all of the money out of politics. And what they've done is they've come up with a loophole, because the maximum contribution you can make to a PAC, not a super PAC, because super PAC's unlimited, but a PAC is $5,000. So what they've done, guys, is they've gone and created all of these individual PACs. And this is how they're buying our politicians. So it's always been a head scratcher to me. It's like, how can these guys like Ted Cruz come out and make these statements like, Israel is our greatest ally and we will always be beholden to Israel? When you go look at the data and you start connecting the dots, and again, these people have to provide their addresses. I mean, it's really funny because they provide their addresses, they provide their employer, they provide They provide their job title. You find a lot of, presidents, lawyers, doctors, a lot of retireds in there. It's like, a lot of retired Jews seem to have a lot of money to donate to all of these freaking individual PACs. I find that funny. But this is how they're getting over with this. And I'm sorry, from my standpoint, if it was illegal for the Italians and the mob, how is this not illegal? These guys have bought the country.
Thank you, Uncle Buck. Make sure you
Can
guys,
I just
okay, no, real quick. Make sure you guys are following my co-hosts Maze and Harmony. Turn notifications on for them. They're amazing. If you want to support what I'm doing, the best way is by subscribing. There is a pink button on my profile. I do subscriber only after spaces to give value to my subscribers. There is a link up in the Jumbotron. We're going to have one right after this here in about 20 minutes. We're going to go through the rest of the hands, and then we are going to move over there to the subscriber space. Make sure that you like the YouTube channel or video and share the channel with your normie friends. This has been a good conversation. I think both sides of this issue, or there's a very well-rounded discussion. It's not easy to moderate these spaces, by the way. There's a lot of very, very strong opinions about this particular issue. And so I hope that we all learned something today. I know that I definitely have. Go ahead, Maze, and then we will go to Sean.
Sure. There was a book that was written in 1996. It's called Stealth Packs, and I just recently came across it, and it's interesting to see how all of this was set up in these little cookie cutter packs, like how they were able to kind of find the little loopholes. And what Uncle's talking about is that like they would have these very non identifying type of like names and cookie cutter descriptions that like copy paste, but they were
It's just like the shell company LLCs. They operate very
exactly.
similarly.
Yep, yep. And then it shows and tracks all of the funding. And I mean, I'm literally working on a mind map that shows like what they were specifically tied to, what legislation or what seats that they were tied to be able to show. But it's by going and looking up those numbers, like he said. It's
The FEC.
overwhelming. Yeah, yeah. And it's overwhelming to see like how much it's in there. It's almost like it's so mind-boggling. It's just it's unreal. Anyway, that's
Michael,
why
you
I
said
had to put it in a mind map
Michael,
because
you wanted to add something to Uncle Buck real quick. I'll let you respond quickly if you could, and then because we're running out of time.
Yeah,
And
sure.
then
Thanks.
Sean.
Yeah, thanks. Sure. Yeah, I wanted to say that, yeah, Uncle Buck brought up some things I forgot to mention or just didn't mention. And that is, the domestic front, what I call domestic Zionism is the attempts on the part of Zionists to shut down our speech. And this is real because 38 states have anti-BDS legislation. 38 states. That means you can't
Can
boycott
you tell
Israel.
people what BDS is?
Boycott, divest, and sanction. So what boycott is simply the ability to spend money or not spend money on somebody. So boycotting Israel in 38 states will get you shut out of any contract with the state or any state money whatsoever. The other thing I wanted to mention is Citizens United. The case in 2010 was a pivotal case argued by a Zionist law firm that won the case on behalf of Citizens United so that they could have unlimited expenditures on advertising, unlimited donations to super PACs, and unlimited expenditures by super PACs against or for candidates. That opened up the door to this unbelievable buying of our political class, the extent to which it's gone at this point, because they can buy these politicians with millions of dollars in a race, just like what happened in Kentucky.
Do you mind
$20
very
million
much,
in
Jane?
it. Yeah.
Can I just add to what Michael just did really quickly, and I'll drop because I do have to go, and I appreciate the space very much. And I know I don't have any privileges, but just a quick point. There were some 250 state level representatives that got a free trip to Israel back in September. So it's not just a federal issue. I mean, there were 5 from each state that attended out of the 50 states, mix of Democrats and Republicans, and just sort of conceptualize.
that's under the American education thing. I know exactly what
Right.
you're
And
talking
also it was called 50 States, One Israel. 50 states, one Israel. That was the title.
Well, just my point is, it's not that. It's just substitute Israel for anything else, and just try to get that into your head. So substitute Israel for any other China, whatever you like, and say you imagine 250 representatives going. Well, let's make it Germany, because we consider them an ally. So Germany, 250 went to Germany it was called 50 states for Germany, and they all get this free trip. They all get the propaganda. They all come back to their state legislatures. And would we consider that to be foreign interference? And that's outside of the whole federal APAC, CUFI, tangled network of funding and movement of money. Those states are a substantial source of funding for Israel. And people don't usually count that, but those states allocate pension funds that are state level pension funds and state level treasury towards buying Israeli bonds and Israeli treasuries that actually help support that economy. And they're not buying US treasuries, they're buying Israeli treasuries.
They're not even rated or whatever, right? Like the bonds that we buy. And Florida made
I
it
don't want to
mandatory.
turn it into an echo
Yeah,
chamber, you guys. I was going to call on Sean next. If you want to
Yeah, I
land it real
appreciate it.
quick,
That's
Sean.
all I wanted to add. I'll drop.
Hey,
I
Billy,
appreciate
just one
listening.
final thing. What the data revealed to me, what exposed to me, is that the 94 million that Grok gave us earlier, it's a big number, but that number's way bigger when you start cross-pollinating all of the other different PACs and super PACs that these same Zionist or pro-Israel individuals are
It was
contributing to.
127 million.
Oh, sorry. So even if it's
For the last
127,
cycle.
It's like
if
over
you
500
cross-pollinate it
million
across the
before.
super
Yeah.
PACs and the other PACs, it's a much bigger number.
I figured. Go ahead, Sean. And then we'll go to AB.
Yeah, there's a lot here, so I don't know which way to go. But I did have a question. With this recent war that is now, within a ceasefire and a treaty, how many of these people would choose the United States or Iran? Because and think very carefully about this, because all of these people have said that Israel is 100% behind all of the United States foreign policy. And so, and Trump and our military are
you're assigning
puppets of
blanket
Israel.
statements. Nobody has said that Israel is behind all of the United States foreign policy.
Okay, well, let's just say Middle East policy then, right?
We didn't say 100%.
Would that be accurate? Would that be accurate?
UAE too. UAE too.
The question, just answer the question. Are you behind the United States or Iran?
Did I hate the fucking sound bowl?
Okay. There's too much. There's yeah. Maze, let me handle it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'll just say this. My position. I mean, you're asking people. We can't speak for other people, right? But for one, I'm always behind the United States. But there shouldn't be a choose between the United States and Iran. The reason why we're at Iran is because of a foreign country, right? So that is blackmail. So what you're saying is that if you don't want the United States to war with Iran, then you're siding with Iran, which is bullshit. We don't want to be in a war at all, regardless of who it is.
Even when people ask the question, hypothetical, choose or you're anti-United States, when they say, "Are you United States?" or hold on, are you? Hold on. The question I'm combating is when the hypothetical comes up, when they ask a Jewish person if you are pro-United States or pro-Israel, and when they have a conflict
It's not always
because
a Jewish
they are
person.
both.
It's a Zionist.
Well, whichever. I consider myself a Zionist. I believe in a Israeli nation. Nope. Definitely
Okay,
Christian.
So then, okay.
And I also
So
believe
it's
in the
not
book of
just
Revelation.
limited. I would definitely ask you that question. If you had to choose between the United States and Israel, which would you choose?
At war, the United States. Now, ask the question.
If there was a policy that was going to wreck, okay, let's not say war. If there was a policy that was going to wreck the economy of either Israel or the United States in a very bad way, which are you choosing?
Probably the United States. I'd have to know the difference.
Probably the United States. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, I am. I'm also a veteran. I'm also a veteran as well.
That's
is
the
petrodollar is the petrodollar under our influence, or is it under Saudi Arabia and OPEC's influence?
I'm just saying, like, like you're not 100%. If they're okay,
Why do you
let me
say
pose
prop?
the
Yeah, that was wild.
let me pose the Coyote. Mute yourself. Let me pose the question to you one more time. Okay, if you had a choice on a piece of legislation, right? Let's say that you were voting. If you had a choice on a piece of legislation between a policy that is going to completely decimate Israel's economy for a long time, or the United States economy for a very long time, you're not 100% certain that you would choose the United States. Is it, you said probably? You're not certain.
Well, no, I would be certain in that case, but that's a hypothetical that we can't reach.
You
It's
were the
just,
one that
it's the
brought up
same
the
thing.
hypothetical.
It's
Well,
it's the
because it's
same.
kind of
It's the
happening
same
now,
thing.
right?
Okay,
It's
right.
kind of happening now. There's a
Okay.
policy. There is a policy, an economic policy that is being pushed forth by Trump right now that is decimating the U.S. economy, but it is not decimating Israel's economy, right? So this is actually happening. This isn't a hypothetical. This is actually occurring right now as we're talking, right? So here's what I want to ask you is like, where do you side on that? Because if you side on a foreign policy like the Iran war that you brought up, right? That's decimating our economy, but not decimating Israel's, right? Whose side are you really on?
I'm on the side of the United States economy and at war, regardless. I'm not going to sit here and cherry pick. I'm not going to say, because I've asked this question to some people and they can't even answer the question. Right? Just like if you ask somebody, and I've been in the space where you've asked yes. Well, it wasn't
Well,
you.
let's talk
It was
about this
actually,
space and let's talk about now and these people. I don't want to talk
well,
about
that's what
other
I'm
spaces and
asking
other
about.
people.
That's what I'm asking about.
I
It's
answered
not
your
a
question.
hypothetical. It's not okay. So it does Mays choose the United States over Iran? Does Coyote choose the United States over Iran?
Maze. If you had to choose between the two, which one are you picking?
United States every fucking time.
Coyote, if you had to choose
In the
between the
war?
two, hold on, Sean, hold on. You asked the question. Let's let him answer it.
Okay.
Coyote, if you had to choose between the United States or Iran, what are you choosing?
Bomb the shit out of Iran. Go United States.
David, if you had to
Oh,
choose between the, hold on, Sean, hold on. David, if you
Yeah,
had to choose,
yeah, because
hold
I got
on,
a follow up.
I want to do a straw poll. Mute yourself. Calm down. You're a little excited. Breathe. Take a drink of water. David, if you have to choose between the United States or Iran, what are you choosing?
America.
Terry, if you have to choose between the United States and Iran, what are you choosing?
USA.
AB, if you have to choose between the United States and Iran, what are you choosing?
God bless America.
Michael.
United States, of course.
Uncle
But I
Buck.
should say this: we should have no
Hold
business there.
Hold on. Uncle Buck.
The Republic of the United States of America.
Now, I did not hear one bit of hesitation from any of those people. There was no probably. Did you hear a probably there?
But at
There
least
was
two are
zero
at
No,
least
but
two
I
of them are
all,
lying.
but hold on. I did hear a bunch
hesitation.
of Israeli shills.
So
I did hear a bunch of Israeli shills.
Hold on. Mute yourselves. Maze, if you had to choose between an economic policy that would devastate Iran, well, it's already fucking shit anyways, but if you had to choose between an economic, well, actually, let's not do this. Maze, if you had to choose between the United States or Israel's decimation, what are you choosing?
Like, who's going to get decimated? Israel?
If you had to choose between Israel or the United States in a war or decimation, whatever you want, whatever the premise is, who are you choosing?
I'm choosing us to win. United States.
Coyote.
United States. But the rest.
David.
United States.
Strange.
United
Terry.
States, U.S.
Between anybody in our country, it's going to be the
AB, if
USA.
you have to choose between the United States and Israel, which if one has to get decimated, what are you choosing?
God bless America.
Michael.
U.S.
Wait, was that an answer?
Uncle.
That was not an
Let
answer.
heat rot my
Sean, if you
Israel
have
friends.
to choose, if one country's getting decimated and you have to choose one, which one are you picking, Sean? United States or Israel?
United States. I'm also going to pick American-made jeans that are made here in the United States, not China.
Okay, cool.
Not
I'm glad we're all
Pakistan.
on the same
Not
page.
Vietnam.
So we
No,
can
we're
stop.
not, because you guys aren't buying that stuff. You guys aren't buying stuff that's made here in the United States.
We can all move away from the generalizations of you have to, if you know, of whatever you're having conversations with, it doesn't necessarily apply here. Everybody
Yes,
on
it
both
does. Yes, it
sides
does.
over
Because if you choose the United States, then you're an
you sat
Israeli
here and
shill.
you sat here and said that Mays and Coyote were going to choose Iran over the United States. Everybody on stage, when it came to both Iran and Israel, chose the U.S. first.
Who is a puppet of Israel?
You?
Anybody ask that question? Who's a puppet of Israel?
How is that? I don't
Well, you're
understand.
a
Can
little
you give?
unhinged today, Sean. I don't know what's going on. You act
No,
like
I'm not
you're mad
unhinged.
about something.
No, I'm not
Trump.
unhinged. No,
Yeah, I'll say Trump.
I want to know who is a puppet of Israel.
Well,
The
right
US
now
trying to
Trump
government.
say
is.
the
I
United
mean, apparently
States.
Trump's foreign policy is a puppet
Donald
of
Trump
Israel.
Exactly.
is the answer.
Who's a puppet of Israel?
Donald
So,
Trump.
But you
so
know
if
what?
you choose the United States, then now you are siding with Israel. That is my point of the question.
Listen, what
I
my
think the
stance
United States is
is
more of a
that
strong
we
arm.
should have never been over there bombing Iran because Iran was never an imminent threat to the United States.
That's not
That's
the
the
question, though.
problem. Is that you're
So
sitting
we
here
wait till
It's
they
the
are.
premise. It's the
no.
premise.
The point is we voted for Trump. Oh, I hate saying that right now
We
because
got 2
I'm
minutes left. We got 2 minutes left.
okay, but
I
yeah,
got a hard
but
stop.
what he came in and did was exactly
I
the
have an
opposite of
appointment.
what
All
he
right,
said he was
AB,
gonna
go
do.
ahead, and then please. I know
It's
you've been waiting a long time. AB, you got 3 minutes. Doctor Strange, you got 3 minutes, and then we're wrapping it up. Go ahead, AB.
Yeah, it's hard to know sometimes where to start in these kind of feverish, almost fact-free conversations. But yeah, I think I did like sort of just to I'll begin where I guess Sean ended to some extent, which is that yeah, it's he was trying to basically trap you guys in a and correctly so in a logical sort of trap. Maybe not for you, Diligent, but whatever. We don't have to pick, but there's certain people that certain of us suspect um, that they're not sincere in what they just said, right? Because logically, if you think Israel or Zionism is the worst or one of the worst forces on earth, and if you also think, which a lot of people on the stage do who have come up, that that Trump and the current Republican Party are bitches of world Zionism, right? Then you cannot side in that situation where those two, if those are your two premises, you cannot side with your country against Iran because therefore you are siding with one of the most evil forces in the world that has allegedly control over the world's greatest superpower. That's the
You
point he
can't
was
do
trying.
that.
You don't have to interrupt me, please. I have 3 minutes. Don't interrupt me.
Yeah, you
Don't
don't
interrupt me.
interrupt him.
Okay. So that's the point he was trying to prove. So therefore, I don't believe that some of the people. I don't believe Mays. Coyote, I actually do believe likes his country, and I think he's more split. But whatever. I don't believe some of the people who answer the question. I believe they, and I've seen the thing on it. And if you look at some of the, and I won't name the names, but I think some of us know who we're talking about. If you look at some of the people going to the Massey election,
Can we
and
focus on the positions and not the people? We've been doing a pretty good job.
yeah,
of
I'm
that
focusing
entire
on the
space.
position. I'm using an example. If you look at some of the popular podcasters and influencers and personalities that that went all in on Thomas Massey's election, which became a proxy fight over this issue towards the end, one of the popular ones literally was cheering on a live stream. I'm not exaggerating. People can confirm what I'm saying. Ask Rock, whatever it is, was literally cheering when the American airmen were missing, when those planes were shot down. They were literally, not exaggerating in the slightest, for those airmen to be captured. And once the airmen were found safe and sound, thank God, he literally said, damn, okay? He literally wore an American Reich t-shirt, right? When you're doing that, you are siding with literally the enemy that America fought in its bloodiest war in history.
I think it was a really dumb PR move.
Well, forget PR move. It reflected where some of the more people who consider this their one and only issue, or their number one issue, or even one of their number one only issues. You cannot like America if you think America is Zionism's bitch and you think Zionism is evil. It's irreconcilable logically, right? You can't do it. There was a lot of other things that there's a lot
I
of
disagree. Let him say.
stop,
He's giving his opinion. Well, he's allowed to have his opinion. I disagree.
I just think I think what I just said is sort of incontrovertible. If
It's
those are things you
nonsense.
believe.
I
Now,
can
if you
explain in
if
2
you
seconds.
if you think, if on the other hand you think it's only a slight problem or it's something you don't love, but
It's
overall
the
America.
biggest problem.
It's nonsense.
Okay, so
I'll tell
right.
you why
You know
it's
what?
nonsense.
Right. So if you think that's why
AB sat up here and listened to everybody and did not interrupt anybody. So
Thank you
show him
very
the
much.
same respect.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So just getting to some of the other points, right? Some guy came up and said something about this. Like there's just so many fact-free conspiracies. Talked about Sabbateans and Frankists. It's like we found the watcher of the Candace Owens podcast.
Can you instead of can I help you?
I'm talking about the argument. I'm talking about the argument. I'm talking about the argument.
Can you give us some of the pros of Zionism for America?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I know I put up in the not up, I put down in the Purple Pill a fantastic article. It's a bit of a long read from Tablet Magazine. I urge everyone to read it, just if they want to sort of be open-minded and they don't know which way they're leaning on this conversation. It's called Zionism for Everybody, right? And it doesn't argue. It's sort of it's a little bit of a play on terms. It doesn't argue that everyone of this particular article, everyone should be Zionist in the way Israelis
We've been
are Zionist.
shitting on Zionism this entire space. It's okay for AB to say there's good points if he wants to, and you can tell people what they are. You don't.
I mean,
yeah, it's fine.
I mean, listen.
So go ahead.
John. I think it was John Adams and others who said he was like looking. Some of our founders were, and he wasn't a Christian. Oh, sorry, he wasn't a evangelical Christian or whatever. He was a deist, if I'm not mistaken. But he was cheering because of the success of Jewish people worldwide and how successful overall they've been. He was cheering at the American founding. He's like, I wish for the day. I'm slightly misquoting him, or paraphrasing because I don't have the quote in front of me. But he was saying, I wish for the day where the Jews have their own state again in Judea, or something along those lines, because he was so impressed with how accomplished they are in various intellectual and other fields, and overrepresented in a good way through, despite as I think honest history views it, despite the what's it called, the persecution. That's the word I'm looking for. Despite the persecution, despite being a tiny minority in all these countries, despite being barred from various professions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Despite those things, the amazing success they've had. So he's like, imagine if you were able to have a nation state with those people, and we've seen the success of it, right? We've seen that they compared to the neighbors. You can't compare Israel, which is the modern nation state of Israel, which is a 78-year-old country, to Norway, Sweden, Denmark, or the United States, because their neighbors are who their neighbors are. It's the Arab world, right? You should compare them to their neighbors. And I think in any honest assessment of human flourishing, right, in terms of human rights, in terms of free speech, again, not compared to America, compared to their neighbors, in terms of economic development, in terms of contributions, in terms of tech, in terms of environmentalism. It doesn't matter in terms of treating women not like chattel or like cattle, but like actual human beings. And yeah, gay people too. I'm a religious guy, and I don't love gay marriage, and I definitely don't love the trans shit. I hate that shit, in fact. But I don't think they should be put to death either, just for existing, right? And until or unless a Messiah comes and decides what God truly believes, I think they should be treated like human beings. I think most people here probably agree. So in terms of any of those things, it is a proverbial shining city on a hill in the Middle East, right? So, but going back, and I'll end on this. Going
What
back,
about
I
the
urge everyone.
largest LGBTQ parade or event that's happening? Like, what's up with that? Can you explain
I mean, they pride, because they're trying to market the, like, again, I'm a conservative, including a social conservative. So to say the least, that shit don't appeal to me.
Is it fair to say that
let me
Zionists are not conservatives?
No, it's not fair to say that. It's fair to, there's as somebody earlier accurately said, there. Oh fuck.
I'm sorry, I messed up your train
I
of
think
thought.
he lost his page. You can find it. Go ahead.
Just gonna say goodbye. Thanks for having me.
Out.
No problem, Michael. Appreciate you. AB, I apologize. I was just trying to push back and forth, but
think like 60% of the American Jewish population,
But
both
I mean,
Democrat.
this little nation that's become the biggest persecutors of all time, the
No, they were
so-called
saying the
persecuted.
population were
I
persecuted.
know, but he's the one. I'm saying that they have become. They can't even give Palestinians basic human rights, and he's going to be talking about fucking gay rights right now, like basic human rights to be able to have food, self determination, freedom, to be able to leave
Well, he
where
was
they're
saying he didn't
bombing.
necessarily agree with the gay rights thing. He was saying that there was a portion of the
But you're
Zionist
missing my point.
population that
My point
espouses that
is,
ideology, which I guess what he's saying is that there's all walks, right, that espouse Zionism, regardless, like leftist, far right, and that's also been what I've seen as well, right? It seems like it's a political ideology that's espoused, despite varying degrees of other of worldviews, right? Often in opposition, right? There's people on the right, a very far right, that are Zionists, and then there's also very hard leftists that are Zionists. So it's interesting. It's an interesting dichotomy when you think about it, because it's an ideology that prevails across conflicting worldviews, which makes it very pervasive. To be honest with you,
I think
especially when it comes to U.S. politics.
I think Dill is saying that sometimes Jewish folks disagree with each other.
well,
That
either
may be
way,
true.
though,
Yeah,
all
apparently.
roads will lead to
That's human
Israel.
nature.
It's to save, like that's what, like you just highlighted something. I
May,
don't
may,
know if you realize how profound it is. It is extremely pervasive because it's coming in at all angles. Zionism doesn't represent the right. Okay, there's the neocons, Zionists, which are very right wing, and then there's also the very progressive far left Zionist. They're across the board. It's not a partisan thing at all, at all.
They brought in
So,
identity politics to the
Diligent.
go
conservative party,
go
I
ahead,
feel.
Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange, you're gonna wrap it up for us.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
My hand is up.
Oh, okay, independent. Sorry.
All right. So I want to start off with the impact on the US, Zionism's impact on the US. You know, we need to understand that we're in a global competition with China for consumers and natural resources. Think smartphones. In terms of consumers, we're trying to sell smartphones, EVs, electronics, 5G networks, network devices. That's what sustains our supremacy, our economic supremacy all over the world. And China's competing directly with us on each and every one of these. And in addition, we're also competing with China to secure natural resources such as minerals, right? Rare earths, lithium, copper, now even water, and much more. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because the ideology of genocide, the ideology of Zionism has a direct impact on how this is impacting the US economically. Because of the genocide that Israel committed started 3 years ago, the entire world has turned anti-Israel and by extension anti-US because we supported them. You had 13 states, 13 countries globally that has indicated that has signed on to the genocide case against Israel, many of them European, right? So they're not just like the global south, there are many majority of them are actually European. So we're now being boycotted, not just with those fast food chains that we have, whether it's McDonald's, Starbucks, and all that other crap, but also on their critical natural resources and electronic products that we sell throughout the world. You look at Tesla, Tesla got decimated in Europe and other places because of Elon's policies, Elon's political stances. Now, and the list goes on. In the Middle East, you look at Huawei, which is the competitor to the iPhone. They have basically overtaken as market leader because of what's happening. Nobody wants to buy US. And that's let alone the 2 billion Muslim consumers out there. You've got the global south, which is another 2, 3 billion people who are also anti Israel because of the genocide. And there, by extension, they look upon the US as enabling a genocide. So we are being screwed left, center, and right for the sake of Israel. So anybody comes in here and gives you the BS that, oh, Israel's benefiting us. No, they're a fucking liability. I apologize for cursing. They're a huge liability. And For if anybody wants to know the reality, in the summer of 2023, Pew Research did a uh, international poll, and the overwhelming majority of nations around the world looked at the US more favorable than China. This was 2023, before the genocide happened. 2 years later, and you could look this up, the same Pew Research in 2025 looked again, polled these same countries, surveyed these same countries, and our favorability had gone down significantly compared to China. Now, so the ideology of Zionism has a direct impact on your pocket in light of what has happened in the past few years. Aside from the Middle East foreign policy that they've dominated for the past 30 years, where we've gone into forever wars. Now, in addition, Zionism, if you ask a definition of Zionism from 5 different people, you're going to get 6 different answers. It's a moving target. And people will come up here and sugarcoat it in one way or the other. But I look at how it's operationalized. How is it used? How is the ideology of Zionism utilized on the ground? When you look at Zionism, how it's operationalized in Israel, one, you cannot deny that it's a settler colonialist ideology, which is expanding. And then in addition, it has an expansionist ideology from the river to the sea. This is the Likud charters. It's in the Likud charter where they stated from the river to the sea. And in addition, there's also the Greater Israel Plan from the Euphrates to the Nile. So that's also there. And then third, it's a racist ideology. You have people who come in here and say, those who bless Israel will be blessed, being the chosen people. And then in addition, we all know occupying Palestinians for some 80 years as third-class citizens and treating them like animals, literal animals. Then sadly, and this is where I make the distinction between the Jews of the Middle East and the Jews of Europe. Not the Jews. Let me backtrack. The Zionist ideology that infiltrated from Europe that had nothing to do with the Jews of the Middle East. The Jews of the Middle East had no concept of Zionism. They lived peacefully with their neighbors for 1400 years with hardly any issues whatsoever. This ideology, this Zionist ideology that came in from Europe had essentially 3 key elements to it. By any means necessary. Mossad's motto, by way of deception, make war. Use women to sleep with the enemy and get intel. The rabbis in the 1990s actually blessed this. I can give you articles on this. Sexual blackmail, get others to fight your war, and much more. The second element is pursue a zero-sum game, not a win. Don't look for win-win models. What Yitzhak Rabin tried to do, and he got assassinated for it. Pursue a zero-sum game. It's all or nothing. And then third, achieve your goal by total domination. This is how it's been operationalized. Are there instances where this has not been the case? Yes, absolutely. Individuals like Yitzhak Rabin are prime examples of it, and there are others as well. But overall, how it's operationalized is sadly what I've just stated. And I'll land with that, and I apologize for taking too much time. I hope, and for my Jewish fellow American Jews, look, I hope you realize that Benjamin Netanyahu has done the greatest favor to the enemies of Israel. What he has done, the enemies of Israel could not have accomplished for the next 200 years. So go ahead, bless him all you want, but realize that he is your biggest enemy. I'll land there. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Strange. AB, you got cut off. I'll give you a minute and a half uninterrupted. We'll finish with independent, and then I have to go.
Yeah, I got my battery's hanging by
Yeah,
a
you're
thread,
good.
but yeah, you I think when we got cut off, you were asking me, does that mean Zionism is not conservative? I think that's the question you asked me when I got cut off.
Yeah, you
And
you were explaining how it espouses many people from different walks espouse the
yeah,
ideology.
it's neither and both, right? It's like asking, is Christianity conservative, or is Judaism conservative, or is being an American patriot conservative? Like certain forms of it are, but there are less than there used to be, but there are definitely Americans who really, really do love their country and believe in universal health care and a little bit more, not open borders, but let's say, more openness to
Socialists.
immigrants.
They're socialists.
Yeah, whatever. They're more lefty, right? But some of them, not all of them, but some of them genuinely still do like their country, right? I'm not going to say that all Democrats or all people who self-describe liberals hate their country. So Zionism's neither conservative nor liberal. They're the founding generation of the state of Israel. Not the founding generation of modern Zionism, but were kind of social democrats. The Soviet Union at the time supported them. America also supported its creation, but Soviet Union, they were more supported by socialist countries at that time in 1947, 48, because those people were the founding generation in terms of the leaders. I'm not talking about the general population. Were a lot of people coming from European countries. They had sort of social democratic ideologies, and so that was that. And then there's secular right-wing Zionism. Then there's religious right-wing Zionism. Then there's religious left-wing Zionism. So it's neither. It doesn't fit neatly, just like Americanism.
We get it.
Right. The other thing is, what does it bring to the world? It enables arguably, and again, this is sort of just an objective thing. I'm not just saying this because it enables arguably the world's most talented people in terms of what they've accomplished on a per capita basis to have a place where they're not completely at the whim of others of the whatever the majority is there. It enables one country in the world, right? And I think a lot of people who you could be completely secular, you could be completely America first or Brazil first or whatever nation you're from, and still say, yeah, I like the idea of a people that have a pretty objectively speaking, unless there's which there are on Twitter a lot of Holocaust deniers or this deniers to say, oh, they all had it coming. Unless you think they all had it coming for all the time,
Not having
people
that debate here.
No, I know you haven't. I'm just saying there are, those people have come up on stages in many, many spaces. So if you don't believe that, if you think like, yeah, I have sympathy towards the general play, like you do for other people too, then then it's fair cosmically, whether you're secular or not, it is fair and good and righteous for that people to have a place where they have a measure of control, which is, what's it called, the self-determination, where they're not at the whims of the majority, right? The world majority or the national majority. And they've done a fuckload with it. If you compare, I'll end on this. If you compare the accomplishments in every respect, from small L liberal, meaning like libertarian, like Michael Rectenwald pretends he is, to whatever, to technological, to scientific, to medical, to artistic, to architectural, you name it, right? Anything that's considered to be good in this world, human rights, to the other countries that were created in or around the same time as them, India, Pakistan, Lebanon was several years before, etc. There is no contest in terms of what they've accomplished with their self-determination versus others. I'll land it there.
Thank you, AB.
May I do a quick fact check?
Okay.
No, I don't got time. Independent, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Diligent, I just want to make sure it's okay for me to read this Bible verse before I say what I got to say.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. This is from Genesis 2:24. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and his mother and hold fast his wife, and they shall become one flesh. So when I hear basically folks sitting up there talking about, oh well, it's okay if I don't even know what the hell to call that. If people believe, I guess Zionists, I guess I don't know. I don't even know what Zionism is. I don't really care. But in the same aspect, they believe that it's okay for gay people to be gay. Well, that's not what God believes. So let's not try and basically twist the words, okay? Now, with that being said, I had to say that because that icked me up, right? We can't speak for God's word. God's word is pretty much God's word. Now, whether or not you or Zionists or whoever else it is believe in God and basically not only God, the Holy Ghost, and also basically Jesus, that's your problem. But the point is that it's real, and so His word is His word. It is men and women. It is not anything else, right? So if Zionists want to believe it's okay, yeah, let's get the gays go ahead and be. That's what we got in the Joe Biden administration, and it was overwhelmingly rejected by a majority of the American people. We don't want that. And we definitely don't want anything transy. right? We don't want that because we know what God's word is. And that is for men to be with women and women to be with men, right? But that's what you said, AB. So I was checking you on that, right?
Well, let me just clarify quickly, because I agree with everything you just said, including the biblical verse. All I'm saying is that I think in the fallen world that we live in, meaning Jesus, if you're a Christian, or the Messiah, I'm Jewish, right? Hasn't come yet. In the secular, in terms of separating church and state, secular, that's what I mean, world that we live in, even if we believe what we believe, which we do, I agree with you fully in everything you just said. We don't, I think most of us, including most Bible believing Christians and most Bible believing Jews, don't want to put gay people to death. We don't want a secular government deciding that they should be put to death because they're gay or that they can't work, jobs or whatever. So I'm just saying there's a middle ground where we have in terms of the way we live with others, where we have tolerance, not acceptance, but
We get
tolerance.
AB. I really do have to close.
That's all I was.
They
That's all.
promoted AB in Tel Aviv. They promoted it.
Independent, finish.
Yeah,
They
thank
promoted
you.
it in America too. You know that.
Right. And I
Coyote.
believe that God takes care of it in the afterlife. But either way, the last thing that I will say, and again, I didn't want to comment much because I don't really even deal with the word Zionism because I don't believe it's real. It's really about Christianity, and that's the bottom line to me. And there is no other, thing outside of Christianity. But one thing I will say is that we do have a problem with a nation the size of Connecticut running this nation to death. And that's where we are right now. Whether we talk about basically the destruction of our middle class in the United States of America, that's what I'm concerned about because I live here. This is my country and I'm damn proud of it. Right? The destruction of basically our kids being able to grow and thrive and have, the education and skills that they need to in order to go forward and be well positioned adults. The destruction of what's happening to our seniors inside of this nation, where most of them can't even afford to live. You're damn straight. My number one concern is not Zionism. I don't give a shit. My number one concern is about the United States of America. And if a country the size of Connecticut is ruining this nation, we got a problem. And with that, I'll give up the mic.
Thank you, Independent. Make sure you guys are all following my co-host. Turn notifications on for my account. Go subscribe. Pink button on my profile. We're going to go to the after space. And watch out for a space tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm going to cover tomorrow. I know it's not going to be Zionism, but probably something big news. I am working on something on both Epstein and Charlie Kirk, but I don't think they're ready yet. I don't think you're ready yet. YouTube, shout out, give me a like, share the channel with your friends. I want to thank everybody because this is a very controversial topic. A lot of people are very firm in their beliefs here, and despite that, I think we made it through the entire space without anybody calling other people names or like too ugly. It didn't get too ugly, which has been amazing. We've actually had a pretty good conversation on both sides of this, and I think that they were equally represented. So very educational for me. I hope it was educational for you. We're going to listen to some music, and then we're going to head to the after space. Have a good night, everybody. God bless you, and please pray for America. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dilly.
Only.
He don't talk unless the proof is in the lines. Receipts in the folder coded.
Shout out to Unconfined. He made this song for me.
Chess moving pawns through the blind, but a diligent denizen sees designs in the signs. They disguise what they hide. He just shows how it's shaped. Every source double check. Never roll with the fakes. In this world full of wolves, he's exposing the snakes. Document every whisper. Got the quotes and the dates. He don't chase what they post. He investigates where it stems. Paper trails never lie. Follows links to the end. Truth is power, it bends, but yet it always defends. What's verified never shakes, even lost in the trend. So when he speaks, it's a lens, not a rumor or a vibe. He cuts through the noise, pulls the proof from the lies. This is for the people trying to see through the disguise. Diligent denizen where the real can survive.
Have a good night, you guys.